motion, and development can and does occur without being dependent on human will. Human will is neither a requirement nor prerequisite for motion and development to occur. Development has the characteristic of generality because development occurs in every process that exists in every field of nature, society, and human thought, in everything, every phenomenon, and every idea, and at every stage of all things, phenomena, and ideas. Every transformation process contains the possibility that it might lead to the birth of a new thing, phenomenon, or idea through a change in quality, i.e. development. Annotation 122. In materialist dialectics, stage, or stage of development, refers to the current quantity and quality characteristics which a thing, phenomenon, or object possesses. Every time a quality change occurs, a new stage of development is entered into. Development has the characteristic of diversity because every thing, phenomenon, and idea has its own process of development that is not totally identical to the process of development of any other thing, phenomenon, or idea. Things and phenomena will develop differently in different spaces and times. Simultaneously, within their own processes of development, things, phenomena, and ideas are impacted by other things, phenomena, and ideas, as well as by many other factors and historical conditions. Such impacts can change the direction of development of things, phenomena, and ideas. They can even temporarily set development back, or can lead to growth in one aspect but degeneration in another. Annotation 123. Because development has the characteristic of generality and the characteristic of diversity, the principle of diversity in unity and unity in diversity also applies to development. See Annotation 107. See meaning of the methodology. Materialist dialectics upholds that the principle of development is the scientific theoretical basis that we must use to guide our perception of the world and to improve the world. Therefore, in our perception and reality, we have to have a development viewpoint. According to Lenin, dialectical logic requires that an object should be considered in development, in change, in self-movement. 10. This development viewpoint, which holds that all things, phenomena, and ideas are constantly developing, and that development is thus unavoidable, requires us to overcome conservatism, stagnation 11, and prejudice, which are all opposed to development. Annotation 124. Conservatism and prejudice are mindsets which seek to prevent and stifle development and to hold humanity in a static position. Not only is this detrimental to humanity, it is also ultimately a wasted effort, because development is inevitable in human society, as in all things, phenomena, and ideas. Therefore, we must avoid and fight against such stagnant mindsets. According to this development viewpoint, in order to perceive or solve any problem in real life, we must consider all things, phenomena, and ideas with their own forward tendency of development taken in mind. On the other hand, the path of development is a dialectical process that is reversible and full of contradictions. Therefore, we must be aware of this complexity in our analysis and planning. This means we need to have a historical viewpoint. See Annotation 114, which accounts for the diversity and complexity of development in perceiving and solving issues in reality. Annotation 125. Materialist dialectics requires us to consider the complexity and constant motion of reality. By comparison, the metaphysical viewpoint, which considers all things, phenomena, and ideas as static, isolated entities which have linear and simple processes of development, stands as a barrier to understanding this complexity and incorporating it into our worldview. Thus, it is vital that we develop comprehensive and historical viewpoints which acknowledge the diversity and complexity of reality. In summary, as a science of common relations and development, Marxist-Leninist materialist dialectics serve a very important role in perception and practice. Engels affirmed the role of materialist dialectics in this passage. An exact representation of the universe, of its evolution, of the development of mankind, and of the reflection of this evolution in the minds of men, can therefore only be obtained by the methods of dialectics, with its constant regard to the innumerable actions and reactions of life and death, of progressive or retrogressive changes. Lenin also said, dialectics requires an all-round consideration of relationships in their concrete development, but not a patchwork of bits and pieces. 12. Three basic pairs of categories of materialist dialectics. Category asterisk is the most general grouping of aspects, attributes, and relations of things, phenomena, and ideas. Different specific fields of inquiry may categorize things, phenomena, and/or ideas differently from one another. Annotation 126. Asterisk translation note, in Vietnamese, the word pham tru is used here, which translates in this context more closely to the English philosophical term category of being, which means the most general, fundamental, or broadest class of entities. Category of being is sometimes simplified in English language philosophical discourse to category, which we have chosen to do here for ease of reading and to better reflect the way it reads in the original Vietnamese. Every science has its own systems of categories that reflect the aspects, attributes, and basic relations that fall within its scope of study. For example, mathematics contains the categories arithmetic, geometry, point, plane, and constant. Physics contains the categories of mass, speed, acceleration, and force, and so on. Economics includes commodity, value, price, monetary, and profit categories. Every such category reflects only the common relations found within the specific fields that fall within the scope of study of a specific science. Categories of materialist dialectics, on the other hand, such as matter, consciousness, motion, contradiction, quality, quantity, reason, and result, are different. Categories of materialist dialectics reflect the most general aspects and attributes, as well as the most basic and general relations, of not just some specific fields of study, but of the whole of reality, including all of nature, society, and human thought. Everything, phenomenon, and idea has many properties, including, a reason for existing in its current form, a process of motion and change, contradictions, content, form, and so on. These properties are aspects, attributes, and relations that are reflected in the categories of materialist dialectics. Therefore, the relationship between the categories of specific sciences and categories of materialist dialectics is a dialectical relationship between the private and the common. See private and common. Annotation 127. The categories of specific sciences are limited to the scope of study, while the categories of materialist dialectics encompass all things, phenomena, and ideas. Unlike the categories contained within specific scientific fields, the philosophical categories of materialist dialectics can be used to analyze and define all things, phenomena, and ideas. The categories of specific scientific fields and the materialist dialectical categories have a private/common dialectical relationship discussed on the next page. As a science of general relations and development, materialist dialectics summarizes the most general relations of every field of nature, society, and human thought into basic category pairs: private and common, reason and result, obviousness and randomness, content and form, essence and phenomenon, possibility and reality. Annotation 128. Every individual materialist dialectical category has a dialectical relationship with another materialist dialectical category. Thus, all categories in materialist dialectics are presented as category pairs. So, a category pair is simply a pair of categories within materialist dialectics which have a dialectical relationship with one another. Note that this formalized system of category pairs reflects many decades of work by Vietnamese philosophical and political scientists based on the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and other socialist thinkers. Also note that these are not the only category pairs that can be discussed. There are potentially an infinite number of categories which can be used in materialist dialectical analysis. However, universal category pairs, which can be applied to analyze any and all things, phenomena, and ideas, are much fewer and farther between. That said, The universal category pairs discussed in this book are the ones which have most often been used by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and other prominent materialist dialecticians. 1. Private and common. A. Categories of private and common. The private category encompasses specific things, phenomena, and ideas. The common category defines the common aspects, attributes, factors, and relations that exist in many things and phenomena. Within every private thing, phenomenon, and idea, there exists the common, and also the unique. The unique encompasses the attributes and characteristics that exist in only one specific thing, phenomenon, or idea, and does not repeat in any other things, phenomena, or ideas. Annotation 129. The private category includes specific individual things, phenomena, and ideas. The common category includes aspects, factors, and relations that exist in many things, phenomena, and ideas. For example, say there are two apples, apple A and apple B. Apple A is a specific individual object. Apple B is another distinct, separate object. In that sense, both apples are private apples, and fall within the private category. However, both apple A and apple B share common attributes. For instance, they are both fruits of the same type, apple. They may have other attributes in common, they may be the same color, they may have the same basic shape, they may be of similar size, etc. These are common attributes which they share. Thus, apple A and apple B will also fall within the common category, based on these common attributes. Apple A and apple B will also have unique attributes. Only apple A has the exact molecules in the exact place and time which compose apple A. There is no other object in the world which has those same molecules in that same place and time. This means that apple A also has unique properties. All private subjects have attributes in common with other private subjects. The common and private categories have a dialectical relationship. The common contains the private, and the private contains the common. Every private subject has some attributes in common with other private subjects, and common attributes can only exist among private subjects. Thus everything, phenomenon, and idea in existence contains internally within itself dialectical relationships between the private and the common, and has dialectical private/common relationships externally within other things, phenomena, and ideas. All private subjects have attributes in common with other private subjects. It is also true that every private subject contains within itself unique attributes which it does not share with any other thing, phenomenon, or idea. For example, Mount Everest is unique in that it is 8,850 meters tall. No other mountain on Earth has that exact same height. Therefore, the private subject Mount Everest has unique properties which it does not share with any other subject, even though it has other attributes in common with countless other private entities. All things, phenomena, and ideas contain the unique, the private, and the common. Whenever two individual subjects have a relationship with one another, that relationship is a unique relationship in the sense that it is a relationship that is shared only by those two specific subjects. However, there will also be common attributes and properties which any such relationship will share with other relationships in existence. This recalls the principle of unity in diversity and diversity in unity. See annotation 107. So, everything, phenomenon, and idea contains the common and the unique and has unique and common relationships with other things, phenomena, and ideas. This category pair is very useful in developing a comprehensive viewpoint. See annotation 114. Remember that a comprehensive viewpoint indicates an understanding of the internal and external relations of a given subject. This means that in order to develop a comprehensive viewpoint, you must know the private aspects of each individual relation, component, and aspect of the subject, and you must also study the commonalities of the subject as well. It's also important to study a variety of private information sources or data points to look for commonalities between them. In other words, if you want to have a proper comprehensive viewpoint, see annotation 113 about any subject, you have to find and analyze as many private data points and pieces of evidence as possible. For example, if a person only ever saw one apple, a green apple, then that person might believe that all apples are green. This conclusion would be premature. The person is attempting to make an assumption about the common without examining enough privates. This is a failure of mistaking the private for the common, which stems from a lack of a comprehensive viewpoint. Now, let's take a look at an example of how the unique can become common, and vice versa. Unique things, phenomena, and ideas can become common through development processes, and vice versa. In 1941, a Soviet soldier named Mikhail Kalashnikov was in the hospital after being wounded in the Battle of Bryansk. Another soldier in the hospital said to Kalashnikov, "Why do our soldiers only have one rifle for 2 or 3 of our men, while the Germans have automatics?" To solve this problem, Kalashnikov designed the AK-47 machine gun. When he finished making the first prototype, it was the only AK-47 in the world. At this precise moment, the AK-47 was simultaneously unique, private, and common. It was unique because it was the first and only AK-47 in the world, and no other object in the world had those properties. It was private because it was a specific object with its own individual existence. It was common, even though it was the only existing prototype, because it shared common features with other rifles, and with other prototypes. It was the only AK-47 in existence. Soon, however, the Soviet Union began manufacturing them, and they became very common. Now there are millions of AK-47s in the world. So, today, that prototype machine gun remains simultaneously unique, private, and common, with some slight developments. It remains private because it is a specific object with its own individual existence. Even though it is no longer the only AK-47 in existence, it remains unique because it is still the very first AK-47 that was ever made, and even though there are now many other AK-47s, there is no other rifle in the universe that shares that same unique property. It remains common because it still shares common features with other rifles and other prototypes, but it now also shares commonality with many other AK-47 rifles. It is no longer unique for having the properties of an AK-47 in and of itself. If someone were to destroy Kalashnikov's prototype AK-47, the private of that object would no longer exist, it would remain only as an idea, and the private would transform to whatever becomes of the material components of the rifle. The unique would also no longer remain specifically as it was before being destroyed. However, there would still be many other AK-47s which would share common features related to that prototype, for instance, that they were all designed based on the prototype's design. Translators note, the words private, common, and unique may seem unusual because they are direct translations from the Vietnamese words used to describe these concepts in the original text. Various other words have been used by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and other materialist dialecticians when discussing the underlying concepts of these philosophical categories. For instance, in most translations of Lenin, his discussion of such topics is typically translated into English using words such as universal, general, special, particular, etc. Example, from Lenin's philosophical notebooks, language in essence expresses only the universal. What is meant, however, is the special, the particular. Hence what is meant cannot be said in speech. Here, universal refers to that which is common in all things, phenomena, and ideas, and special/particular refers to the private, specific individual things, phenomena, and ideas, along with their unique properties. Here are excerpts from Lenin's philosophical notebooks discussing these concepts. It. The most universal word of all. Who is it? I. Every person is an I. Da Sin like. It is a universal, etc., etc. This. Everyone is this. Why can the particular not be named? One of the objects of a given kind, tables, is distinguished by something from the rest. Leaves of a tree are green, John is a man, Fido is a dog, etc. Here already we have dialectics, as Hegel's genius recognized the individual as the universal. 43. And a naive confusion, a helplessly pitiful confusion in the dialectics of the universal and the particular, of the concept and the sensuously perceptible reality of individual objects, things, phenomena. Further, the subsumption under logical categories of sensibility, sensibilitat, irritability, irritabilitat, this is said to be the particular in contrast to the universal. And reproduction is an idle game. Marx, too, discussed these concepts using words which are commonly translated into English using different terms. For example, in Capital, the general form of relative value, embracing the whole world of commodities, converts the single commodity that is excluded from the rest, and made to play the part of equivalent, here the linen, into the universal equivalent. Here, general form refers to the commonalities of form that exist between all commodities. The single commodity refers to a private commodity, a specific commodity that exists separately from all other commodities. And when referring to a universal equivalent, Marx is referring to equivalence which such a commodity has in common with every other commodity. The rest of this passage continues as a materialist dialectical analysis of the private, common, and unique features and aspects of commodities. The bodily form of the linen is now the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities, it therefore becomes directly exchangeable with all and every of them. The substance linen becomes the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state of every kind of human labor. Weaving, which is the labor of certain private individuals producing a particular article, linen, acquires in consequence a social character, the character of equality with all other kinds of labor. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed, equate in turn the labor embodied in the linen to that embodied in every other commodity, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of manifestation of undifferentiated human labor. In this manner the labor realized in the values of commodities is presented not only under its negative aspect, under which abstraction is made from every concrete form and useful property of actual work, but its own positive nature is made to reveal itself expressly. The general value form is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor generally, of being the expenditure of human labor power. The general value form, which represents all products of labor as mere congelations of undifferentiated human labor, shows by its very structure that it is the social resume of the world of commodities. That form consequently makes it indisputably evident that in the world of commodities the character possessed by all labor of being human labor constitutes its specific social character. We have chosen to use the terms private, common, and unique in the translation of this text because they most closely match the words used in the original Vietnamese. In summary, it is important to realize that you may encounter the underlying concepts which are related by these words using various phrasings in the writings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, etc. b. Dialectical relationship between private and common. According to the materialist dialectical viewpoint, the private, the common, and the unique exist objectively. See annotation 108. The common only exists within the private. It expresses its existence through the private. Annotation 130. The common can't exist as a specific thing, phenomenon, or idea. However, every specific thing, phenomenon, or idea exists as a private subject which has various features in common with other private things, phenomena, and ideas. We can therefore only understand the common through observation and study of various private things, phenomena, and ideas. For example, a human can't perceive with our senses alone the common of apples. Only by observing many private apples can begin to derive an understanding of what all private apples have in common. The common does not exist in isolation from the private. Therefore, commonality is inseparable from things, phenomena, and ideas. The private only exists in relation to the common. Likewise, there is no private that exists in complete isolation from the common. Annotation 131. No commonality can possibly exist outside of private things, phenomena, and ideas because commonality describes features which different things, phenomena, and ideas share. No private thing, phenomenon, or idea can possibly exist absolutely without commonality, because there is no thing, phenomenon, or idea that shares absolutely no features with any other thing, phenomenon, or idea. The private category is more all-encompassing and diverse than the common category. Common is a part of private, but it is more profound and more essential than the private. This is because private is the synthesis of the common and the unique. The common expresses generality and the regular predictability of many privates. Annotation 132. The private encompasses all aspects of a specific, individual thing, phenomenon, or idea. Thus it encompasses all aspects, features, and attributes of a given subject, including both the common and the unique. In this way, the private is the synthesis of the common and the unique. Common attributes require more consideration, effort, and study to properly determine, because multiple private subjects must be considered and analyzed before common attributes can be confidently discovered and understood. They offer us a more profound understanding of the essence and phenomenon and nature of things, phenomena, and ideas, because they offer insights into the relationships between and within different things, phenomena, and ideas. As we discover more commonalities, and understand them more deeply, we begin to develop a more comprehensive perspective of reality. We begin to develop an understanding of the laws and principles which govern relations between and within things, phenomena, and ideas, and this gives us the power to more accurately predict how processes will develop and how things, phenomena, and ideas will change and mutually impact one another over time. Under specific conditions, the common and the unique can transform into each other. See Annotation 129. The dialectical relationship between private and common was summarized by Lenin. Consequently, the opposites, the individual as opposed to the universal, are identical. The individual exists only in the connection that leads to the universal. The universal exists only in the individual and through the individual. Every individual is, in one way or another, a universal. Every universal is, a fragment, or an aspect, or the essence of, an individual. Every universal only approximately embraces all the individual objects. Every individual enters incompletely into the universal, etc., etc. Every individual is connected by thousands of transitions with other kinds of individuals, things, phenomena, ideas, etc. One note: individual and universal here refer the same underlying concepts of private and common, respectively. See translator's note here. See meaning of the methodology. We must acknowledge and recognize the common in order to study the private in our cognitive and practical activities. If we fail to acknowledge the common, then whenever we attempt to understand and comprehend any private thing, phenomenon, or idea, we will make mistakes and become disoriented. To understand the common we have to study and observe the private, because the common does not exist abstractly outside of the private. Annotation 133. Our understanding of common attributes arise from the observation and study of private things, phenomena, and ideas. At the same time, developing our understanding of commonalities between and within private subjects deepens our understanding of their essential nature. See essence and phenomenon. Dialectical analysis of private and common characteristics involves observing private subjects to determine common attributes and considering common attributes to gain insights about private subjects. It is impossible to know anything at all about the common without observing private subjects, and attempting to understand private subjects without taking into consideration the attributes and features which they have in common with other private subjects will lead to incomplete and erroneous analysis. In addition, we must identify the common features and attributes of every specific private subject we study. We must avoid being dogmatic, metaphysical, and inflexible in applying our knowledge of commonalities to solve problems and interpret the world. Annotation 134. Dogmatism and revisionism in relation to the private and common. Dogmatism is the inflexible adherence to ideals as incontrovertibly true while refusing to take any contradictory evidence into consideration. Dogmatism stands in direct opposition to materialist dialectics, which seeks to form opinions and conclusions only after careful consideration of all observable evidence. Dogmatism typically arises when the common is overemphasized without due consideration of the private. A dogmatic position is one which adheres to ideals about commonalities without taking private subjects into consideration. Dogmatism can be avoided by continuously studying and observing and analyzing private subjects and taking any evidence which contradicts erroneous perceptions of false commonalities into consideration. This will simultaneously deepen our understanding of the private while improving our understanding of the common. For example, Sally might observe a few red apples and arrive at the conclusion, all apples are red. If Sally is then presented with a green apple, yet refuses to acknowledge it by continuing to insist that all apples are red, then Sally is engaging in dogmatism. According to Vietnam's curriculum of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism for university and college students specializing in Marxism-Leninism and Ho Chi Minh thought, the opposite of dogmatism is revisionism. Revisionism occurs when we overestimate the private and fail to recognize commonalities. In failing to recognize common attributes and features between and within things, phenomena, and ideas, the revisionist faces confusion and disorientation whenever they encounter any new things, phenomena, and ideas, because they lack any insight into essential characteristics of the subject and its relations with other subjects. For example, if Sally has spent a lot of time studying a red apple, she may start to become confident that she understands everything there is to know about apples. If she is then presented with a green apple, she might become confused and disoriented and draw the conclusion that she has to start all over again with her analysis, from scratch, thinking, this can't possibly be an apple because it's not red. It must be something else entirely. Sally can avoid this revisionist confusion by examining the other common features which the red and green apples share before making any conclusions. Metaphysical perception of the private and common. The metaphysical position attempts to categorize things, phenomena, and ideas into static categories which are isolated and distinct from one another. See Annotation 8. In this way, the metaphysical perception ultimately fails to properly understand the role of both the private and the common. Categories may be arranged in taxonomic configurations based on shared features, but ultimately every category is seen as distinct and isolated from every other category. This perspective severs the dialectical relationship between the private, the common, and the unique, and thus leads to a distorted perception of reality. As Engels wrote in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, the analysis of nature into its individual parts, the grouping of the different natural processes and objects in definite classes, the study of the internal anatomy of organized bodies in their manifold forms, these were the fundamental conditions of the gigantic strides in our knowledge of nature that have been made during the last 400 years. But this method of work has also left us as legacy the habit of observing natural objects and processes in isolation, apart from their connection with the vast whole, of observing them in repose, not in motion, as constraints, not as essentially variables, in their death, not in their life. And when this way of looking at things was transferred by Bacon and Locke from natural science to philosophy, it begot the narrow, metaphysical mode of thought peculiar to the last century. In other words, Engels points out that separating and dividing private subjects into distinct and isolated categories without acknowledging the dialectical nature of the private and the common leads to severe limitations on what we can learn about the world. Instead, we have to examine things, phenomena, and ideas in relation to one another, which must include the analysis of commonalities. Rather than divide subjects into distinct, separate categories, materialist dialectics seek to examine private subjects as they really exist, as a synthesis of unique and common attributes, and simultaneously to examine commonalities as they really exist, as properties which emerge from the relations of private objects. In our cognitive and practical activities, we must be able to take advantage of suitable conditions that will enable transformations from the unique and the common, and vice versa, for our specific purposes. Annotation 135. In advancing the cause of socialism, revolutionaries must work to transform our unique positions into common positions. For instance, The process of developing revolutionary public knowledge, see annotation 94, begins with studying and understanding revolutionary knowledge. Initially, this knowledge will be unique to the socialist movement. By disseminating the knowledge to the public, we hope to transform this knowledge into common knowledge. Likewise, we hope to transform other common things, phenomena, and ideas back towards the unique. For instance, the capitalist mode of production is currently the most common mode of production on Earth. In order to advance humanity towards communism, we must transition the capitalist mode of production from the common towards the unique, with the ambition of eventually eliminating this mode of production altogether. 2. Reason and result. A. Categories of reason and result. The reason category is used to define the mutual impacts between internal aspects of a thing, phenomenon, or idea, or between things, phenomena, or ideas, that bring about changes. The result category defines the changes that were caused by mutual impacts which occur between aspects and factors within a thing, phenomenon, or idea, or externally between different things, phenomena, or ideas. Annotation 136. Translation note: the Vietnamese words for reason and result can also be translated as cause and effect. We have chosen to use the words reason and result to distinguish materialist dialectical categories from metaphysical conceptions of development. In metaphysics, see annotation 8, any given effect is seen to have a single cause. In materialist dialectics, we instead examine the mutual impacts which occur within and between subjects through motion and development processes. Metaphysical vs. Materialist dialectical conceptions of development. In the metaphysical conception of cause and effect, A. Causes effect, B. Then effect, B. Causes effect, C. And so on. Materialist dialectics, on the other hand, uses the model of development, see annotation 117, wherein objects, A. and B. mutually impact one another, resulting in development, C. C. will then have relations with other things, phenomena, and/or ideas, and the mutual impacts from these new relations will become the reasons for future results. Consider the following example: metaphysical vs. materialist dialectical conceptions of frying and eating an egg. In the metaphysical cause and effect model, putting an egg in a hot pan is the cause which results in the effect of producing a fried egg. The egg being fried has the effect of the egg now being suitable for eating, which is the cause of the egg being eaten by a hungry person. This is a simplification of the metaphysical conception of causes and effects, since metaphysics does recognize that one cause can have branches of multiple effects, but the essential characteristic of the metaphysical conception of causality is to break down all activity and change in the universe into static and distinct episodes of one distinct event causing one or more other distinct events. In contrast, the materialist dialectical model of development holds that every result stems from mutual impacts which occur relationally between things, phenomena, and ideas, and that the resulting synthesis, the newly developed result of mutual impacts, will then have new relations with other things, phenomena, and ideas, and that these relations will become new reasons for new results through mutual impact. In this example, the egg and the hot pan will mutually impact each other. The frying pan will become dirty and need to be washed, the result of putting an egg in the frying pan. Meanwhile, the egg will become a fried egg, which is fit for human consumption, the result of being cooked in the frying pan. The fried egg will then have a relationship with a hungry human, and this relationship will be a new reason which will lead to further results, i.e., the human eating and digesting the egg. So, the key difference between the classical metaphysical conception of causality and the materialist dialectical model of development is that metaphysics focus more on individual events in time, whereas materialist dialectics focus on the relations and mutual impacts between things, phenomena, and ideas over time. B. Dialectical relationship between reason and result. The relationship between reason and result is objective, and it contains inevitability. There is no reason that does not lead to a result, and likewise, there is no result without any reason. Reasons cause results, which is why reason always comes before result, and result always comes after reason. A reason can cause one or many results, and a result can be caused by one or many reasons. When many reasons lead to a single result, the impacts which lead to the result are mutual between all things, phenomena, and ideas at hand. These mutual impacts can have many relational positions or roles, including direct reasons, indirect reasons, internal reasons, external reasons, etc. Annotation 137. As stated in the previous annotation, reasons which lead to results stem from mutually impacting relations between things, phenomena, and ideas. There is no way for one subject to affect another subject without also being affected itself in some way. Reasons can take many forms, including, but not limited to, types of reasons and results. Direct reasons stem from immediate relations. Direct reasons are reasons which stem from immediate relations, with no intervening relations standing between the reason and result. For example, dropping a coffee cup causes an immediate relationship between the cup and the ground, and that relation leads directly to the result of the coffee cup breaking to pieces. Indirect reasons have an intervening relationship between the reason and the result. Indirect reasons are reasons which have intervening relations between a reason and a result. For example, the dropped coffee cup above may have smashed into pieces directly because it hit the ground, but it may also have indirect reasons. The person holding the cup may have been frightened because she heard a loud noise, and the loud noise was caused by a car backfiring, and the car backfiring was caused by the driver not maintaining his car engine. In materialist dialectical terms, the driver's relationship with his car would be an indirect reason for the car backfiring. The relationship between the car, which backfired, and the person holding the coffee cup would be the direct reason for dropping the cup, and the cup's relationship with the ground would be the direct reason for the cup smashing. At the same time, the driver's relationship with his car would be an indirect reason for the result of the coffee cup smashing to pieces. Internal reasons stem from internal relationships. Internal reasons are reasons which stem from internal relations that occur between aspects and factors within a subject. For example, if a building collapses because the steel structure within the building rusts and fails, then that could be viewed as an internal reason for the collapse. External reasons stem from external relations. External reasons are reasons which stem from external relations that occur between different things, phenomena, and ideas. For example, if a building collapses because it is smashed by a wrecking ball, then that could be viewed as an external reason for the collapse. All of these roles and positions can be viewed relatively. From one viewpoint, a reason may be seen as internal, but from another viewpoint, it might be viewed as external. For example, if a couple has a disagreement which leads to an argument, the disagreement may be seen as an external reason from the perspective of each individual within the couple. But to a relationship counselor viewing the situation from the outside, the disagreement may be seen as an internal reason which leads to the couple, a subject defined by the internal relationship between the husband and wife, arguing. From one perspective, a government official ordering a building to be torn down may be seen as the direct reason for the result of the building being torn down. But from a different perspective, one can see many intervening relations. Complaints from local residents may have led to the government official making the order would be delivered to a demolition crew, the demolition crew would assign a crew member to operate a wrecking ball, the crew member would operate the wrecking ball would smash the building. All of these can be seen as intervening relations which constitute indirect reasons leading up to the direct reason of the wrecking ball smashing the building. Choosing the right viewpoint during analysis is critical to make sure that reason and result relations are viewed properly and productively, and care must also be taken to ensure that the correct reasons are attributed to results. See reason and result. Likewise, a reason can cause many results, including primary and secondary results. Annotation 138. Primary results are results which are more direct and predictable. Secondary results are results which are indirect and less predictable. For example, an earthquake may have primary results such as the ground shaking, buildings being destroyed, etc. Secondary results from the earthquake might include flights being rerouted from local airports, shortages at grocery stores, etc. In the motion of the material world, there is no known first reason or final result. Annotation 139. With our current understanding of the universe, it is uncertain what might have caused the creation of all existence. Was it the Big Bang? If so, did the Big Bang have some underlying reason? There is also no way to know if there will ever be a final result. Will the heat death of the universe occur, and if so, will that end all transpiring of relations which would end the cycle of development, of reasons and results? As of now, we do not have solid answers to these questions. If and when answers arise, it is possible that the materialist dialectical framework will need to be updated to reflect new scientific knowledge, just as Marx, Engels, and Lenin have updated materialist dialectics in the past. See Annotation 72. What's important to understand in the meantime is that within our realm of human experience and understanding, for all practical purposes, every result which we live through and observe has some underlying reason, and will itself lead to one or more results. Engels said, "We find upon closer investigation that the two poles of an antithesis, see Annotation 200, positive and negative, example, are as inseparable as they are opposed, and that despite all their opposition, they mutually interpenetrate are mixed together. And we find, in like manner, that cause and effect are conceptions which only hold good in their application to individual cases, but as soon as we consider the individual cases in their general connection with the universe as a whole, they run into each other, and they become confounded when we contemplate that universal action and reaction in which causes and effects are eternally changing places, so that what is effect here and now will be cause there and then, and vice versa." 2. Annotation 140. In the above passage, Engels is simply explaining that since all things, phenomena, and ideas are relationally linked and interrelated, see Basic Principles of Materialist Dialectics, the mutual impacts and processes of change which lead to development, the reasons and results which transpire between all things, phenomena, and ideas, are also all linked and interrelated. What might be viewed as a reason is also a result of one or more prior reasons, just as every result is also a reason for future results. See meaning of the methodology. Because the relationship between reason and result is objective and inevitable, we can't ignore the relationship between reason and result in our perception and practice. In reality, there is no thing, phenomenon, or idea that can exist without any underlying reason or reasons, and vice versa. There is no reason that does not lead to any result. Annotation 141. In political activity, it is important to remember that every interaction within every relationship will lead to mutual impacts which will cause change and development. In other words, everything we choose to do will be the reason for one or more results. We must be aware of unintended or unpredicted results from our activities. Reason-result relationships are very complicated and diverse. Therefore, we must accurately identify the types of reasons, direct, indirect, internal, external, etc., so that we can come up with proper solutions which are suitable for the specific situation in both perception and practice. A reason can lead to many results and, likewise, a result can be caused by many reasons, which is why we must have a comprehensive viewpoint and a historical viewpoint. See Annotation 114 in our perception of reality, so we can properly analyze, solve, and apply reason-result relationships. Annotation 142. It is critical to understand that there may be many events or relationships which might be falsely ascribed as reasons for a given result, and vice versa. For example, in 1965, the United States of America officially declared war on North Vietnam after the so-called Gulf of Tonkin incident, in which Vietnamese forces supposedly fired on a United States Navy ship in the Gulf of Tonkin. The Gulf of Tonkin incident is often described as the cause or the reason that the Vietnam War began. However, the real reason why the USA declared war on North Vietnam had to do with the underlying contradiction between capitalist imperialism and communism in Vietnam. This contradiction had to be resolved one way or another. The United States of America willfully decided to try to negate this contradiction by instigating war, and this was the true reason the war began. In fact, the so-called Gulf of Tonkin incident never even occurred as described. The attack on the USA's ship never really occurred. A document released by the Pentagon in 2005 revealed that the incident was completely fabricated. So, saying that the Gulf of Tonkin incident was the reason for the war is nonsensical, since it's an event which never even occurred in reality. Understanding the true nature of reason and result is very important for making decisions and choosing a path forward in political action. Attributing the wrong reason to a result, or misunderstanding the results which stem from a reason, can lead to serious setbacks and failures. Therefore, it is vital for revolutionaries to properly identify and understand the actual reasons and results which drive development. 3. Obviousness and randomness. A. Categories of obviousness and randomness. Annotation 143. In Vietnamese, the words for these categories are tat en hien and ngao en hien, which respectively translate to obvious and random. In socialist literature, various words have been used by different authors to convey the underlying meaning of these categories. Engels, for instance, used the terms necessary and accidental to mean obvious and random, respectively. We have chosen to use words which closely match the Vietnamese used in the original text, but the reader should be aware that these same concepts may be described using many different words in various English translations of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Ho Chi Minh, etc. The obviousness category refers to events that occur because of the essential essence and phenomenon internal aspects of the material structure of a subject. These essential internal characteristics become reasons for certain results under certain conditions. The obvious has to happen in a certain way, it can't happen any other way. Annotation 144. Obviousness can only apply to material subjects in the material world and results which are certain to happen based on the material laws of nature. Obviousness arises from the internal aspects, features, and relations of physical objects. Paper will burn under certain specific conditions, due its internal material structure. If those conditions, i.e., temperature, the presence of oxygen, etc., exist, then paper will catch fire predictably. In other words, paper will obviously burn under certain circumstances due to its internal composition. The randomness category refers to things that happen because of external reasons, things that happen, essentially, by chance, due to impacts from many external relations. A random outcome may occur or it may not occur. A random outcome could happen this way or it could happen that way. Annotation 145. As we discussed above, paper will burn if it reaches a certain temperature, that much is obvious. If your friend holds paper over the flame of the lighter, the paper will burn, that's obvious. But you can't be certain whether your friend will actually hold the paper to the flame or not. This demonstrates randomness. Whether your friend will ultimately hold the paper to the flame or not depends on an external relation which is not defined by the internal structure of the paper, and which can't be predicted with the same predictability as obvious events which are rooted in internal material aspects. B. Dialectical relationship between obviousness and randomness. Obviousness and randomness both exist objectively and play an important role in the motion and development of things and phenomena. Obviousness plays the decisive role. Annotation 146. Obviousness plays the decisive role simply because obviousness is far more predictable and the laws which govern material phenomena are essentially fixed. We can't change the laws of physics, the nature of chemical reactions, etc. Obviousness and randomness exist in dialectical unity. There is no pure obviousness, nor pure randomness. It is obvious that randomness shall occur in our universe, however obviousness clears a path through this randomness. Annotation 147. Our universe is incredibly complex and there are many different potential external relations which could impact any given situation, such that some degree of randomness is always present in any situation, In other words, the presence of randomness can be seen as obvious. In 1922, Ho Chi Minh identified objective internal characteristics of the working class of France and its colonies. He wrote, "The mutual ignorance of the two proletariats gives rise to prejudices. The French workers look upon the native as an inferior and negligible human being, incapable of understanding and still less of taking action. The natives regard all the French as wicked exploiters. Imperialism and capitalism do not fail to take advantage of this mutual suspicion and this artificial racial hierarchy to frustrate propaganda and divide forces which ought to unite." In this example, Ho Chi Minh identifies prejudice as an obvious outcome of mutual ignorance. The prejudice arises as a matter of course from internal objective aspects of the two proletarian groups. As long as French and native workers remain ignorant of one another, prejudice will arise. The specific forms which this prejudice will take, however, and their resulting impacts and developments, will be more or less random because there are many external factors, including the external impacts of the capitalist class, which seeks to take advantage of these prejudices, which can't be predicted. Therefore, it is necessary for political revolutionaries to account for both random and obvious factors in confronting such prejudice. Ho Chi Minh's suggestion for overcoming these difficulties was concise and to the point: intensify propaganda to overcome them. Only by negating the internal aspects of mutual ignorance through education and propaganda could communists hope to negate the resulting prejudice. As Engels said, one knows that what is maintained to be necessary obvious is composed of sheer accidents, and that the so-called accidental random is the form behind which necessity hides itself, and so on. 3. Obviousness and randomness are not static properties. Randomness and obviousness continuously change and develop over time. Under specific conditions, obviousness and randomness can transform into each other. Obviousness can become random and randomness can become obvious. Annotation 148. Randomness can be introduced to an obvious situation. It may be obvious that a mineshaft will collapse, until human beings come along and intervene by repairing the structural integrity of the mineshaft. It may seem random whether a city's economy will grow or shrink, until a volcano erupts and buries the city in lava and ash, making it obvious that the economy will not grow because the city no longer exists. Most situations are in a flux, as obviousness and randomness dialectically develop and change over time, with outcomes becoming more or less obvious or random over time. It is vital that we, as political revolutionaries, are able to distinguish between obviousness and randomness and to leverage this understanding to our advantage. See meaning of the methodology. Basically, in our perception and reality, we have to base our plans, strategies, and actions as much as possible on the obvious, not the random. However, we must not ignore randomness, nor try to separate the obvious from the random. When faced with situations which seem very random, we must find ways to develop obviousness. When faced with what seems obvious, we must keep an eye out for randomness. Obviousness and randomness can mutually transform, so we need to create suitable conditions to hinder or promote such transformation to suit our purposes. Annotation 149. We must always remember that no situation is purely obvious, nor purely random, and to take this into account in all of our planning and activity. A skyscraper made from heavy steel beams may seem quite sturdy and stable. It may appear obvious that the structure will remain stable and sound for decades. However, it is still important for engineers to periodically confirm that the steel is still sound through testing and observation. Engineers must also be prepared for random events like lightning, earthquakes, storms, etc., which may affect the seemingly obvious structural integrity of the building. Likewise, when faced with extremely complex situations which seem completely random, we must seek out, or bring about, the obvious. Wildfires are extremely chaotic and difficult to predict. However, firefighters can rely on certain obvious patterns and natural laws which govern the spread of fire. By digging trenches, lighting counterfires, spraying water, and other such actions, Firefighters can bring wildfires under control. This illustrates how humans are able to make situations less random by bringing about an increasing amount of obviousness over time through practical activity. 4. Content and form. A. Categories of content and form. The content category refers to the sum of all aspects, attributes, and processes that a thing, phenomenon, or idea is made from. The form category refers to the mode of existence and development of things, phenomena, and ideas. Form thus describes the system of relatively stable relationships which exist internally within things, phenomena, and ideas. Annotation 150. Content and form can be difficult to comprehend at first because the ways in which content and form manifest and interact can vary wildly depending on the subject being discussed and the viewpoint from which the subject is being considered. Content represents the component things, materials, attributes, features, etc., which, together, make up a thing, phenomenon, or idea. You can think of it as the ingredients from which a subject is made. Form refers to a stable system of internal relationships which compose a thing, phenomenon, or idea, as well as the mode of existence and development. See annotation 60 of those relations. Remember that from a dialectical materialist perspective, everything in our universe is defined by internal and external relations. If a thing, phenomenon, or idea has internal relations which are relatively stable, then it has a form. We would not call all of the assorted ingredients which are used to make a cake unless they have been assembled together and baked into the stable form which we interpret as a cake. Once a portion is removed from the cake, the portion itself assumes a new stable form which we call a slice of cake. The slice of cake will maintain its relatively stable form until being eaten, discarded, or otherwise transitioning into some other form. It is only considered a slice of cake for as long as it maintains its own specific stable form. Stability itself is also relative. A spray of water may only last for a few seconds, but we can still conceive of it as having form. On the other hand, a mountain has a set of stable internal relations, a form, which might last for millions of years. We can think of form as having two aspects, inner form and outer form. Inner form refers to the internal stable relations which we have already discussed. Outer form is how an object appears to human senses. In this book, we are primarily concerned with the inner form of subjects. However, in other contexts, such as art and design, the outer form plays a more prominent role. Now, let's identify some of the common viewpoints from which content and form might be considered. Material vs. ideal. When discussing the material, i.e., objective systems and objects for, discussion of content and form is more straightforward. Material. With material things and phenomena, the content is what the thing is made out of, the physical parts, aspects, attributes, and processes that compose the subject. For example, the content of a wooden chair might be the wood, nails, paint, and other materials which are used to create the chair. A material object can be described in terms of content, inner form, and outer form. The inner form of a material object refers to stable internal relations which compose the object. The stable relationship between the wood and the nails bind the wood together, the wood is cut in certain patterns, the paint adheres to the wood through physical and chemical bonds, etc. Stability is, again, relative. Over time, the paint will chip and flake, the wood will rot, the nails will rust, etc. Dialectical processes of change will eventually reduce the chair into something other than a chair, i.e., through rotting, burning, disassembly, etc., but as long as the internal relations maintain the form of a chair, we conceive of it as a chair. The outer form of a material object refers to the way it appears to human consciousness. Its shape, aesthetics, etc. Ideal. With the ideal, i.e., abstract ideas and concepts, discussion of content and form becomes more complicated. As Vietnam's Marxism-Leninism textbook for students who specialize in Marxism-Leninism explains, many times, Human consciousness has difficulty in trying to clearly define the content of a subject, especially when the subject is an abstract idea. We often mistake content with inner form. Usually, in this situation, there is a strong combination and intertwining between both content and form. In such a situation, the form can be referred to as the inner form, or the content form. With physical things and phenomena, this type of form usually belongs to a very specific private, it doesn't exist in any other private, it is the unique. See annotation 129. The reason the inner form of physical objects usually exists in private as the unique is because the stable internal relations of any given physical object are equivalent to the specific material components which distinguish one physical object from all other physical objects. In other words, if you have two chairs which are exact copies of each other, made from the same kind of wood, cut into the same shape, using the same type and configuration of fasteners, etc., they are still not the exact same object. The internal relations of one chair are what make it that chair and distinguish it from all other objects in the universe. The outer form of these chairs may have many commonalities, they look similar, they have the same color, etc., but the inner form is what distinguishes one chair from the other. However, within the realm of abstract ideas, there are also forms which many abstract privates share. In the context of abstract ideas, we call this kind of form the outer form, the form, or the common form. When we try to define the content of a subject which is an abstract idea, our consciousness usually tries to answer the question, what is the subject? This is usually a simple matter. Take, for example, the abstract idea of freedom. When we try to think of the content of freedom, we can answer it pretty easily. What is the subject of freedom? It is the condition which allows humans to follow their own will, it is the absence of external coercion, etc., etc. But, when we try to define the form of an abstract idea, our consciousness tries to answer the question, how is the subject? This is when we have to define the mode of existence, the form, of that subject. This is where things get more complicated. The mode of existence of an abstract idea can usually be considered to be language, since our ideas are usually expressed through language, but it can take on other modes of existence as well, such as visual media, paintings, photographs, physical motions of the human body, body language, dance, etc. This is how the field of art studies is concerned with the philosophical categories of content and form. Content and form in art. Many readers may already be familiar with the subject of content and form from studying art, design, communications, and related fields. At first glance, the definitions of content and form may seem different from what we've been discussing so far. This is because art concerns itself with abstract ideas expressed through various forms of physical representations. These physical representations may include physical objects, photographs, paintings, sculptures, performed and/or recorded physical activities, dance, music, theater, film, human language recorded in stable physical forms of written language, novels, poems, stories, or spontaneously performed oral language, storytelling, impromptu spoken word poetry. Because the study of art is primarily concerned with interpreting and understanding ideas expressed through these physical manifestations, art is concerned with the stable inner relations of the ideas which artists imbue within their works of art, much more than the stable inner relations of the physical components of the object. According to the Vietnamese art textbook Curriculum of General Aesthetics, what is the form of a work of art? Form is the way to express the content of an artwork. Form and content within a work of art have a strong unity with each other and they regulate each other. Form is the organization, the inner structure of the content of an artwork. Therefore, form is the way that the content expresses itself, and that way is described by two features. We must ask, first, what expresses the content of a work of art? Second, how is it expressed? Art exists when two conditions are met. First, there must be a subject with an outer form. Second, an artist must convey aesthetic meaning, or humanization, of that subject. This aesthetic meaning is the content. So, in studying works of art, we are less concerned with the physical content of the artwork, the canvas, paint, etc., than we are with the abstract content of the artwork, the ideas which the artist imbues within the artwork. As for form, the inner form of art represents the stable internal relations which compose the art, both ideal, i.e., the stable internal relations of the abstract ideas imbued within the art by the artist, as well as physical, i.e., the stable internal relations of the physical media of the art. The outer form of art represents how our human senses perceive the art, such as composition techniques, the use of color, etc. The chart below breaks down the differences in a general, non-artistic viewpoint of physical objects and processes in materialist dialectical terms, i.e., the viewpoint an engineer might have, as compared with the artistic viewpoint of physical objects and processes, which an art critic might have. Some fields, such as designing products for human use, might draw from both viewpoints. Content and form in specific artistic media. Every medium of art will interpret content and form in its own way. For example, literature is a specific art discipline which deals with recorded human language in the form of writing. In written literature, the content would be the ideas expressed in a piece of writing, what the words say. The inner form would be the way the ideas relate to each other, i.e., story structure, pacing, character development, etc. The outer form would be the physical format of the writing, i.e., manuscript, magazine article, paperback book, ebook, etc. Painting is a specific art discipline in which pigments are applied to objects to create images which convey ideas and emotions. In painting, the content would be the meaning which an artist embodies in a work of art. The inner form would include the stable internal relations within the artwork, i.e., the bonds and mixtures between the pigments, the canvas, etc., while the outer form would be how the artwork appears to human senses, composition, aesthetics, etc. Generally speaking, the creator of the art will have to make decisions about the inner form, i.e., selection of oil versus acrylic versus watercolor, selection of shade, tint, and hue, physical brush strokes, etc., so as to produce the desired outer form, the way the finished artwork will appear to viewers. Theater is a specific art discipline in which human beings perform physical actions and use their voices to convey ideas to an audience. In theater, the content includes the ideas which are being presented, such as the script, the musical score, the story, the performance choices of actors, costumes, props, etc. The inner form would include the stable relations between the members of the cast, the director, the physical stage, the lighting, etc., and the outer form would be the way the play appears to the audience. These are just some examples. Each medium of expression will have its own variations in how content and form are considered. Engels described the manifestation of content and form in Dialectics of Nature. The whole of organic nature is one continuous proof of the identity or inseparability of form and content. Morphological and physiological phenomena, form and function, mutually determine one another. The differentiation of form, the cell, determines differentiation of substance into muscle, skin, bone, epithelium, etc., and the differentiation of substance in turn determines difference of form. Content and form are discussed frequently in analysis of human social systems and objective relations which occur within society. For example, Marx made many critical insights into economics by analyzing and explaining the form of value. See annotation 14 under capitalism. Indeed, the entire capitalist system can be viewed in terms of content and form. The current form of human civilization is capitalism. That is to say, capitalism is the stable set of relations and characteristics of the current political economy which dominates the planet. The content of capitalism includes all the components of the base and superstructure, including the various classes, capitalists, working class, etc., the means of production, government institutions, corporate institutions, etc. All of these elements are configured together into the relatively stable form which we call capitalism. Other viewpoints of content and form. Of course, there are many other viewpoints for discussing content and form of abstract ideas. Every philosophical field will have its own unique ways of utilizing content and form analysis. One example is the concept of content and form in legal philosophy. Vietnamese legal expert Dinh Thuy Dung writes, "The law has internal and external forms. The inner form is the internal structure of the law, the relationships and the connections between the elements constituting the law. The inner form of the law is called the legal structure, which includes the constituent parts of the legal system such as the branch of law, legal institutions, and legal norms. The outer form is the manifestation, or mode of existence, of the law. In other words, the outer form of the law is how we view and understand the law, i.e., who enforces the law and what repercussions will occur if we violate the law. Based on the outer form of the law, one can know how it exists in reality, and where and to whom it applies. The external form of the law is also approached in relation to its content. According to this understanding, the content of the law includes all the elements that make up the law, while the form of the law is understood as the elements which contain or express the content. If you understand that the content of the law is the will of the state, then the legal form is the way of expressing the will of the state. There are countless other ways in which content and form can be used to analyze and understand things, phenomena, and ideas. We hope that these examples have given you a better idea of the various ways in which content and form can be used to understand the world. In general, socialist texts deal with the inner form of things, phenomena, and ideas. That is to say, the inner relations which compose the subject being considered. The outer form, how things appear to our senses, tends to be less relevant in analysis of human social systems, though it is often important in consideration of specialized fields of revolutionary activity such as aesthetics, propaganda, etc. b. Dialectical relationship between content and form. Content and form have a strong dialectical relationship with one another. There is no form that does not contain any content. Simultaneously, there is no content that does not exist in a specific form. The same content can manifest in many forms and a form can contain many contents. The relationship between content and form is a dialectical relationship in which content decides form and form can impact content. Annotation 151. For example, if you want to make a table, and all you have available are wood and nails, then that content, the wood and the nails, will determine the form the table ends up taking. You are going to end up with a wooden table, and it will therefore have to have certain characteristics of form. When content changes, the form must change accordingly. If, instead of wood, you have iron, then the table you end up building will have a much different form. Form can also influence the content, but not nearly as much as content determines form. For instance, if you have wood and nails, but you develop a technique for building a table that doesn't need any nails, then the result, a wooden table without any nails, would be an example of a development in form reflecting as a change in content. The main tendency of content is change. On the other hand, form is relatively stable in everything and phenomenon. As content changes, form must change accordingly. However, content and form are not always perfectly aligned. Annotation 152. Since all things, phenomena, and ideas are constantly changing, it stands to reason that the internal components, things, phenomena, and ideas, and their relations, which compose the content of a subject will constantly be undergoing processes of change and development. Thus, we say that the tendency of content is change. Since the form is based on the internal relations of the components of content, it stands to reason that a change in content will lead to change in form. These kinds of changes in content and form also occur through the dialectical process. Changes in quantity lead to changes in quality. See annotation 117. Quantity changes in content lead to quality shifts in form. As soon as a wooden chair is finished being built, the paint is already beginning to degrade. The wood is already beginning to rot. The iron nails are already beginning to rust. These changes may be imperceptibly slow, they may even take centuries to occur, if the chair is kept in a hospitable environment, but the changes are occurring, quantitatively, over time, nonetheless. Eventually, changes in quantity will lead to changes in quality. At some point, the chair might weaken and begin to wobble whenever it's sat in. Human beings might recognize this quality and begin to think of it as a wobbly chair. The chair might degrade to the point where it can't be safely used at all, in which case it will have quality shifted into a broken chair. If the chair is repaired, that would represent another quality shift. If it is used for firewood, that would be another quality shift. Keep in mind that changes in form do not directly cause changes in content. If you disassemble a wooden chair into the constituent wood and nails, the wood and nails remain more or less unchanged. But if you burn a wooden chair, it's the change in content which leads to the change in form from chair to pile of ash. Form simply represents the stable relationships between the component parts of the subject's content. The only way to change form is to change those inner relations, or to change the components which are relating. There is no way to change form without changing the content, and changing the content changes the form by definition. Content determines form, but form is not fully decided by content, and form can impact back on content. If a form is suitable with its content, it can improve the development of its content. If a form is not suitable with its content, it can constrain the development of its content. Annotation 153. The dialectical relationship between content and form is somewhat similar to the dialectical relationship between the material and the ideal. See dialectical materialist opinions about matter, consciousness, and the relationship between matter and consciousness. Just as the material world determines consciousness while consciousness impacts the material world, the content of a subject determines the form while the form impacts the content. Suitability describes the applicability of a subject for a specific application or role. Whether or not something is suitable or not can be highly subjective, i.e., which music would be suitable to play at a party, or it can be more objective, i.e., what kind of batteries to use with an electronic device. We might say that hardwood is suitable content for the form of a chair because it is durable, strong, relatively inexpensive, and long-lasting. It might be unsuitable to have a chair made of hardwood if it is to be used as an office chair, because the hard surfaces might cause strain and discomfort. However, we can utilize conscious activity to adjust and develop suitability between content and form. Changing the content by adding cushioning or padding might make the content and form more suitable with each other. Similarly, changing the form by designing contours and adding adjustability to the chair might make the content and form more suitable with each other for their intended application as an office chair. If a form is not suitable with the content, it restrains the development of the content. Just think of a shovel, form, made of wood, content, which will degrade very rapidly over time, versus a shovel, form, made of steel, content, which will last much longer. This works in both directions. Consider the content of drinking cups. A porcelain cup might last for a long time and even develop positively over time, by acquiring a desirable patina, while a cup made out of mild steel would not be desirable, as it would be highly prone to rust from extended use containing liquids. See meaning of the methodology. Content and form always have a dialectical relationship with each other. Therefore, in our perception and practice, we must not try to separate content and form, nor should we solely focus on one and ignore the other. Because content determines form, whenever we are considering a thing, phenomenon, or idea, we must base our consideration first on its content. If we want to change a thing or phenomenon, we have to change its content first. In reality, we must promote the positive impact of form on content by making the form fit the content. Likewise, we must also change the form that is no longer suitable with its content and therefore constrains the development of its content. Annotation 154. In any analysis, it is very important that we carefully consider whether or not content and form are suitable with each other in our own projects and activities. We can learn a lot about suitability from observation and practice, see cognitive theory of dialectical materialism, and improve suitability through conscious activity. Marx believed that it is vital to consider content and form when analyzing human society and political economy. One of his core critiques of political economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo was a failure to consider content and form when it comes to value, commodities, and money. He discusses this extensively in Capital Volume 1, as in this excerpt, the value form, whose fully developed shape is the money form, is very elementary and simple. Nevertheless, the human mind has for more than 2,000 years sought in vain to get to the bottom of it all, whilst on the other hand, to the successful analysis of much more composite and complex forms, there has been at least an approximation. Why? Because the body, as an organic whole, is more easy of study than are the cells of that body. In the analysis of economic forms, moreover, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both. Marx, here, is saying that studying the economy is more difficult than studying the human body because it can't be physically observed and dissected. Rather, we have to rely on abstraction, which leaves us prone to making many more mistakes in analyzing content and form. But in bourgeois society, the commodity form of the product of labor, or value form of the commodity, is the economic cell form. To the superficial observer, the analysis of these forms seems to turn upon minutiae. It does in fact deal with minutiae, but they are of the same order as those dealt with in microscopic anatomy. Marx's analysis of capitalism relies to great extent upon recognizing the commodity form of the product, content, of labor. Labor existed long before capitalism. Labor has existed for as long as humans have worked to change our own material conditions. But under capitalism, labor specifically takes on the form of a commodity which is bought by capitalists. This becomes the basis for Marx's entire critique of capitalism. Obviously, there is much more to Marx's use of content and form in analyzing capitalism and human society, but this should hopefully give you some idea of the importance of content and form in analysis of human society and revolutionary activity. 5. Essence and phenomenon. A. Categories of essence and phenomenon. The essence category refers to the synthesis of all the internal aspects as well as the obvious and stable relations that define the existence, motion, and development of things, phenomena, and ideas. The phenomenon category refers to the external manifestation of those internal aspects and relations in specific conditions. Annotation 155. Understanding essence and phenomena can be challenging at first, but it is very important for materialist dialectical analysis. Essence should not be confused with form. Form represents the stable internal relations of the component content of a subject, whereas essence represents the synthesis of all internal aspects as well as all obvious and stable attributes which define the existence, motion, and development of a subject. Phenomena are simply external manifestations of a subject which occur in specific conditions. The essence of a subject is not dependent on conditions, whereas in different conditions, the same subject will exhibit different phenomena. For example, COVID-19 is, essentially, a specific virus strain. That is to say, all of the internal aspects and stable relations that define the existence, motion, and development of COVID-19 are synthesized as a virus which we call COVID-19. The phenomena of COVID-19 which we can observe in patients would include symptoms such as fever, coughing, trouble breathing, etc. The essence of a cloud is water vapor in the atmosphere, that is the synthesis, the coming together, of all the internal stable relations and aspects which will determine how a cloud exists, moves, and develops over time. The phenomena of clouds are all the things we can sense, the appearance of big fluffy white things in the air, shadows on the ground, and, sometimes, rain. Essence defines phenomenon, the internal attributes and stable relations will produce the phenomena which we can observe. A cloud is not essentially defined as a fluffy white thing in the air, that is just the appearance a cloud has to our human senses in certain specific conditions. b. Dialectical relationship between essence and phenomenon. Essence and phenomenon both exist objectively as two unified but opposing sides. The unity between essence and phenomenon, essence always manifests through phenomena, and every phenomenon is always the manifestation of a specific essence. There is no pure essence that exists separately from phenomena, and there is no phenomenon that does not manifest from any kind of essence. When essence changes, phenomena also change accordingly. When essence appears, phenomena also appear, and when essence disappears, phenomena also disappear. Therefore, Lenin said, the essence appears. The appearance is essential. 5. The opposition of essence and phenomenon. Essence is that which defines a thing, phenomenon, or idea, while phenomena are diversified and conditional. Essence is internal, while phenomena are external. Essence is relatively stable, while phenomena continuously change. Annotation 156. Essence and phenomenon are simultaneously unified and opposite because neither can exist without the other, yet they have completely opposite features from one another. Discussing the essence and phenomena of physical objects is relatively straightforward. The essence will typically encompass the physical object or system itself. For example, a car engine is essentially a machine, that is to say, the synthesis of all the internal aspects, the engine parts, as well as the obvious and stable relations, the relations between the parts of the engine, how they are assembled and work together in the engine system, that define the existence, motion, and development of the engine, the way it works, are what essentially make it a car engine. All of these essential characteristics are internal, relatively stable, and remain the same regardless of the condition of the engine, i.e., they continue to exist whether the engine is turned on, turned off, inoperable, etc. The phenomena of the car engine are all the things that we can sense from it, but this can vary a great deal depending on conditions. When the car engine is turned off, it will be silent. It may be cool to the touch. It will be at rest. If the engine is turned on, the parts will move, it will become hot, it will make noise. In some situations it might smoke or even catch on fire. All of these phenomena are conditional, unstable, and external to the engine itself. With ideas and abstract thought, essence and phenomenon becomes more difficult to determine and analyze. Lenin discussed this in his philosophical notebooks, beginning with a quote from Hegel, "Dialectics in general is the pure movement of thought in notions, i.e., putting it without the mysticism of idealism, human concepts are not fixed but are eternally in movement, they pass into one another, they flow into one another, otherwise they do not reflect living life." Knowing that Hegel was an idealist, Lenin wanted to strip all idealism from his conception of dialectics, and thus made it clear that the pure movement of thought simply refers to the fact that human thoughts are constantly changing, always in motion, within the living human mind. Writing, the analysis of concepts, the study of them, the art of operating with them, Engels, always demands study of the movement of concepts, of their interconnection, of their mutual transitions. This is a description of materialist dialectical analysis of human thought. We must understand that human thoughts are always in motion, always developing, and always mutually impacting other thoughts. In particular, dialectics is the study of the opposition of the thing in itself, of the essence, substratum, substance, from the appearance, from being for others. Here, too, we see a transition, a flow from the one to the other, the essence appears. The appearance is essential. Human thought goes endlessly deeper from appearance to essence, from essence of the first order, as it were, to essence of the second order, and so on without end. This is where Lenin introduces the concept of essence and phenomenon, or appearance, as Lenin puts it, as simultaneously oppositional and in unity. Essence refers to the qualities and nature of the thing in itself, its internal components, relations, etc., while phenomena represents being for others, that which external observers can sense or witness of a subject. However, as Lenin notes, essence and phenomena have a dialectical relationship with each other, a flow from the one to the other. The essence appears by exuding phenomena which we can sense. Conscious thoughts also have essence and phenomena of their own. With thought, the development from essence to phenomena is constant and inevitable. The essence of each thought leads to thought phenomena which develop in turn into the essence of new thoughts in a constant flow. In this sense, essence and phenomenon of abstract thought is somewhat different from essence and phenomenon of physical objects, but physical objects can have the same dialectical pattern of development. For example, the emissions from the engine of a car can be considered phenomena of the engine, but as these phenomena build up in the air, along with the emissions from many other cars, they can develop into a physical subject with a new essence of its own, which we call air pollution. We can also think of the light which comes from the sun. The light itself can be thought of as phenomena of the sun, but the light energy can be captured by a solar panel and converted into energy, creating a new subject with its own essence which we would describe as solar energy. In this sense, it is possible for phenomena to have phenomena. If you witness light waves in the desert which cause an optical illusion, then the illusion is a phenomenon of the light waves, the light waves being the essence which exuded the phenomenon of illusion, and the light waves are the phenomena of the sun, the essential subject which exudes the phenomena of the light waves. Essence and phenomena can also be contextual. In some contexts, physical objects which have their own essence and phenomena may be the phenomena of some other entity. For example, archaeologists can't observe prehistoric civilizations directly. They can only study the things which are left behind. In this sense, we can think of an archaeological artifact, like a stone tool, as a phenomenon of a prehistoric civilization. The tool has its own essence and phenomena, but it is also itself a phenomenon. A single stone tool can't tell archaeologists much about an ancient civilization. However, archaeologists can gather many phenomena, tools, structural ruins, nearby animal bones and seeds, human remains, etc., to look for patterns which reveal more insights about the essence of the prehistoric civilization which exuded those phenomena. Dialectics in the proper sense is the study of contradiction in the very essence of objects. Not only are appearances transitory, mobile, fluid, demarcated only by conventional boundaries, but the essence of things is so as well. Lenin, here, points out that proper analysis hinges on understanding the essence of a subject, since the phenomena are fleeting and subject to change. Most notably, we should look for contradictions within the subject. See definition of contradiction and common characteristics of contradiction, because contradictions are what drive dialectical development of a subject over time. See meaning of the methodology. If we want to be accurately aware of things, phenomena, and ideas, we must not just stop at studying their phenomena, we have to study their essence. Only through examining many phenomena of a subject can we fully and correctly understand the essence of said subject. Annotation 157. With physical objects, we must study the phenomena to know anything about a subject, since phenomena is, by definition, that which we can observe. Only through systematic, repeated observations can we come to understand the essence of the object which exudes the phenomena. Because phenomena can change based on conditions, we must observe phenomena under various conditions in a systematic way. This is the basis of all scientific inquiry. This is also true for analyzing aspects of human society. To understand a social system, we must observe its phenomena systematically over time and look for patterns which form under various conditions. We must also keep in mind that social systems develop and change over time, and so the essence might develop with or without changes in certain phenomena. For example, the phenomena of the United States of America have changed significantly over the years. The national flag, military uniforms, seals, and other iconography have changed throughout the history of the USA. Similarly, there have been many presidents, and the government and constitution have also been through many changes. That said, the essential nature of the USA's political economy has not changed significantly since its foundation. The USA has been a capitalist bourgeois democracy since the beginning and remains so to this day. Regardless of which bourgeois-dominated political party holds power in the White House and Congress, Whig, Republican, Democrat, or otherwise, the essential nature of the USA as a capitalist bourgeois democracy has remained the same. According to Lenin, human thought goes endlessly deeper from appearance to essence, from essence of the first order, as it were, to essence of the second order, and so on, without end. 6. On the other hand, essence is what defines a thing, phenomenon, or idea. Therefore, in our perception and practice, we must recognize a thing, phenomenon, or idea based on its essence, not its phenomena, to evaluate it correctly, and after that, we can make fundamental improvements. Annotation 158. For example, thousands of years ago, people observed that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west every day. Based on these phenomena, many human civilizations developed the belief that the essence of our solar system was that the Earth was the center of the universe and the sun rotated around it. Today, thanks to scientific observation and practice, we have proven that the sun is the center of the solar system and that the Earth is rotating around it, which is totally opposite to what many believed hundreds of years ago. In this case, the initially observed phenomena were misleading, and it was only by getting a better grasp of the essential nature of the solar system that we could better comprehend its functioning. It is usually easy to observe phenomena, since they are defined by being observable, but it's also easy to misunderstand relationships between essence and phenomena. Sometimes people get a false perception of essence from real phenomena, such as believing the sun revolves around the earth. Sometimes people attribute the wrong phenomena to essences as well, such as believing that all poor people are lazy. Phenomena can easily be mistaken for essence. For example, bourgeois liberal political parties often portray themselves as being pro-worker and therefore exhibit phenomena such as rhetoric, slogans, propaganda, and even platform positions which appeal to workers. These phenomena may confuse many into believing that they are workers' parties when, in reality, they are essentially dominated by the capitalist class. The reverse can also occur. For example, workers may be fooled into believing that a ruthless capitalist politician or celebrity is working class at heart, falsely believing that the capitalist's class position is merely a phenomenon when in fact it is essential. Understanding true essence based on real phenomena is one of the most important aspects of analysis. It is the primary realm of science. In politics, misunderstanding or mischaracterizing essence and phenomena can reinforce false beliefs about the way society works, which can lead to promulgation of dangerous and reactionary ideologies like neoliberalism and fascism amidst the working class. For this reason, we must avoid examining phenomena alone. We have to dive deep to discover and understand the essential nature of things, phenomena, and ideas in our analysis. 6. Possibility and reality. A. Categories of possibility and reality. The possibility category refers to things that have not happened nor existed in reality yet, but that would happen, or would exist given necessary conditions. The reality category refers to things that exist or have existed in reality and in human thought. B. Dialectical relationship between possibility and reality. Possibility and reality have a unified and inseparable relationship. Possibility can transform into reality and reality contains new possibility. Any given possibility, under specific conditions, can transform into reality. Given specific conditions, there could be one or many possibilities for the development of any given thing, phenomenon, or idea: practical possibility, random possibility, obvious possibility, abstract possibility, near possibility, far possibility, etc. Annotation 159. Excerpt from Marxism-Leninism textbook of students who specialize in Marxism-Leninism. Editor's notes in brackets. Reality has many aspects. It also has many tendencies of development. These aspects and tendencies of reality have different roles and positions in the development process of reality. For example, manifesting any given possibility into reality requires us to change a specific subject from one status to a different status. Some subjects are easier to transform and others are more difficult to transform. Some require us to change quality, others only require quantity changes. See annotation 117. Because reality has many aspects and tendencies of development, it is useful to classify possibility. There are at least 4 types of possibility, in 2 separate categories. The categorization below draws a distinction between the obvious and the practical. The obvious is that which will certainly occur. If you drop an object, it will obviously fall. The practical is that which we certainly could make occur through human will. If you are holding an object, you could practically drop it. Obvious possibility and random possibility. See, obviousness and randomness. Obvious possibility refers to possibility that will happen, because conditions to make it happen are set in place so that the possibility developing into reality is unavoidable. If the conditions arise for a hurricane to form, it eventually becomes obvious that a hurricane will form. Random possibility is possibility which may or may not happen depending on how external factors develop, our actions, the actions of others, etc. Whether or not a hurricane may develop on any given day is, from our human perspective, random, since we do not have any technology to cause or prevent the development of hurricanes. Other events may be more or less random. We can, for instance, prepare for an incoming hurricane to minimize the risk of harm to human communities. Second, based on the practical relationships between subjects, we have practical possibility vs. abstract possibility. Practical possibility means that conditions in reality which could make something happen are already in place. If you have all the ingredients, knowledge, and equipment needed to make a pie, you could make a pie. The material conditions are in place. Abstract possibility is possibility which may become reality in the future, but the conditions which would make this possibility become reality have not yet developed. It is an abstract possibility that you could make a pie, even if you don't have the tools, ingredients, or knowledge. It is possible, in the abstract, that you could buy the ingredients and equipment and learn the necessary skills to make a pie. Near possibility simply refers to possibility which may become reality in the shorter term. Far possibility refers to things which may happen in a more distant future, relative to the subject being discussed. In social life, in order to transform a possibility into reality, there must be objective conditions and subjective factors. Subjective factors include the ability of humans to change possibility into reality. Objective conditions refer to the situations needed to make such a change occur. In other words, humans are able to subjectively change possibility into reality, but only when the objective circumstances exist in the external world. See meaning of the methodology. We must base our perception and practice on reality. Lenin said, Marxism takes its stand on the facts, and not on possibilities. A Marxist must, as the foundation of his policy, put forth only precisely and unquestionably demonstrated facts. 7. However, in our perception and practice, we also need to comprehensively recognize possibilities which could arise from reality. This will allow us to develop methods of practical operation which are suitable to changes and developments which might occur. We must actively make use of subjective factors in perception and practice to turn possibility into reality whenever it would serve our purposes. Annotation 160. This idea is perhaps best exemplified in the traditional Vietnamese proverb, you can't just open your mouth and wait for fruit to drop into your mouth. We have to actively apply our will, through practice and labor, to develop the best possibilities into manifested reality. See more about subjective factors in annotation 207. 4 basic laws of materialist dialectics. Laws are the regular, common, obvious, natural, and objective relations between internal aspects, factors, and attributes of a thing or phenomenon, or between things and phenomena. There are many types of laws in this world and they all have different prevalence, reach, characteristics, and roles in regard to the motion and development processes of things and phenomena in nature, society, and human thought. So, it is necessary to classify different laws for humans to understand and apply them effectively into practical activities. Classifying laws based on prevalence, we have private laws, common laws, and universal laws. See private and common. Private laws are laws that only apply to a specific range of things and phenomena. For example, laws of mechanical motion, laws of chemical motion, laws of biological motion, etc. Common laws are laws that apply to a broader range of subjects than private laws, and they impact many different subjects. For instance, the law of preservation of mass, the law of preservation of energy, etc. Universal laws are laws that impact every aspect of nature, society, and human thought. Materialist dialectics is the study of these universal laws. If we classify laws based on the reach of impact, we will have three main groups: laws of nature, laws of society, and laws of human thought. Laws of nature are laws that arise in the natural world, including within the human body. They are not products of human conscious activities. Laws of society are the laws of human activity in social relations. These laws only apply to the conscious activities of humans, yet they are still objective. Annotation 161. We have already discussed how relations between human beings are objective. See Annotation 108. By extension, the human relations which compose human societies are objective, and thus, any laws which govern objective human relations must also be objective. Marx's assertion that human social relations are objective is critical to understanding his work. Marx pointed out that social relations may not be physical, in the sense that they can't be observed directly with human senses, but that they still have an objective character. They exist externally to a given subject, and they have objective impacts on reality. For instance, the class relations between the capitalist class and the working class result in objective manifestations in reality, such as wealth accumulation, modes of circulation, etc. Laws of human thought are laws of the intrinsic relationships between concepts, categories, judgments, inference, and the development process of human rational awareness. As the science of common relations and development, materialist dialectics studies the universal laws that influence the entire natural world, human society, and human thought, all together as a whole. These universal laws are: the law of transformation between quantity and quality, the law of unification and contradiction between opposites, the law of negation. Annotation 162. Each of these laws is considered universal because they apply to all things, phenomena, and ideas, and all the internal and external relations thereof, in human perception and practice. All things, phenomena, and ideas change and develop as a result of mutual impacts and relationships in accordance with these universal laws. On a fundamental level, materialist dialectics is the study of these universal laws and their utility. One law of transformation between quantity and quality. The law of transformation between quantity and quality is a universal law which concerns the universal mode of motion and development processes of nature, society, and human thought. Annotation 163. Remember that mode refers to how something exists, functions, and develops. See Annotation 60. The universal mode of motion and development processes thus refers to how all things, ideas, and phenomena move, change, and develop. Friedrich Engels defined the law of transformation between quantity and quality in Dialectics of Nature, the law of the transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa. For our purpose, we could express this by saying that in nature, in a manner exactly fixed for each individual case, qualitative changes can only occur by the quantitative addition or subtraction of matter or motion, so-called energy. In other words, quantitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas lead to quality shifts. The universal mode of motion and development processes follows the law of transformation between quantity and quality, which states: Qualitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas arise from the inevitable basis of the quantitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas, and, vice versa, quantitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas arise from the inevitable basis of qualitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas. Annotation 164. Put simply, quantity changes develop into quality changes, and quality changes lead to quantity changes. See annotation 117. We say that these changes to quantity and quality occur on the inevitable basis of one another because quality changes always, invariably, arise from quantity changes, and, likewise, quantity changes always, invariably, arise from quality changes. Just as quantity shifts lead to quality shifts, it is also true that quality shifts lead to quantity shifts. For example, if you have 11 donuts, then add 1 donut, you now have 1 dozen donuts. If you add 12 more donuts, you would then have 2 dozen. Another example of quality shift leading to quantity shift would be a pond filling with rainwater. Once enough drops of water collect and the pond is considered full, that is to say, once it is considered to be a pond of water, we will no longer think of the pond in terms of drops. We would think of the pond as filled, overfilled, underfilled, etc. Note that both of these examples are related to our human perceptions and understanding of the material world. The material world does not change based on our perceptions, nor how we classify the quantity or quality of a given subject. There are also objective aspects related to quality shifts leading to quantity shifts. For example, if we adjust the quantity of the temperature of a sheet of paper to the point of burning, and the paper burns, then the quantity of paper would be reduced from 1 sheet to 0 sheets. In other words, the quality shift arising from temperature quantity increase, i.e., the paper burning into ash, results in a quantity shift in how many pieces of paper exist, from 1 sheet to 0 sheets. However, even this is ultimately a subjective assessment rooted in human consciousness, since we subjectively think in terms of sheets of paper, and the concept of a sheet of paper is essentially a classification rooted in human consciousness. It is merely an abstract way of perceiving and considering the quantity and quality of the material subject which we think of as paper. The law of transformation between quantity and quality is an inevitable, objective, and universal relationship that repeats in every motion and development process of all things, phenomena, and ideas in nature, human society, and human thought. A. Definitions of quantity and quality. Definition of quality. Quality refers to the organic unity which exists amongst the component parts of a thing, phenomenon, or idea that distinguishes it from other things, phenomena, and ideas. Annotation 165. Note, we have already given basic definitions of quantity and quality in annotation 117. What follows are more comprehensive philosophical definitions of quality and quantity. Our world exists as one continuity of matter. All things and phenomena in our universe exist essentially as one unified system, namely, the entity which we call the universe. This unified nature of existence is extremely difficult for human beings to comprehend. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel pointed out that, in this sense, the unity of pure being is indistinguishable from nothingness. In Science of Logic, Hegel noted that if we try to comprehend pure material existence, as a whole, without distinguishing any component thing or phenomenon from any other, then all is incomprehensible. Human consciousness needs to delineate and distinguish the component parts of this unified system from each other in order to make sense of it all. Pure light and pure darkness are two voids which are the same thing. Something can be distinguished only in determinate light or darkness. For this reason, it is only darkened light and illuminated darkness which have within themselves the moment of difference and are, therefore, determinate being. The human mind has evolved to perceive various things, phenomena, and ideas as differentiated. Quality is the basis on which we perceive subjects as distinct from one another. Everything, phenomenon, and idea is composed of internal components and relations. The unity of these internal components and relations is what we refer to as quality. For example, a human being's quality refers to the unity of all the internal components and relationships of which the human being is composed, i.e., the cells, organs, blood, etc., as well as the thoughts, memories, etc., which make the human, in unity. Quality is also a subjective phenomenon, a reflection of the material world in human consciousness. See annotation 68. Therefore we may conceive of various qualities for the same subject. We can think of 12 donuts as a box of donuts, a dozen donuts, or as 12 individual donuts. We could consider a building as one apartment building or 40 apartments, depending on the viewpoint of analysis. So, objective and inherent attributes form the quality of things, phenomena, and ideas, but we must not confuse quality and attribute with one another. Everything, phenomenon, and idea has both fundamental and non-fundamental attributes. Only fundamental attributes constitute the quality of things, phenomena, and ideas. When the fundamental attributes change, the quality also changes. The distinction between fundamental and non-fundamental attributes of things, phenomena, and ideas must depend on the purpose of the analysis. The same attribute may be fundamental when analyzing with one purpose but non-fundamental when analyzing with another purpose. Annotation 166. Whether or not an attribute is considered fundamental depends entirely on conscious perspective. For example, one baker may consider chocolate chips to be fundamental for baking cookies while another baker may not. This subjective characteristic of what might be considered fundamental or not is reflected in how we consider quality. If you are trying to determine how much water you need to fill a swimming pool, you may think of a pool in terms of size, i.e., this is an Olympic-sized pool, but if you just want to go for a swim, you are likely to just think in terms of the water level, i.e., the pool is empty, we can't swim. If you are planning the construction of a school and want to know how many classrooms it will need, you might think in terms of classrooms of students. But if you are considering funding for a school year, you might consider the total number of students. The quality of a thing, phenomenon, or idea is determined by the qualities of its component parts. Annotation 167. Qualities are composed of qualities, combined, in unity. A swimming pool may consist of a certain amount of concrete in a specific configuration combined with 5,000 gallons of water. A car may be composed of a body, an engine, 4 tires, etc. Each individual component exists as a quality, a unity of component attributes, in and of itself. Quality is also determined by the structures and connections between component parts which manifest in specific relations. Therefore, distinction between fundamental and non-fundamental attributes is also relative. Annotation 168. It's not just the component parts of a subject which define its quality, but also the relations of those component parts. For instance, a quantity of wood and nails configured in one set of structural relations may have the quality of a chair, whereas the same component parts arranged with different structures and relations may have the quality of a table. In this sense, quality can be thought of as a synthesis of the content and form. See content and form of a thing, phenomenon, or idea from a certain perspective. For example, if we see 2 shoes, we may think of each shoe as an individual qualitative object, 2 shoes. On the other hand, we may think of the shoes, together, as a single qualitative object in terms of its utility and in terms of synthesis of content and form, a pair of shoes, so much so that if one shoe is lost then the remaining shoe is considered useless and discarded as trash. Because there are countless ways in which quality, the configuration and relations and composition of constituent parts of any given subject, can manifest, we must recognize that quality itself, based on the distinction between fundamental and non-fundamental attributes, is a relative and subjective phenomenon of human consciousness. Any given subject will have multiple qualities, depending on the relations which exist between and within that subject and other subjects. Annotation 169. Anything, phenomenon, or idea may be perceived from various different perspectives which would cause us to consider it as having different qualities. A single shoe may be considered as a shoe, 3 pounds of leather, half of a pair, etc., depending on its internal and external relations and the perspective of the person considering the shoe. We can't consider things, phenomena, and ideas apart from quality. Quality exhibits a subject's relative stability. Annotation 170. Remember that quality is the way in which the human mind conceives of the world as a collection of distinct things, phenomena, and ideas. These perceptions of quality are purely relative, but they are important, because they are what allow us to develop an understanding of the complicated system of things, phenomena, and ideas which make up our universe. In our perception, quality represents the relative stability of a thing, phenomenon, or idea which makes it a subject that we can consider and analyze in and of itself. Understanding how we distinguish between different subjects is crucial in developing a scientific understanding of the world which is rooted in observation and practice. Definition of quantity. Quantity refers to the amount or extent of specific attributes of a thing, phenomenon, or idea, including but not limited to the amount of component parts, scale or size, speed or rhythm of motion. A thing, phenomenon, or idea can have many quantities, with each quantity determined by different criteria. i.e., a car may be measured by many criteria of quantity, such as length in meters, weight in kilograms, speed in kilometers per hour, etc. Quality and quantity embody two different aspects of the same subject. Both quality and quantity exist objectively, see annotation 108. However, the distinction between quality and quantity in the process of perceiving things, phenomena, and ideas has only relative significance. An attribute may be considered quantity from one perspective but quality from another perspective. Annotation 171. If you are filling a box with a dozen donuts, then once you add the 12th donut, 1 dozen may represent the quality which you seek. From the perspective of a customer buying donuts for a party, dozen may represent the quantity. In other words, you need to make an order, quality, of 3 dozen donuts, quantity. And the manager of the store, at the end of the day, may tally 20 orders, quantity, as the day's sales goal, quality. Quantity and quality, therefore, are both considered relatively, based on perspective and the purpose of analysis at hand. b. Dialectical relationship between quantity and quality. Everything, phenomenon, and idea exists as a unity of two aspects, quality and quantity. Quantity and quality do not exist separate from one another. Quantity and quality dialectically and mutually impact one another. Changes in quantity lead to changes in quality. However, not every change in quantity will cause a change in quality. Annotation 172. In order for quantity change to lead to quality change, a certain amount must be met. This amount is called the threshold, which is explained further below in this section. A threshold may be exact and known, i.e., it takes exactly 12 donuts to make a dozen donuts, or it may be relative and unknown, i.e., a certain quantity of air inflated into a balloon may cause it to burst, but the exact, specific quantity of air may be relative to other factors such as air temperature and may be unknown to the observer until the balloon actually bursts. With any given subject, there will be a range of quantity changes which can accumulate without leading to change in quality. This range is called the quantity range. Quantity range is defined as a relationship between quantity and quality, the range of intervals in which the change in quantity does not substantially change the quality of a given subject. Within the limits of a quantity range, the subject retains the same quality. Annotation 173. The quantity range is a range of quantities between quality shifts. Quantity range can be thought of as the range of quantities which exists between thresholds. For instance, between the qualities of 1 donut and 1 dozen donuts, there is a quantity range of 10 donuts, 2 donuts through 11 donuts, which can be added before the quality shifts to 12 donuts. You can keep adding additional donuts, up to the quantity of 11 donuts, without reaching the threshold of quality shift to 12 donuts. This is the quantity range between the qualities of donut and 12 donuts. Again, the quantity range is relative to the perspective and the nature of analysis. One person may only be concerned with dozens of donuts, while another may consider the quality of half dozens, which would consider a quality shift to 1/2 dozen donuts to occur once the sixth donut, quantity, is added. Motion and change usually begins with a change in quantity. When changes in quantity reach a certain amount, quality will also change. The amount, or degree, of quantity change at which quality change occurs is called the threshold. Annotation 174. Note that the threshold is an approximate range. At a certain quantity, a glass may be considered half full, and at another certain quantity, after passing the threshold, the glass will be considered full, though there may be a wide range of quantities at which the glass would be considered to have the quality of being full, depending on perspective and purpose of analysis. When quantity change meets a threshold, within necessary and specific conditions, quality will change. This change in quality, which takes place in the motion and development process of things, phenomena, and ideas, is called a quality shift. A quality shift occurs when a quantity changes beyond a threshold, leading to a change in quality. Quality shifts inevitably occur as transformations in the development processes of things, phenomena, and ideas. Qualitative changes can be expressed or manifested through many forms of quality shifts, which are determined by the contradictions, characteristics, and conditions of a given subject, including such characteristics as fast or slow, big or small, partial or entire, spontaneous or intentional. Annotation 175. Quality shifts are inevitable because there is no thing, phenomenon, nor idea which can exist statically, forever, without ever undergoing change. Eventually, any given subject will undergo quality shifts, even if such transformation may take millions of years to occur. Quality shifts can take various forms, depending on the nature of internal and external relationships, contradictions, and mutual impacts. For instance, a river may dry up or it may flood depending on internal and external relations and characteristics, but it will not simply flow at the same level forever without ever undergoing any quality shifts. The rate and degree of quality shifts can vary considerably based on such internal and external factors, and may be spontaneous, that is to say, without human intervention, or may be the result of the intentional, conscious action of human beings. Quality shifts mark the end of one motion period and the start of a new motion period. Annotation 176. Anatomy of development. The quantity range, A, refers to the range of quantities between two qualities in the process of development. The quality shift, B, refers to the point at which quantity accumulates to the point of changing the quality of the developing subject. The period of motion, C, includes both the quantity range and the quality shifts themselves. Period of motion refers to the development which occurs between two quality shifts, including the quality shifts themselves. Period of motion differs from quantity range because quantity range only includes the range of quantity change which can occur between quality shifts, without including the quality shifts themselves. For example, a period of motion for a cup filling with water from a half cup would include all of the change which occurs from the cup being half full to the cup becoming entirely full. The quantity range of this same process would only include the quantities of water that stand between half full and full, where the cup is neither considered to be half full or full but somewhere in between, i.e., between quality shifts. Quality shift represents discontinuity within the continuous development process of things and phenomena. In the material world, all things, phenomena, and ideas are constantly undergoing continuous sequences of quantitative changes leading to quality shifts, creating an endless line of nodes, showing how all things, phenomena, and ideas move and develop to increasingly advanced degrees. See the illustration here for a visualization of this endless line of nodes. As Friedrich Engels summarized, merely quantitative changes beyond a certain point pass into qualitative differences. 1. Annotation 177. Processes of change and development in our universe are continuously ongoing. Whenever a quality shift occurs, it represents a brief discontinuity in the sense that we perceive a definite and distinct transformation from one thing, phenomenon, or idea into another. In other words, we can distinguish between the mode of existence of the thing, phenomenon, or idea before and after the quality shift. Take, for example, the lifespan of a house. A human being could easily distinguish between the empty land which exists before the house is built, the construction site which exists as it's being built, and the house itself once construction is completed. In reality, this process of change is continuous, but to our human perception, each quality shift represents a definite and distinct period of change and discontinuity in terms of our perception of the thing which is the house. This is related to the historic perspective of things, phenomena, and ideas, in which we recognize the continuity of existence between different stages of development of things, phenomena, and ideas. See annotation 201. When a quality shift occurs, there is an impact on the quantity. Quality impacts quantity in a number of ways, including but not limited to changing the structure, scale, or level of the subject, changing the rhythm or speed of the motion and development of the subject. In summary, dialectical unity between quantity and quality exists in everything, phenomenon, and idea. A gradual quantitative change through the quantity range will eventually meet the threshold, which will inevitably lead to a qualitative change through quality shift. Simultaneously, the new quality will mutually impact the quantity, causing new quantitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas. This process takes place continuously, forming the fundamental and universal mode of movement and development processes of all things, phenomena, and ideas. Annotation 178. Transformation between quantity and quality is the mode of movement and development of all things, phenomena, and ideas, because it reflects the way in which human consciousness perceives movement and development. So, it is important to understand that there is no material manifestation of quantity and quality. They are simply mental constructs which reflect the ways in which we observe and understand change, motion, and development of things, phenomena, and ideas. Transformation processes in the material world are fully fluid and continuous, but our consciousness perceives change in stages of development. Quality simply reflects how we distinguish one subject from another subject, as well as how we recognize the transformation process, and stages of development, of a single subject over time. There is no specific point, metaphysically distinct point at which a puppy becomes an adult dog, but human beings will distinguish between a puppy and an adult dog, or recognize at a certain point that a puppy has become an adult dog, based on observation of quality. Quality refers to the differences which are distinguished in human consciousness between one subject and another, or changes in a subject's form over time. There is no metaphysically distinct point at which a puppy becomes an adult dog, but human beings will distinguish between a puppy and an adult dog, or recognize at a certain point that a puppy has become an adult dog, based on observation of quality. We create categories which reflect quality to organize and systematically understand the world around us, and to distinguish between different subjects, and to distinguish between different stages of development of a given subject. We can also distinguish differences of quality between different subjects. We can distinguish a cat from a dog, and we can distinguish one dog from another dog. These distinguishing attributes constitute differences in quality. Note that this conception of differentiation of things, phenomena, and ideas into qualities which constantly change and develop over time is fundamentally distinct from metaphysical categorization, which seeks to divide all things, phenomena, and ideas into static, perpetually unchanging categories. See annotation 8. Distinction within the human mind is reflected in the concept of quantity and quality. If we do not observe quality differences between subjects, then we would not be able to distinguish between different subjects at all. If we could not recognize the quality shifts of any given subject, then we would not be aware of change or motion at all. See meaning of the methodology. Everything, phenomenon, and idea has characteristics of quality and quantity which mutually impact and transform one another. Therefore, in perception and practice, we need to understand and take into account the law of transformation between quantity and quality in order to have a comprehensive viewpoint of things, phenomena, and ideas. See annotation 114. Quantitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas inevitably lead to qualitative changes in all things, phenomena, and ideas. Therefore, in our perception and practice, as we plan and enact change in our world and in human society, it is necessary to gradually accumulate changes in quantity in order to make changes in quality. At the same time, we must recognize and make use of the fact that quality shifts also lead to changes in quantity. Annotation 179. We have to understand and utilize the law of transformation between quantity and quality in our activities. For instance, if a group of activists hopes to address hunger in their community, they have to realize that they can't immediately enact a quality shift which solves the entire problem of hunger across the city instantaneously. Instead, the activists must recognize that quantity shifts lead to quality shifts through stages of development. In planning and acting, they may need to set certain development targets, predict thresholds at which quality shifts will occur, etc. For instance, the first goal for these activists may be to provide free lunches to houseless people in a particular park every weekend. If they can accomplish this, then they will not have completely eliminated hunger in the city, but they will have reached a threshold, a quality shift, in that nobody in that specific park will be hungry at lunchtime on weekends. From there, they can continue to build quality shifts through accumulation of changes in quantity, one stage of development at a time. Quality shifts leading to quantity shifts must also be recognized and utilized in our planning and activities. For example, once an effective strategy is developed for eliminating hunger in one park through quantity changes leading to quality shifts, this strategy can then be implemented in other parks. Thus the quality shift of eliminating hunger in one park can lead to a quantity shift, eliminating hunger in 2 parks, 3 parks, etc., until the quantity shift of eliminating hunger in parks leads to the quality shift of eliminating hunger in all the parks in the city. This entire process of enacting quantity changes to lead to quality shifts, and accumulating quality shifts to change quantity, are all focused toward the ultimate goal of achieving the quality shift of eliminating hunger in the entire city. In short, it's vital for us to understand the ways in which quantity and quality mutually impact each other so that we can formulate plans and activities which will lead to motion and development which accomplish our goals, step by step, through one stage of development at a time. Changes in quantity can only lead to changes in quality provided the quantity accumulates to a certain threshold. Therefore, in practice, we need to overcome impatient, left-sided thought. Left-sided thinking refers to thinking which is overly subjective, idealistic, ignorant of the laws which govern material reality. Left-sided thinking neglects to acknowledge the necessity of quantity accumulation which precedes shifts in quality, focusing instead on attempting to perform continuous shifts in quality. On the other hand, we must also recognize that once change in quantity has reached a threshold, it is inevitable that a quality shift will take place. Therefore, we need to overcome conservative and right-sided thought in practical work. Right-sided thinking is the expression of conservative, stagnant thought that resists or refuses to recognize quality shifts even as changes in quantity come to meet the threshold of quality shift. Annotation 180. Right-sided thinking and left-sided thinking are Vietnamese political concepts which are rooted in the ideas of Lenin's book, Left-Wing Communism, An Infantile Disorder. In Vietnamese political philosophy, left-sided thinking is a form of dogmatic idealism which upholds unrealistic conceptions of change and development. Left-sided thinkers don't have the patience for quantity accumulation which are prerequisite to quality shifts, or expect to skip entire stages of development which are necessary to precipitate change in the real world. An example of left-sided thinking would be believing that a capitalist society can instantly transition into a stateless, classless, communist society, skipping over the transitions in quantity and quality which are required to bring such a massive transformation in human society to fruition. Right-sided thinking, on the other hand, is conservative resistance to change. Right-sided thinkers resist quality changes to human society. They either want to preserve society as it exists right now, or reverse development to some previous, real or imagined, stage of development. Right-sided thinkers also refuse to acknowledge quality shifts once they've occurred, idealistically pretending that changes in material conditions have not occurred. For example, right-sided thinkers may refuse to recognize advances which have been made in the liberation of women, or even attempt to reverse those advances in hopes of returning to previous stages of development when women had fewer freedoms. Here is a practical example of these concepts in use, from the Vietnam Encyclopedia, published by the Ministry of Culture and Information of Vietnam. Opportunism is a system of political views that do not follow a clear direction nor a clear line, do not have a definite stance, and are inclined toward the immediate personal gain of the opportunist. In the proletarian revolutionary movement, opportunism is a politics of compromise, reform, and unprincipled collaboration with the enemy which run contrary to the basic interests of the working class and the working people. In practice, opportunism has two main trends, stemming from right-sided thinking and from left-sided thinking, respectively. Right-wing opportunism is reformist, favors undue compromise, and aims to peacefully convert capitalism into socialism while abandoning the struggle for meaningful victory of the working class. Right-wing opportunism, typified by Edward Bernstein and Karl Koski, has its origins in the workers' parties of the Second International era and exists to this day. Left-wing opportunism is a mixture of extremism and adventurism, dogmatism, arrogance, subjectivity, cults of violence, and disregard for the objective situation. Both right and left opportunism push the workers' movement to futile sacrifice and failure. Quality shifts are diverse and plentiful, so we need to promote and apply quality shifts creatively and flexibly to suit the specific material conditions we face in a given situation. This is especially true in changing human society, as social development processes depend not only on objective conditions but also on subjective human factors. Therefore, we need to be active and take the initiative to promote the process of converting between quantity and quality in the most effective way. Annotation 181. Put simply, we have to use our human will and labor to actively promote quantity changes which lead to quality changes, and quality changes which lead to quantity changes, which move us towards our goal of ending all forms of oppression in human society. This will involve not just objective factors too, i.e., material conditions which are necessary to accomplish something, but subjective factors 3 as well, factors which we, as a subject, are capable of impacting directly. 2. Law of unification and contradiction between opposites. The law of unification and contradiction between opposites is the essence of dialectics. See essence and phenomenon. According to Lenin, in brief, dialectics can be defined as the doctrine of the unity of opposites. This embodies the essence of dialectics, but it requires explanations and development. For according to the law of unification and contradiction between opposites, the fundamental, originating, and universal driving force of all motion and development processes is the inherent and objective contradiction which exists in all things, phenomena, and ideas. Annotation 182. In other words, contradiction, defined further in the next section, is the force which serves as the fundamental, originating, and universal force which drives all motion and development of all things, phenomena, and ideas. Contradiction is a fundamental driving force because it is the most basic driving force which all other forms of motion and development are based upon. Contradiction is the originating driving force because all motion and development arises from contradiction. Contradiction is the universal driving force because all things, phenomena, and ideas, without exception, are driven to motion and development by contradiction. A. Definition of contradiction and common characteristics of contradiction. Definition of contradiction. In dialectics, The concept of contradiction is used to refer to the relationship, opposition, and transformation between opposites which takes place within all things, phenomena, and ideas, as well as between all things, phenomena, and ideas. This dialectical concept of contradiction is fundamentally different from the metaphysical concept of contradiction. The metaphysical concept of contradiction is an illogical conception of opposition without unity and without dialectical transformation between opposites. Annotation 183. A contradiction is, fundamentally, just a type of relationship. In a contradictory relationship, two things, phenomena, and/or ideas mutually impact one another, resulting in the eventual 46 of one subject and the 46 of the negator and the negated into some new form. The metaphysical concept of contradiction is considered illogical because it establishes no connection between that which is negated and the resulting synthesis. In the metaphysical conception of contradiction, the negated disappears and is not represented in the resulting synthesis. Metaphysical contradiction presents contradicting subjects as isolated from one another and completely distinct, when in reality the relationship between the negated and the negator essentially defines the contradiction. The negated subject is seen as completely negated, that is to say, it is conceived of as essentially disappearing into the synthesized result of the contradiction. In this sense, this metaphysical conception of negation is inaccurate in that it is represented as a complete, terminating process. In the above example, once the fox eats the rabbit is considered gone after a terminal negation process, see annotation 196, ends the contradiction. The materialist dialectical conception of contradiction recognizes that contradicting subjects are defined by their relationship and that the synthesis of the contradiction carries forward attributes and characteristics from both the negator and the negated. Materialist dialectical contradiction recognizes that every contradiction is defined by the relationship between the negated and the negator. Materialist dialectics also recognizes that attributes and characteristics of the negated subject are carried forward into the synthesized subject, see annotation 203. Materialist dialectics also recognizes that contradiction continues indefinitely, as the negated becomes negated again, and so on, continuously, forever, see negation of negation. In the example on the previous page, the fox consuming the rabbit constitutes a negation process in which the fox takes on characteristics from the rabbit, i.e., nutritional and energy content, any diseases which may be carried forward to the fox, etc. Contradiction arises from opposition which exists within or between things, phenomena, and ideas. The concept of opposing sides refers to such aspects, properties, and tendencies of motion which oppose one another, yet are, simultaneously, conditions and premises of the existence of one another. Examples include negative charge and positive charge within atoms. Anabolism and catabolism within living organisms. Anabolism refers to the growth and building up of molecules within an organism, while catabolism refers to the digestion and breaking down of molecules within an organism. Production and consumption as socio-economic activities. Trial and error which leads to cognitive development. Annotation 184. All of the above forms of contradiction drive motion and development. These processes exist in unity and opposition. For example, in political economics, production is driven by consumption and consumption is facilitated by production. Even though these are fundamentally opposite forces, production adds to the total quantity of products, while consumption reduces the total quantity of products. They can't exist without one another, and they drive each other forward. This is the dialectical nature of contradiction as the driving force of all motion and development as defined in materialist dialectics. The general properties of contradictions. Contradiction is objective and universal. According to Friedrich Engels, if simple mechanical change of position contains a contradiction, this is even more true of the higher forms of motion of matter, and especially of organic life and its development. We saw above that life consists precisely and primarily in this, that a being is at each moment itself and yet something else. Life is therefore also a contradiction which is present in things and processes themselves, and which constantly originates and resolves itself, and as soon as the contradiction ceases, life, too, comes to an end, and death steps in. We likewise saw that also, in the sphere of thought, we could not escape contradictions, and that, for example, the contradiction between man's inherently unlimited capacity for knowledge and its actual presence only in men who are externally limited and possess limited cognition finds its solution in what is, at least practically, for us, an endless succession of generations, in infinite progress. 5. Annotation 185. Here, Engels is explaining how contradiction is the driving force in both material and conscious processes of motion and development. The process of life is a process of contradiction. All organic life forms must consume organic matter so that they can produce growth and offspring, must produce certain molecules and metabolic processes so that they can consume nutrients, and so on. Once these contradictory processes stop, as Engels says, death steps in, though even death is a transition forward. Conscious motion and development are also rooted in contradictory forces. Engels points out the contradiction between humanity's seemingly infinite capacity for learning with the seemingly infinite amount of knowledge which can be obtained in the world. This great contradiction drives a seemingly endless process of expanding human knowledge, collectively, over countless generations. Contradictions are not only objective and universal, but also diverse and plentiful. The diverse nature of contradictions is evident in the fact that every subject can include many different contradictions and that contradictions manifest differently depending upon specific conditions. Contradictions can hold different positions and roles in the existence, motion, and development of things, phenomena, and ideas. These positions and roles include but are not limited to internal and external contradictions, fundamental and non-fundamental contradictions, primary and secondary contradictions. Annotation 186. Internal contradictions are contradictions which exist in the internal relations of a subject, while external contradictions exist between two or more subjects as external relations. For example, a sports team might have internal contradictions between players, between the players and the coach, between the coach and management, etc. External contradictions might exist between the team and other teams, between the team and league officials, between the team and the landlords who own the team's practice space, etc. A fundamental contradiction is a contradiction which defines the essence of a relationship. See essence and phenomenon. Fundamental contradictions exist throughout the entire development process of a given thing, phenomenon, or idea. A non-fundamental contradiction exists in only one aspect or attribute of a thing, phenomenon, or idea. A non-fundamental contradiction can impact a subject, but it will not control or decide the essential development of the subject. Whether or not a contradiction is fundamental is relative to the point of view. For example, the fundamental contradiction of one nation engaged in war against one another might be the war itself. There will exist many other contradictions. One nation at war might have a trade dispute with a third nation which is not participating in the war. From the war perspective, this contradiction is non-fundamental, as it does not define the essential characteristic of the nation at war, though from the perspective of a diplomat charged with ending the trade dispute, the war may be seen as a non-fundamental contradiction while the dispute would be seen as fundamental. In the development of things, phenomena, and ideas, there are many development stages. In each stage of development, there will be one contradiction which drives the development process. This is what we call the primary contradiction. Secondary contradictions include all the other contradictions which exist during that stage of development. Determining whether a contradiction is primary or secondary is relative. It depends heavily upon the material conditions and the situation. For example, when restoring an old car that doesn't run anymore, a mechanic may consider the primary contradiction to be the non-functioning engine. There may be many secondary contradictions which contribute to the problems with the car's engine problems. The battery may be dead, the spark plugs may need to be bad, the tires may need replacement, the timing belt may be loose, etc. Those are all secondary contradictions which do not define the stage of development which is repairing the engine. Some of these secondary contradictions may need to be resolved, such as replacing the spark plugs, before the primary contradiction can be fully addressed. Others, such as a cracked windshield, may not need to be addressed before the primary contradiction can be dealt with. On the other hand, a secondary contradiction may become the primary contradiction, if a mechanic resolves every problem with the engine except for one bad spark plug. Then the bad spark plug will shift from being a secondary contradiction to being the primary contradiction. The bad spark plug is now the primary reason the car won't start and the stage of development can't be completed. Within all the various fields of inquiry, there exist contradictions which have a diverse range of different properties and characteristics. Annotation 187. Different fields of study will focus on different forms of contradictions, and any given thing, phenomenon, or idea may contain countless contradictions which can be analyzed and considered for different purposes. For example, consider a large city, which might contain far too many contradictions to count. Civil engineers may focus primarily on contradictions in traffic patterns, the structural integrity of bridges and roads, ensuring that buildings are safe and healthy for inhabitants, etc. Utilities departments will focus on contradictions related to sewage, electrical, and sanitation systems. The education system will focus on contradictions which prevent students from achieving success in schools. All of these various methods of analysis may focus on specific forms of contradictions, though there will also be overlap. For instance, designing a school bus system will require the education system and civil engineers to discover and grapple with contradictions which might be hindrances for transporting students safely to school. B. Motion process of contradictions. In every contradiction, the opposing sides are united with each other and opposed to each other at the same time. The concept of unity between opposites refers to the fact that a contradiction is a binding, inseparable, and mutually impacting relationship which exists between opposites. Annotation 188. Contradictions are binding and inseparable because they hold a relationship together. If two opposing things, phenomena, or ideas simply separate, then contradiction, by definition, no longer exists. For example, an economy is bound together by the contradiction of production and consumption. If production exists without consumption, or vice versa, it can't be considered to be an economy. Contradictions are said to be mutually impacting because any time a contradiction exists between two opposing sides, both sides are mutually impacted for as long as the contradiction exists and develops. Of course, it is possible for two opposing sides to separate from one another. For example, a factory which produced buggy whips may have failed to find consumers after the invention of the car. Thus, there would exist a situation in which production exists without consumption. In this situation, the termination of the contradiction between production and consumption leads to a new contradiction. The factory will now be in the midst of a crisis which will require it to either provide a different product or go out of business. Thus we see that production and consumption can't be separated from one another without leading to a change in the essential nature of the relationship and the opposing subjects, and we see that the opposing sides mutually impact one another. A change in consumption will affect production, and vice versa. In any given contradictory relationship, each oppositional side is the premise for the other's existence. Unity among opposites also defines the identity of each opposing side. Lenin wrote, "The identity of opposites, it would be more correct, perhaps, to say their unity, although the difference between the terms identity and unity is not particularly important here. In a certain sense, both are correct, is the recognition, discovery, of the contradictory, mutually exclusive, opposite tendencies in all phenomena and processes of nature, including mind and society." 6. Annotation 189. Here, Lenin is explaining that identity and unity are, more or less, the same concept when it comes to understanding the nature of contradiction between opposites. In material processes of nature, social processes, and processes of consciousness, we perceive and define oppositional forces by recognizing mutually exclusive and contradictory tendencies within and between things, phenomena, and ideas. In other words, whenever we think of an oppositional relationship, we define it in terms of the opposition. War, disease, and economy are all examples of unity in contradiction. When we think of a war, we think of the contradictions which exist between the opposing nations. When we think of a disease, we define it by the oppositional forces between the ailment and the human body. When we think of an economy, we think of the oppositional forces of production and consumption within the economy. In other words, the identity of contradictory relationships is defined by the unity of the opposing sides with one another. The concept struggle of opposites refers to the tendency of opposites to eliminate and negate each other. There exist many diverse forms of struggle between opposites. Struggle can manifest in various forms based on the nature of a given thing, phenomenon, or idea. Relationships within a thing, phenomenon, or idea, or between things, phenomena, and ideas. Specific material conditions, see annotation 10. The process of unity and struggle of opposites inevitably leads to a transformation between them. The transformation between opposites takes place with rich diversity, and such transformations can vary depending on the properties of the opposite sides as well as specific material conditions. Annotation 190. Opposing sides, by definition, oppose one another. If forces or characteristics which exist within or between things, phenomena, or ideas do not oppose one another, then they are not, by definition, opposites. Thus, it can be understood that opposing sides have a tendency to struggle against one another. It is this very struggle which defines two sides as opposites, and as contradictory. Lenin explained that some contradicting opposite sides can exist in what he described as equilibrium, but that this is only ever a temporary state of affairs, as exemplified in his article An Equilibrium of Forces. See annotation 64 for relevant text and more info on equilibrium. Clearly, Lenin sees that this equilibrium of contradictory forces is not permanently sustainable. Indeed, no equilibrium of contradictory forces can be permanent. Eventually, one opposing side will overtake the other, and eventually, any given contradiction will result in one opposing side overcoming the other. According to the law of unification and contradiction between opposites, the struggle between two opposing sides is absolute, while the unity between them is relative, conditional, and temporary. In unity there is a struggle in unity. According to Lenin, the unity, coincidence, identity, equal action, of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. The struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, just as development and motion are absolute. 7. Annotation 191. Absolute and relative are philosophical classifications which refer to interdependence. That which is absolute exists independently and with permanence. That which is relative is temporary, and dependent on other conditions or circumstances in order to exist. So Lenin's point is that unity exists temporarily in any given pair of opposing sides, as the unity only exists as long as the opposing sides are opposing one another. As soon as one side eliminates or negates the other, the unity subsides. However, opposition is considered absolute, because it is opposition which drives motion and change in all things, phenomena, and ideas through contradictory processes of opposing sides. In the same text quoted in the passage above, on the questions of dialectics, Lenin notes, the distinction between subjectivism, skepticism, sophistry, etc., and dialectics, incidentally, is that in objective dialectics the difference between the relative and the absolute is itself relative. For objective dialectics there is an absolute within the relative. For subjectivism and sophistry the relative is only relative and excludes the absolute. Such must also be the method of exposition, i.e., study, of dialectics in general. To begin with what is the simplest, most ordinary, common, etc., With any proposition, the leaves of a tree are green, John is a man, Fido is a dog, etc. Here already we have dialectics, as Hegel's genius recognized the individual as the universal. The individual exists only in the connection that leads to the universal. The universal exists only in the individual and through the individual. Every individual is, in one way or another, a universal. Every universal is, a fragment, or an aspect, or the essence of, an individual. Every universal only approximately embraces all the individual objects. Every individual enters incompletely into the universal, etc., etc. Every individual is connected by thousands of transitions with other kinds of individuals, things, phenomena, processes, etc. Here already we have the elements, the germs, the concepts of necessity, of objective connection in nature, etc. Here already we have the contingent and the necessary, the phenomenon and the essence, for when we say, John is a man, Fido is a dog, this is a leaf of a tree, etc., we disregard a number of attributes as contingent, we separate the essence from the appearance, and counterpose the one to the other. In other words, we must understand that in materialist dialectics, the absolute and the relative exist within one another, in other words, the absolute and the relative have a dialectical relationship with one another in all things, phenomena, and ideas. Relative unity refers to the nature of unity between contradictory subjects. Contradictory subjects are unified in the sense that any given contradiction is essentially defined by the contradiction between two subjects. Thus, the two subjects are unified in contradiction. However, this unity is relative in the sense that this unification is temporary, the unity will end upon negation and synthesis, and relative, i.e., defined by the relationship between the two contradicting subjects. Absolute struggle refers to the fact that contradiction, negation, and synthesis will go on forever. In this sense, contradictory processes are absolute because such struggle exists permanently, struggle has no set beginning or end point, and exists independently of any specific thing, phenomenon, or idea. Relative unity refers to the temporary and relative nature of specific relationships which define and unify specific contradictions. Absolute struggle refers to the permanent, constant nature of development through contradiction. The relationship between relative unity and absolute struggle defines and drives change, motion, and development through contradiction. This applies to contradictions. The relative unity and the absolute struggle between opposing sides have a dialectical relationship with one another. The permanent absoluteness of struggle, the fact that all things, phenomena, and ideas are constantly undergoing processes of change through contradictory forces, can only manifest in the relative unity of opposing sides, which can only exist through the temporary existence of conditional relations between opposing sides. The interaction that leads to the transformation between opposites is a process. At the beginning, contradictions manifest as differences and then develop into two opposing sides. When the two contradictions are fiercely matched and when the conditions are ripe, they will transform each other, and finally, the conflict will be resolved. As old contradictions disappear, new contradictions are formed and the process of mutual impact and transformation between opposites continues, which drives the motion and development of all things, phenomena, and ideas. The relationship, impact, and transformation between opposites are the source and driving force of all movement and development in the world. Lenin affirmed, development is the struggle of opposites. 8. Annotation 192. Any given process of development, that is to say, of transformation or motion, can be seen as a struggle between opposites. Various forms of struggle can exist simultaneously for any given subject, and the way we interpret struggle can depend on our point of view. For an engineer, a car moving along a road might be seen as a struggle between the power generated by the engine against the mass of the car itself and the friction of the tires on the ground. The driver of the car might see the process in terms of the struggle between the driver and the environment as they navigate across town avoiding accidents and following traffic laws. An organism's life can be seen as a struggle between the organism's life processes and its environment, or it might be seen as a struggle of contradictory forces within the organism itself, i.e., forces of consumption of nutrition versus forces of expending energy to survive, forces of disease versus forces of the organism's immune system, etc. Materialist dialectics requires us to identify, examine, and understand the opposing forces which drive all development in our universe. Only through understanding such contradictions can we intercede and effect changes in the world which suit our purposes. For example, in order to fight against capitalism and other forms of oppression, we must first understand the contradictory forces which exist within and between those oppressive social structures. Only then can we determine how we might best apply our will, through labor processes, to dismantle such oppressive structures. We might do this by exacerbating existing contradictions within oppressive structures, by introducing new contradictions, by negating contradictions which inhibit our own progress, etc. See meaning of the methodology. Given that contradictions are objective and universal, and that they are the source and driving force of movement and development, it is therefore necessary to detect, recognize, and understand contradictions, to fully analyze opposing sides, and to grasp the nature, origin, and tendencies of motion and development in our awareness and practice. Lenin said, "The splitting of a single whole and the cognition of its contradictory parts, is the essence, of dialectics 9. Annotation 193. In other words, materialist dialectics is simply a system of understanding the world around us by viewing all things, phenomena, and ideas as collections of relationships and contradictions which exist within and between all things, phenomena, and ideas. Since contradictions exist with such rich diversity, it is necessary to have a historical point of view. See annotation 114, that is, to know how to analyze each specific type of contradiction and have appropriate methods for resolving them. In our perception and practice, it is necessary to properly distinguish the roles and positions of different types of contradictions in each situation and condition. We must also distinguish between different characteristics which contradictions might have in order to find the best method of resolving them. Annotation 194. The historical viewpoint is vital because in order to fully understand any given contradiction, we must understand the process of development which led to its formation. For example, before a car engine can be repaired, we must first find out what caused the engine to stop working to begin with. If the car is out of fuel, we must determine what caused it to run out of fuel. Did the driver simply drive until the fuel tank was empty, or is there a hole or leak in a fuel line, in the tank, etc.? It is vital to know the history of development of a given pair of opposing sides, as well as the characteristics and other properties of both opposing sides, to fully understand the contradiction. Since all conscious activity, like all processes of motion and change, ultimately derives from the driving force of contradiction, it is vital for us to develop a historical and comprehensive perspective of any contradictions we hope to effect through our conscious activities. 3. Law of negation of negation. The law of negation describes the fundamental and universal tendency of movement and development to occur through dialectical negation, forming a cyclical form of development through what is termed negation of negation. A. Definition of negation and dialectical negation. The world continuously and endlessly changes and develops. Things, phenomena, and ideas that arise, exist, develop and perish, are replaced by other things, phenomena, and ideas. One form of existence is replaced with another form of existence, again and again, continuously, through this development process. This procedure is called negation. All processes of movement and development take place through negation. From certain perspectives, negations can be seen as endpoints to the development, and thus, existence, of a given thing, phenomenon, or idea which we can think of as terminal negations. See annotation 195 below. But from other perspectives, negations can also create the conditions and premises for new developments. Such negations, which create such conditions and premises for the development of things and phenomena, are called dialectical negation. Annotation 195. Negation refers to any act of motion or transformation which arises from contradiction. Specifically, negation is what occurs when one opposing side completely overcomes the other. Nothing in our universe can transform or move all by itself, without any contradiction. Thus, negation drives all development and motion of all things, phenomena, and ideas. See Annotation 119. There are various forms of negation, and the same negation process may be seen to take different forms depending on viewpoint of analysis. See Annotation 11, and Annotation 114, as depicted in the diagram below. An overview of various forms of negation as they relate to dialectical development. Dialectical negation occurs when the end of development leads directly to some new development process. Dialectical negation occurs through quality shifts. See Annotation 117, which, themselves, occur through negation of opposite sides. Replacement negation refers to the replacement of one thing, phenomenon, or idea with another through dialectical negation. Translation note: the terms terminal negation and replacement negation do not appear in the original Vietnamese text. We chose to assign terms to these concepts for clarity. Replacement negation occurs when one thing, phenomenon, or idea takes the place of another. Replacement negation is always a dialectical process, where one subject is replaced gradually by another. Replacement may be relatively fast or slow, but it is never instantaneous. Nothing can pop in and out of existence instantaneously. For example, swords were gradually replaced by firearms as the primary weapons of war over the course of many centuries. Today, swords have been completely replaced by firearms on the battlefield. This was a process of replacement negation. Weapons are still used in war, but the type of weapon used has been completely replaced. Development continues, even though development of swords as battle weapons has essentially ended. Terminal negation refers to the end of a specific cycle of development. Terminal negation is what happens when development completely ends for a given thing, phenomenon, or idea. For example, from one viewpoint, the development of swords as weapons of war can be seen as having ended, having been terminally negated, due to the innovation of firearms. In essence, swords are no longer developed, nor implemented, in modern warfare. Replacement negation and terminal negation must be considered in relative terms. From one viewpoint, we can see the rise of firearms as the underlying reason for the terminal negation of military use of swords. Today, no army on earth uses swords as primary battlefield weapons, and militaries no longer develop sword technology for battlefield use. However, from another viewpoint, the development of battlefield weapons has continued on long after the end of the primacy of swords, and it could be said that firearms have replaced swords as the primary battlefield weapon. Consider the death of a human being. From one perspective, death is a terminal negation. The person's consciousness has ended, and no further development of consciousness will occur for that individual. From other perspectives, development continues. The individual may have had children who will continue their familial lineage. They may have contributed ideas which will continue to impact other people for centuries to come, and so on. In that sense, replacement negation may be viewed as dialectical negation. For example, someone studying modes of transportation in the history of the USA may see the process of steam locomotives replacing horses, and then cars replacing steam locomotives, as processes of dialectical negation from the overarching perspective of the transportation system. Materialist dialectics is concerned with all forms of negation, but focuses primarily on dialectical negation. Therefore, materialist dialectics is not just a theory of transformation in general, but fundamentally a theory of development. Annotation 196. All transformation is driven by negation. Development is a process, specifically, of dialectical negation, which is a specific form of transformation in which an end of development creates the conditions for new development, either through internal quality shifts or through replacement by some external subject. Materialist dialectics is primarily concerned with dialectical negation, which drives development, because it is development which brings forth continuous change in our world. Terminal negations and other forms of transformation which do not drive further development are of limited utility, and can only represent certain limited viewpoints, i.e., the viewpoint of that which is terminated. From a broader perspective, nearly all terminations are replaced in some way or another by some other form of development. For instance, even when a person dies, although the consciousness of that person may terminate, there will be continuous impacts which will be carried forward from the deceased person's lifetime of consciousness, as well as from the developments which arise from the death itself. This dialectical definition of negation differs greatly from metaphysical conceptions of development. See annotation 201, which are essentially viewed as terminal. From the metaphysical perspective, all things, phenomena, and ideas are viewed as separate from one another, therefore negations are viewed as terminal processes which bring development processes to their ends. The metaphysical perspective of terminal negation views negation as an essentially terminal process representing the endpoint of the existence of a static and isolated thing, phenomenon, or idea. In the above example, the metaphysical framework would present smashing a vase with a hammer as a terminal negation from the perspective of the observer. Once the vase is smashed, the vase is considered to no longer exist, and the broken shards are not considered to be a vase anymore. Materialist dialectics, on the other hand, view the shards as merely a developed form of the vase, a transition to a new stage of development. The negation was only terminal from the perspective of the vase itself. Excerpt from Vietnam's high school freshman civic education textbook. Metaphysical and dialectical negation share one commonality: they both see development as the replacement of an old subject with a new subject. However, metaphysical negation happens when outside forces impact on a subject, deleting completely the existence of the old subject. According to this metaphysical perspective, the old subject and the new subject which replaces it do not have any connection. Dialectical negation fundamentally differs from metaphysical negation because it views development as a process of internal development. Dialectical negation does not view complete erasure or deletion of any former subject. Instead, dialectical development sees the older subject, which is replaced, negated, as the premise or basis of existence for the new subject. Comparison examples. As you can see from the examples above, the metaphysical perspective focuses on external forces affecting a given subject and views every development process as terminal, with a beginning, middle, and end. The metaphysical perspective thus views negation as a termination of the subject, and, by extension, of development. Materialist dialectics, on the other hand, views development as a continuous and never-ending process of mutual impact, negation, and further negation of each negation. A comprehensive and historical viewpoint, see annotation 114, must thus be sought to fully comprehend development and negation processes. Dialectical negation has two basic characteristics: objectivity and inheritance. Dialectical negation is objective because negation arises from contradictions which exist between two opposite sides. These opposing sides may exist within a thing, phenomenon, or idea, but the opposing sides are still, by definition, externally opposed to one another from the perspective of either side. Annotation 197. Though any given negation may be viewed as terminal from a certain perspective, materialist dialectics is most concerned with processes of development wherein the end of one stage of development creates the conditions for further development. See annotation 117. Therefore, every development is simultaneously an internal and an external process, depending on perspective. Development processes may, from certain perspectives, be seen to take place within a subject or between two subjects, but they are always external, and, therefore, objective. See annotation 108, from the perspective of either opposing side while simultaneously internal to the relationship. For example, the relationship between a husband and wife may be seen as an internal process of development of the marriage from the perspective of a marriage counselor. However, from their own perspectives, each opposing side, i.e., the husband and the wife, see one another as external to each other. Therefore, the development of a marriage may be seen as an internal process, but the mutual impacts and negations which occur within the relationship are objective and external forces from the perspective of either opposing side. This is important because it means that all development and all negation are essentially objective processes, therefore no entity has complete, omniscient control over any development process. We must, therefore, understand the nature of development and negation in order to be able to properly plan and effect change in our world. Dialectical negation is, therefore, the result of the process of resolving inevitable contradictions within a subject, i.e., a relationship itself. Dialectical negation allows for the old to be replaced by the new, thereby creating trends of development. Therefore, dialectical negation is also self-negation. Annotation 198. To reiterate, from the perspective of either opposing side, development is an external, objective process. From the perspective of the contradictory relationship, processes of development are internal processes of self-negation. Thus, dialectical negation is both an objective process which no entity can completely control, while, simultaneously, an internal process of self-negation and self-development. If two nations go to war, either nation may view the war as an objective, external development process, but from a wider perspective, the war is an internal development process of the diplomatic relationship between the two warring nations. This is drastically different from the metaphysical perspective, which views any negation process as a purely external process of development wherein one subject is permanently deleted from existence, then replaced by another subject. See Annotation 196. From the metaphysical perspective, a war is simply a conflict between two distinct and separate nations, and the conclusion of the war is a terminal negation which ends development of the war. From the materialist dialectical perspective, on the other hand, the end of the war would be seen as the basis of future development of the relationship between the two formerly warring nations. Dialectical negation also has an inheritance characteristic. When one opposing side negates another, the remaining side inherits factors from the negated side which are suitable with present conditions. Annotation 199. Every negation process arises from contradictions between two opposing sides. Within any such negation process, we can think of one side as the negator and the other side as the negated. Negation, like all relational processes, leads to mutual impact between both sides. See Annotation 136. Therefore, the negated will impact the negator, in other words, the negated side will be somehow reflected in the negator. See Annotation 68. This means that the negator will inherit and carry forward certain attributes, factors, and characteristics which it receives from the negated side. Again, consider a war between two nations. Even if one nation completely conquers and subjugates the other in total victory, the victorious nation will still inherit certain factors from the defeated nation. Which factors are inherited will depend on the conditions. The victorious nation may pick up some cultural aspects from the defeated nation, such as cuisine, fashion, etc. They may incorporate tactics and strategies which they observed the defeated enemy using on the battlefield, and so on. The point is that the victorious nation will be impacted in some way by the defeated nation. The factors which are adopted will be suitable with the present conditions. Take, for example, a car breaking down due to engine failure. This can be seen as an opposing relationship between the car itself and the car's owner. If the present conditions are suitable, i.e., the owner has the funds and resources available, and the desire to repair the car, then the car may be repaired and continue operating for years to come. If, on the other hand, conditions aren't suitable, i.e., the owner does not have the funds or resources, or the owner no longer wants the car, then the car may be sent to the scrapyard. As another example, if a fox eats a rabbit, it will inherit certain characteristics from the rabbit. It will inherit nutrition from the rabbit's body. It may also inherit other characteristics, such as a disease the rabbit was carrying, if the conditions of the fox's biological composition are suitable, i.e., if the disease can be transferred from the rabbit to the fox. Dialectical negation is not a complete negation, i.e., deletion of the old. Rather, dialectical negation is a continuity of growth in which the old develops into the new. In processes of dialectical negation, the new forms and develops on its own, see annotation 62, through the process of filtering out unsuitable factors, while retaining suitable content. Vladimir Lenin described dialectical negation as not empty negation, not futile negation, not skeptical negation. Vacillation and doubt is characteristic and essential in dialectics, which undoubtedly contains the element of negation and indeed as its most important element, but negation as a moment of connection, as a moment of development, retaining the positive, i.e., without any vacillations, without any eclecticism. 10. Annotation 200. The passage from Lenin above comes from Clement Stood's popular English translation of one of Lenin's notebooks. Below is our translation from the Vietnamese version of this text from the original text of this book, which we hope might be somewhat easier to understand. Dialectical negation is not empty negation, it's not negation without any thoughts, it's not skeptical negation, it's not hesitation. Skepticism is not a feature of the essence of the dialectic. Of course, dialectics include the negative, it even plays as one of the important factors of a given subject. No, it is negation as the moment of development. Dialectical negation retains the positive, meaning there is no hesitation, there is no eclecticism. In order to understand what Lenin is saying here, we should first understand what Lenin is responding to. The above notes are referring to the chapter titled The Absolute Ideal within Hegel's Science of Logic. See note at the end of this annotation. In this chapter, Hegel recounts various critiques of dialectics and counters them. Skepticism, here, refers to the tendency to address all human knowledge with doubt. Philosophical skepticism never moves past two questions: 1. Is this knowledge true? 2. Will human beings ever obtain true knowledge? Skeptics of this nature engage in a sort of metaphysical inquisition in which every thesis that is ever encountered is immediately and utterly refuted and thus negated in the metaphysical sense of termination. See annotation 196. Eclecticism refers to philosophical and ideological conceptions which draw from a variety of theories, styles, and ideas in an unsystematic manner. Lenin contends that dialectical negation is non-eclecticist because it rises above mere rhetorical combativeness and total negation. This concept is explained more below within this annotation. With all this in mind, we see that Lenin is refuting the notion that dialectics are and can only be negative in nature. The metaphysical skeptic conception of dialectics holds that negation takes the form of rhetorical arguing and refutation, in which one idea is presented, and a second idea is offered to counter the first idea, which completely and totally negates the first idea. According to this argument, dialectics is, therefore, a totally negative process. A common misperception of dialectical development is that it is fully negative, insomuch as the initial thesis, initial subject, is completely negated by the antithesis, impacting subject. In fact, characteristics from both the thesis and antithesis are carried forward into the synthesis. In the chapter from Science of Logic which Lenin is responding to in the referenced text, Hegel is arguing that the conception of dialectics as only negative, i.e., a system of thinking in which counter-arguments are presented to completely negate initial arguments, is inaccurate. Hegel explains that when one opposing side negates another, it thereafter contains in general the determination of the first opposing side within itself. In other words, after one opposing side negates another, it retains features and aspects from the opposing side which was negated. Lenin found this particular point to be so important that he wrote "This is very important for understanding dialectics" in the margin of his notebook. The reason both Hegel and Lenin found this idea, that the negator contains elements of the negated after negation, see annotation 231, is that this counters the accusation that dialectics are only negative. This is why Lenin's notes highlight the importance of the negator retaining the positive after negation. Lenin is pointing out the importance of the retention of features of the negated in the negator because it is this retention which prevents dialectical development from becoming a purely negative process. In materialist dialectics, it is understood that negation is a process of retention. Characteristics from both the thesis, initial subject, and antithesis, impacting subject, are retained in the resulting synthesis. We must also understand what Lenin means when he refers to skepticism in his notes. Lenin, here, is referring to the philosophical view that we can never know whether or not our beliefs are true. This belief was popularly known as MARXism, or empirio-criticism, in Lenin's time. See annotation 32. A common critique of dialectics is that it is an inherently skeptical system of thought, since dialectics is seen as a process of presenting counter-arguments to suppositional arguments. Lenin, in his notes, presents the idea that such skepticism is not a feature of dialectics precisely because nothing is ever completely, totally, and entirely negated. In other words, the accusation that dialectical analysis is essentially skeptical is rooted in the mistaken notion that one opposing side, i.e., a counter-argument, completely negates the original supposition. In fact, according to materialist dialectics, the negator always retains features and aspects from the negated side, which counters this critique. Thus, dialectical development, which occurs through dialectical negation, is a process of forward motion, not a process of vacillating back and forth from one position to another, and there is no skeptical hesitation preventing forward progress. This same idea, that the negator retains features from the negated, also counters another common critique of materialist dialectics, that dialectical analysis is simply a system of rhetorical sophistry. See annotation 36. And eclecticism. Eclecticism is a conceptual approach that is completely unsystematic, drawing from a variety of theories, styles, and ideas without any cohesive and all-encompassing philosophical framework. Some critics claim that dialectics must be eclecticist and sophistic in nature. These critics claim that dialectics is simply rhetorical disputation in which any given supposition is counter-argued, and that this counter-argument is negation. But materialist dialectics defines negation as one contradicting side overtaking the other while retaining traces and characteristics from the negated side. It is in no way simply an act of rhetorical dispute or refutation. In summary, materialist dialectics upholds that nothing is ever completely and utterly deleted or erased from existence through negation. Instead, any time one opposing side negates another, aspects of the negated side are inherited by the negating side. Note, for reference, here is Hegel's passage which Lenin is referring to from Science and Logic in the cited notes above. A universal first, considered in and for itself, shows itself to be the other of itself. Taken quite generally, this determination can be taken to mean that what is at first immediate now appears as mediated, related to an other, or that the universal appears as a particular. Hence the second term that has thereby come into being is the negative of the first, and if we anticipate the subsequent progress, the first negative. The immediate, from this negative side, has been extinguished in the other, but the other is essentially not the empty negative, the nothing, that is taken to be the usual result of dialectic, rather is it the other of the first, the negative of the immediate. It is therefore determined as the mediated, contains in general the determination of the first within itself. Consequently the first is essentially preserved and retained even in the other. To hold fast the positive in its negative, and the content of the presupposition in the result, is the most important part of rational cognition. Also only the simplest reflection is needed to furnish conviction of the absolute truth and necessity of this requirement, while with regard to the examples of proofs, the whole of logic consists of these. Therefore, dialectical negation is the inevitable tendency of progression of the inner relationship between the old and the new. It is the self-driving assertive force of all motion and development of all things, phenomena, and ideas. b. Negation of negation. In the perpetual movement of the material world, dialectical negation is an inexhaustible process. It creates a development tendency of things from lower level to higher level, taking place in a cyclical manner in the form of a spiral. Annotation 201. The concept of the spiral form of development in dialectical materialist philosophy stands in contrast to the metaphysical conception of linear development. Metaphysical conception of linear development. The metaphysical viewpoint holds that development is more or less a straight line. As one subject is negated, it is replaced by another. This subject will then be negated by another, and so on, in what is essentially conceived of as a straight line of development. See annotation 196. The metaphysical line development model sees an initial form as being replaced or entirely negated into a completely distinct entity. In the above example, metaphysical line development simply sees raw aluminum as being negated and replaced in the real world. Once the aluminum can is created, the raw aluminum as a metaphysical entity is considered no longer to exist. Likewise, when the soda can is transformed into recycled aluminum, the can is considered replaced, and is no longer considered to have a metaphysical existence. This conception of metaphysical line development directly contradicts the materialist dialectical concept of historical viewpoint. See annotation 114. Dialectical materialist conception of development. The dialectical materialist conception of cyclical development stems from essential attributes of dialectical negation processes. In every dialectical negation, the negating side inherits features and characteristics from the negated side. When the negating side is, itself, negated, i.e., negation of the negation, the new negating side will retain features and aspects of the old negator. This development process will continue indefinitely, so that negation is not simply a straight line of complete negation, but rather takes the shape of a spiral of negations which always inherit features from previous forms. Note that this conception of development as a spiral is simply an abstraction to help understand the essential characteristics of dialectical development and to distinguish this form of development from metaphysical conceptions of linear development. In the example below, we see a depiction of the spiral development of aluminum through various stages of development. After raw aluminum is mined from the earth, it begins a repeating spiral development process of being refined into usable goods, then recycled into raw material. The spiral development model of materialist dialectics sees every stage of development as a higher form of the previous stage which carries forward characteristics from previous stages. The illustrated example on the previous page plots the spiral development of aluminum as it cycles between stages defined as raw materials and refined products. Another perspective might depict development differently. For example, if we are examining development in terms of external relations between aluminum other elements, the development pattern would look different. In reality, all subjects have countless internal and external relations and development processes which can be examined. The raw aluminum stage of development pictured in the illustration is not truly the beginning of this development process. There were millions of years of development which occurred before it was first discovered by humans. Similarly, the landfill will not be the end of this development process. There will be continued development forever for as long as motion in the universe continues. This is a simplified and abstract model of development of aluminum. A more accurate representation might show any number of interim steps between each step depicted in the graphic above. For example, it must also be recognized that in reality the molecules of aluminum which the development process began with will be scattered and mixed with other subjects throughout the development process, and various other complexities exist in terms of the mutual impacts of internal and external relationships. Determining the amount of detail to include or exclude in materialist dialectical analysis is crucial. Too much detail and analysis might become unwieldy, too little detail and analysis might become too abstract and idealized to be useful in the real world. So, the idea of development as a spiral should not be taken literally. It is simply a way of conceptualizing the differences between dialectical negation and development as opposed to straight-line development upheld by metaphysical conceptions of negation and development, always carrying forward traces of previous stages of development. In the chain of negations that make up the development processes of things, phenomena, and ideas, Each dialectical negation creates the conditions and premises for subsequent developments. Through many iterations of negation, i.e., negations of negations, dialectical negation will inevitably lead to a forward tendency of motion. Annotation 202. The forward tendency of motion describes the tendency for things, phenomena, and ideas to move from less advanced to more advanced forms through processes of motion and development. As a reminder, lower level and higher level, i.e., less advanced and more advanced, should not be taken to have any connotations of good and bad, nor of desirable and undesirable, nor even of less complex and more complex. Development from lower levels to higher levels is simply a shorthand for understanding the fact that development processes always move forward, that is to say, development can never happen in reverse, just as time itself can never be reversed. For example, society in Italy will never go back to the civilization of the Roman Empire. It is conceivable that Italian society could develop to be more similar to ancient Rome, but it would be impossible for Roman society to ever take on the exact characteristics of the Roman Empire ever again. Cyclicality of development processes usually takes place in the form of a spiral, which is another result of negation of negation. Negations of negations lead to a development cycle in which things, phenomena, and ideas often undergo two fundamental negations carried through three basic forms. Through this negation pattern, basic features of the initial form are ultimately inherited by the third form, but at a higher level of development. Annotation 203. Dialectical development tends to take place through a cyclical pattern in which development is carried through a triad of forms which develop through a pair of dialectical negation processes. The cyclical pattern of development is an abstract pattern of dialectical change over time. The graphic above illustrates this cyclical pattern, in which the initial form, the assertion, begins the pattern. Contradiction within the initial subject or between it and another subject leads to the first negation. The first negation leads to a second form, the negation. This second form inherits some features or characteristics from the initial form. The second form then encounters opposition, which leads to a second negation. The second negation leads to a third form, unity, which retains the features or characteristics of the second form, but now more closely resembles the first, initial form, only at a higher level of development. Imagine a new car, initial form, crashes into another car, contradicting subject. The new car is dialectically developed, negated, into a second form, a wrecked car. This second form is now contradicted by a new subject, a recycling center, and negated into a third form, new steel. The third form possesses characteristics of the first form, but in a more developed form. After being recycled, the resulting steel it is newly made, in good condition for sale, etc., similarly to the first form of the new car. In this example, a new car goes through a cyclical pattern of development in which the third form, new steel, possesses characteristics of the first form, a new car. Keep in mind that this is relative to one's perspective. If you consider the wrecked car to be the first form, then the steel would be the second form. The new steel will then need to be developed in some way, melted, hammered, cut, etc., in order to be processed into some new product. From this perspective, the third form, i.e., molten steel, will have characteristics of the first form, i.e., unrefined. According to Marx and Engels, the development of capitalism from feudalism assumed this cyclical pattern. The development of class structure is a dialectical process in which different classes synthesize to form the next era of class society. For example, the capitalist class emerged primarily as a synthesis of the feudal lords and peasants of the medieval era. Note that this is only an abstract description of a tendency of dialectical development. Exceptions can and do occur. Presumably, the development of communism as a stateless, classless society would constitute the negation of the class society form of human civilization. The post-class stage of development which follows would, itself, be a higher form, a unity, of pre-class human civilization, carrying forward traces from the class society stage of development. Also note that determining which form is the first or initial pattern is entirely relative. Using the example of the development of class society, from one perspective, the patricians may be seen as the initial form, but from another perspective the plebeians might be considered the initial form. This depends entirely on the viewpoint and purpose of analysis. These conceptions of spirals of development and the pattern of three forms through two negations are, in essence, models which describe general tendencies and patterns of development and which help us understand the basic characteristics of dialectical negation and development. Lenin describes the cycle of dialectical development as going from assertion to negation, from negation to unity with the asserted. Without this, dialectics becomes empty negation, a game, skepsis examination, observation, consideration. 11. Annotation 204. Here, assertion simply refers to the initial form of a dialectical development cycle. The negation is the second form, and the unity is the third form, which resembles the first form, the assertion, at a higher stage of development. So, in this quotation, Lenin is simply recounting the three steps of a typical dialectical development cycle, and indicating that it is necessary to recognize this process, which is rooted in the inheritance of properties of prior forms through development into ever higher forms, to prevent dialectics from becoming empty negation, or otherwise falling prey to the critiques that dialectics are purely negative, skeptical, and eclectic in nature. See Annotation 200 and Annotation 36. The law of negation generalizes the pervasive nature of development. Dialectical development does not take the form of a straight path, but rather in the form of a spiral path. Lenin summarized that this path is a development that repeats, as it were, stages that have already been passed, but repeats them in a different way, on a higher basis, the negation of the negation, a development, so to speak, that proceeds in spirals, not in a straight line. 12. The tendency to develop in a spiral curve demonstrates the dialectical nature of development, i.e., the cycle of inheritance, repetition, and progression. Each new round of the spiral appears to be repeating, but at a higher level. The continuation of the loops in a spiral reflects an endless progression from lower levels to higher levels of things, phenomena, and ideas. In short, the law of negation in materialist dialectics reflects the dialectical relationship between the negative and the assertion, i.e., the second and first forms of a dialectical development cycle. See Annotation 203 in the development process of things, phenomena, and ideas. Dialectical development is driven by dialectical negation. In the development of all things, phenomena, and ideas, the new is the result of inheriting characteristics from prior forms. This process of inheritance, repetition, and progression through negation leads to cyclical development. Engels wrote, "What is the negation of the negation? An extremely general, and for this reason extremely far-reaching and important, law of development of nature, history, and thought." 13. Annotation 205. In the same text quoted above, Engels elaborates that dialectical development is composed of processes which in their nature are antagonistic, contain a contradiction, transformation of one extreme into its opposite, and finally, as the kernel of the whole thing, the negation of the negation. See meaning of the methodology. The law of negation is the basis for correct perception of the tendency of motion and development of things, phenomena, and ideas. Development and motion processes do not take place in a straight line, rather, it is a winding, complex road, consisting of many stages, and each process can be broken down into many different sub-processes. However, it must be understood that this complexity of development is only the manifestation of the general tendency to move forward. See Annotation 118. It is important to understand the nature of motion and development so that we can systematically change the world according to our revolutionary viewpoint. In order to consciously impact the development of things, phenomena, and ideas, we need to know their characteristics, nature, and relationships so that we can influence their motion and development in the direction that suits our purposes. We must comprehend and leverage the tendency of forward movement, in accordance with a scientific and revolutionary worldview, in order to effectively and systematically change the world. Annotation 206. Understanding the forward tendency of motion is vital for cultivating a worldview which is both scientific and revolutionary. Such a worldview is scientific because it recognizes the material reality that all things, phenomena, and ideas are constantly undergoing change and development. Nothing in our universe is static, and all things are connected and defined by internal and external relationships, which are also constantly developing. Furthermore, this development progresses with a forward tendency, meaning that no process can be completely reversed. For example, you can clean rust from a car, which would be forward progress, but you can't reverse the temporal process of rust. Once we understand that all things, phenomena, and ideas in our universe are constantly developing and moving forward, we can then begin to find ways to impact motion and development systematically to consciously change the world around us. This is the foundation of a revolutionary worldview, since revolutionary change requires us to leverage and influence development processes to suit our needs and revolutionary ambitions. Thus, materialist dialectics are an applied system of observation and practice through which we seek to understand development processes and consciously impact them to suit our needs. According to the rule of negation, in the objective world, the new must inevitably come to replace the old. In nature, the new develops according to objective laws. In social life, new things arise from the purposeful, self-conscious, and creative actions of human beings. Therefore, it is necessary to leverage subjective factors as we seek to consciously impact the development of things, phenomena, and ideas. Annotation 207. Subjective factors are factors which we, as a subject, are capable of impacting. This may seem confusing, since we have previously established that all external things, phenomena, and ideas have objective relationships with all other things, phenomena, and ideas. See Annotation 108, meaning that any given subject is external to every other subject, and thus no subject can directly and completely control the motion and development of any other subject. However, from the perspective of any given individual, there are certain things, phenomena, and ideas as well as processes of motion and development which we can impact. For example, if I see an apple on a table, the apple is objective to me. I can't simply will the apple to move with my consciousness alone. However, I can impact the apple through conscious activity. I can consciously will my hand to pick up the apple and move it to another location. Thus, factors which an individual can consciously impact are subjective factors. As revolutionists, we must focus on subjective factors. In other words, we must concentrate on that which we are capable of changing, since our purpose is to change the world. Focusing on factors which we can't impact is a waste of time. We must simply determine what can be changed and then determine the most efficient and effective ways of impacting development processes and changing the world. As revolutionists, we must have faith that we can introduce the new, faith in the success of the new. We must support the new, and fight for the victory of the new. Therefore, it is necessary to overcome conservative, stagnant, and dogmatic thoughts which restrain the development of the new and resist the law of negation. Annotation 208. Change is inevitable. All things, phenomena, and ideas undergo processes of motion and development. Any philosophy, ideology, or strategy which attempts to restrain motion and development is doomed to failure because change can neither be halted nor restrained. Thus, our strategies and actions must align with the material reality that change is inevitable, and we must seek to change the world by impacting processes of development and motion rather than attempting to reverse, restrain, or halt such processes. Ideologies which erroneously strive to restrict change and development include rigidity, see Annotation 222, and conservatism, see Annotation 236. In the process of negating the old, we must leverage the principle of inheritance with discretion. We must encourage the inheritance of factors that are beneficial to our goals as we simultaneously attempt to filter out, overcome, and reform factors which would negatively impact our goals. Annotation 209. If we understand the principle of inheritance, we can impact inheritance processes which derive from negation. For example, when repairing a car, we can seek out parts of the car which do not function properly or which do not suit the use case of the car and add or replace parts which are more suitable. In the same way, we can impact inheritance processes in our revolutionary political activities. We can seek to inherit characteristics from previous stages of development of our political organizations, social institutions, culture, etc., while simultaneously seeking to prevent the inheritance of traits and characteristics which are unsuitable for our revolutionary purposes. Over time, we can attempt to impact the inheritance of traits and aspects which are more conducive to our purposes while limiting and filtering out traits and aspects which are hindrances. In an article titled New Life written in 1947, Ho Chi Minh wrote about the dialectical relationship between the new and the old in building a new society, writing, "Not everything old must be abandoned. We do not have to reinvent everything. What is old but bad must be abandoned. What is old but troublesome must be corrected appropriately. What is old but good must be further developed. What is new but good must be done." Growing up in the old society, we all carry within us more or less bad traces of the old society in terms of our ideas and habits. Habits are hard to change. That which is good and new is likely to be considered bad by the people because it is strange to them. On the contrary, that which is evil yet familiar is easily mistaken as normal and acceptable. Ho Chi Minh understood the principles of development very well as the difficulties we will face as revolutionaries as we try to change ourselves and our society. We must strive to develop a similar understanding as we move forward and attempt to affect the development of our world through practice and struggle. Chapter 3. Cognitive Theory of Dialectical Materialism. In Marxism, epistemological reasoning, or epistemology, is the foundation of dialectics. Dialectical materialist epistemology is a theory of applying human cognitive ability to the objective world through practical activities. It explains the nature, path, and general laws of the human process of perceiving truth and objective reality to serve human practical activities. Annotation 210. Epistemology is the theoretical study of knowledge. It also deals with the philosophical question of, how do we know what is true? Throughout history, philosophers have tried to determine the nature of truth and knowledge. In the era of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, there was an ongoing dispute between the materialists, who believed that truth could only be sought through sense experience of the material world, and the idealists, who believed that truth could only be sought through reasoning within the human mind. Marx and Engels developed the philosophical system of dialectical materialism to resolve this dispute. Dialectical materialism upholds that the material and the ideal have a dialectical relationship with one another. The material determines the ideal, while the ideal impacts the material. See the relationship between matter and consciousness. However, it's important to understand that Marx and Engels didn't develop the system of dialectical materialism simply to understand the world. As Marx wrote in Theses on Feuerbach, the philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways. The point is to change it. So, Marxist dialectical materialist epistemology is developed specifically to enable human beings to not only perceive truth and objective reality, but to then be able to apply our conscious thought, through practical activity, in order to bring about change in the world. 1. Praxis, consciousness, and the role of praxis in consciousness. A. Praxis and basic forms of praxis. Praxis includes all human material activities which have purpose and historical social characteristics and which transform nature and society. Unlike other activities, praxis is activity in which humans attempt to materially impact the world to suit our purposes. Praxis activities define the nature of human beings and distinguish human beings from other animals. Praxis is objective activity, and praxis has been constantly developed by humans through the ages. Annotation 211. In English, the words practice and praxis are often distinguished from one another. Practice is often used to refer to human activity which provides more information about the world around us and improves our knowledge and understanding, whereas praxis often refers to conscious human activity which is intended to change the world in some manner. In their original German, Marx and Engels used the same German word, praxis, to refer to both concepts. Similarly, in the original Vietnamese text of this book, the same word, thuc tien, is used for both practice and praxis. One reason that these concepts are so closely related is that all conscious activity serves both roles by simultaneously telling us more about reality and consciously changing reality in some way. For example, by pushing a heavy stone, you may be able to move the stone a small amount, constituting praxis, while simultaneously learning how heavy the stone is and how difficult it is to move, constituting practice. The main point of distinction, therefore, is intention. Virtually all conscious activity is practice, but only activity which has purpose and historical social characteristics might be considered praxis. Purpose simply describes a goal or desired outcome, specifically, a desired change in nature or human society. Activities with historical social characteristics are activities which contribute in some way to the development of human society. In this translation, we use practice and praxis interchangeably to mean conscious activity which improves our understanding, and which has purpose and historical social characteristics. You are likely to find these words used differently, as described above, or in other ways, in other texts. Engels explains the importance of practice/praxis in socialism, utopian and scientific. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. From the moment we use these objects, according to the qualities we perceive in them, we put to an infallible test the correctness or otherwise of our sense perceptions. If these perceptions have been wrong, then our estimate of the use to which an object can be turned must also be wrong, and our attempt must fail. But if we succeed in accomplishing our aim, if we find that the object does agree with our idea of it, and does answer the purpose we intended it for, then that is positive proof that our perceptions of it and of its qualities, so far, agree with reality outside ourselves. Marx wrote in Theses on Feuerbach that the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-change can be conceived and rationally understood only as revolutionary practice, German, revolutionäre Praxis. Engels further expounds upon this concept in Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, writing, "The most telling refutation of this as of all other philosophical fancies is practice, original German, Praxis, viz., experiment and industry. If we are able to prove the correctness of our conception of a natural process by making it ourselves, bringing it into being out of its conditions and using it for our own purposes into the bargain, then there is an end of the Kantian incomprehensible or ungraspable. Praxis defines the nature of human beings because human beings are, to our present knowledge, the only beings which undertake actions with conscious awareness of our desired outcomes and comprehension of the historical development of our own society, which distinguishes human beings from all other animals. Praxis is objective activity, meaning that all praxis activities are performed in relation to external things, phenomena, and ideas. See annotation 108. Praxis has been constantly developed by humans through the ages, meaning that as we learn more about the nature of reality, of human society, and the laws of nature, we are able to develop our praxis to become more efficient and effective. Praxis activities are very diverse, manifesting with ever-increasing variety, but there are only three basic forms: material production activities, socio-political activities, and scientific experimental activities. Material production activity is the first and most basic form of praxis. In this form of praxis activity, humans use tools through labor processes to influence the natural world in order to create wealth and material resources and to develop the conditions necessary to maintain our existence and development. Socio-political activity includes praxis activity utilized by various communities and organizations in human society to transform political social relations in order to promote social development. Scientific experimental activity is a special form of praxis activity. This includes human activities that resemble or replicate states of nature and society in order to determine the laws of change and development of subjects of study. This form of activity plays an important role in the development of society, especially in the current historical period of modern science and technological revolution. Annotation 212. The three basic forms of praxis activities listed above obviously do not include all forms of human activity, as praxis only includes activities which have purpose and historical social characteristics. Material production activity has a very clear purpose: to improve the material conditions of an individual human being or a group of human beings. Material production activity has historical social characteristics because developing material conditions for human beings leads directly to the development of human society. For example, as food production increases in terms of yield and efficiency, society can support a larger number of human beings and a wider range of human activities, which leads to the development of human society. Socio-political activity has the purpose of promoting social development, which is obviously inherently historical social in nature. An example of socio-political activity would include any sort of political campaign, liberation struggle, political revolutionary activity, etc. Scientific experimental activity has the purpose of expanding our understanding of nature and human society, which leads directly to historical social development in a variety of ways. For example, improving our scientific understanding of medicine through scientific experimental activity leads to longer lives and improved quality of life. Improving our scientific understanding of chemistry through scientific experimental activity leads to all sorts of materials which improve the quality of life and enable human beings to solve a variety of social problems. In order to qualify as praxis activity, a given human activity must have a purpose and it must have historical social characteristics. For instance, drawing is not always praxis in the sense of the word used in this text, but it would be praxis if it would qualify as material production activity, i.e., making art in order to sell, so as to make a living, or if the art is made with the intention of invoking social change. Every basic praxis activity form has an important function, and these functions are not interchangeable with each other. However, they have close relationships with each other and different praxis activity forms often interact with each other. In these relationships, material production is the most important form of praxis activity, playing a decisive role in determining other praxis activities because material production is the most primitive activity and exists most commonly in human life. Material production creates the most essential, decisive material conditions for human survival and development. Without material production there cannot be other praxis activities. After all other praxis activities arise from material production praxis and all praxis activities ultimately aim to serve material production praxis. Annotation 213. Without material production activity, human beings would not be able to live at all. Thus, material production activities make all other forms of human activities possible. In addition, the primary reason we participate in socio-political activity is to ensure material security, food, water, shelter, etc., for members of society, which ultimately relies on material production activity. Therefore, the primary reason we engage in scientific experimental activity is to improve material production activities in terms of efficiency, yield, effectiveness, etc. Of course, we engage in scientific experimental activity and material production activity for other reasons, art, entertainment, recreation, etc., but these activities require that material security be secured first for those participating in the production and consumption of such products. In other words, material production activity is a prerequisite for all other forms of activity, since without some measure of material security humans cannot survive. Material production activity has a dialectical relationship with all other praxis activity, with material production activity determining, while being impacted by, all other forms of praxis activity. Thus, material production activity has a dialectical relationship with other forms of praxis activities, in which material production activity determines both socio-political and scientific experimental activity, while socio-political and scientific experimental activity impact material production activity. B. Consciousness and levels of consciousness. The dialectical materialist perspective sees consciousness as a process of reflecting the objective world within the human brain on a practical basis to create knowledge about the objective world. Consciousness is a self-aware process that is productive and creative. This view stems from the following basic principles. The dialectical materialist worldview acknowledges that the material world exists subjectively and independently of human consciousness. The dialectical materialist worldview recognizes the following human abilities: to perceive the objective world, to reflect the objective world into the human mind, which enables human subjects to learn about external objects, see annotation 66. To admit that there are no material things nor phenomena which are unrecognizable, but only material things and phenomena that humans have not yet recognized, see the opposition of materialism and idealism in solving basic philosophical issues. The dialectical materialist worldview affirms that conscious reflection, see annotation 67, of the objective world is a dialectical, productive, self-aware, and creative process. This reflection process develops from the unknown to the known, from knowing less to knowing more, from knowing less profoundly and less comprehensively to knowing more profoundly and more comprehensively. Annotation 214. The above principle, that human knowledge develops from less, and less comprehensive, to more, and more comprehensive states, stands in contrast to various other philosophical systems of belief, including Hegel's absolute idealism upholds a belief in an absolute ideal which constitutes an ultimate limit or endpoint of knowledge which humanity is moving towards. Dialectical materialism upholds that there is no such absolute ideal and thus no such terminal endpoint of human understanding, see annotation 234. As Engels wrote in Anti-Düring, if mankind ever reached the stage at which it should work only with eternal truths, with results of thought which possess sovereign validity and an unconditional claim to truth, it would then have reached the point where the infinity of the intellectual world both in its actuality and in its potentiality had been exhausted, and thus the famous miracle of the counted uncountable would have been performed. Fideism, which is the belief that knowledge is received from some higher power, i.e., God. Fideism upholds that all knowledge is pre-existing, and that humanity simply receives it from on high. Dialectical materialism, on the other hand, argues that knowledge is developed over time through dialectical processes of consciousness and human activity. Positivism, or empiricist materialism, which holds that there are hard limits to human knowledge, or that human knowledge, which can only be obtained from sense data, can't be trusted. Dialectical materialism upholds that all things and phenomena can be known and understood, and that sense data can be trusted as an objective reflection of reality. For more information about skepticism about human sense data as well as positive and empiricist materialism, see annotation 10 and annotation 58. The dialectical materialist worldview considers praxis as the primary and most direct basis of consciousness, and as the motive and the purpose of consciousness, and as the criterion for testing truth. See the relationship between praxis and consciousness. Annotation 215. Given the above principles, that human consciousness exists independently from the material world yet is capable of accurately perceiving and reflecting the material world, and that knowledge develops over time through a synthesis of consciousness and practical activity, we can conclude that consciousness is a self-aware process which is productive and creative. Consciousness is productive and creative in the sense that conscious processes, in conjunction with practical experience and activity in the material world, leads to the development of knowledge and practical experience which allows humans to develop our understanding of the world as well as our own material conditions through the application of knowledge to our own labor activities. Next, we will examine different ways of categorizing conscious activities as they pertain to developing knowledge and practical understanding of our world. From the dialectical materialist point of view, consciousness is a process of development. Consciousness develops from empirical consciousness to theoretical consciousness, and from ordinary consciousness to scientific consciousness. Annotation 216. In dialectical materialist philosophy, all systems of relation exist as processes of development in motion. See annotation 120. Thus, consciousness can be defined as a system of relations between human brain activity and two forms of data input. Sense experience, observations of the external world detected by our senses. Knowledge, information which exists in the human mind as memories and ideas. Consciousness is thus a process of the development of knowledge through a combination of human brain activity and human practical activity in the physical world, i.e., labor. In the section below, we will explore different forms of consciousness, the development of consciousness, and the relationship between consciousness and knowledge. Note that these are abstractions of consciousness and knowledge, meant to help us understand how knowledge and consciousness develop over time. Thought processes are extremely complex, so we seek to develop a fundamental understanding of how consciousness develops and how knowledge develops, because these processes are fundamental to the development of human beings and human societies. Just as consciousness is a process of developing knowledge through brain activity, consciousness itself also develops over time. The development of consciousness can be considered based on the criteria of concrete/abstract and of passive/active. Consciousness develops from a state of direct and immediate observation of the world, which results in concrete knowledge, to a higher stage which constitutes a more abstract and general understanding of the world. We call consciousness which is focused on direct, immediate, concrete, empirical observation of the world empirical consciousness, and we call consciousness which is focused on forming abstract generalizations about the world theoretical consciousness. Empirical consciousness is a process of collecting data about the world, which we call knowledge. We can gather two forms of knowledge through empirical consciousness: ordinary knowledge, and scientific knowledge. Ordinary knowledge is the knowledge we accumulate through our everyday experiences in the world. Scientific knowledge is gathered through more systematic scientific observations and experiments. Scientific knowledge usually develops from ordinary knowledge, as we begin to seek a more formal and systematic understanding of the things we witness in our daily lives. According to Themes in Soviet Marxist Philosophy, edited by T.J. Blakely, ordinary knowledge notes what lies on the very surface, what happens during a certain event. Scientific knowledge wants to know why it happens in just this way. The essence of scientific knowledge lies in the confirmed generalization of facts, where it becomes necessary rather than contingent, universal instead of particular, law-bound, and can serve as a basis for predicting various phenomena, events and objects. The whole progress of scientific knowledge is bound up with growth in the force and volume of scientific prediction. Prediction makes it possible to control processes and to direct them. Scientific knowledge opens up the possibility not only of predicting the future but also of consciously forming it. The vital meaning of every science can be expressed as follows: to know in order to predict, and to predict in order to act. An essential characteristic of scientific knowledge is that it is systematic, i.e., it is a set of information which is ordered according to certain theoretical principles. A collection of unsystematized knowledge is not yet science. Certain basic premises are fundamental to scientific knowledge, i.e., the laws which make it possible to systematize the knowledge. Knowledge becomes scientific when the collection of facts and their descriptions reach the level where they are included in a theory. Theoretical consciousness arises from conscious reflection on accumulated knowledge, as human beings seek to develop general and abstract understanding of the underlying principles of processes we experience in the world. Once general principles of natural and social law are established, human beings then test those general conclusions against empirical reality through further observation, i.e., through empirical consciousness. Thus, there is a dialectical relationship between empirical consciousness and theoretical consciousness, as one form leads to another, back and forth, again and again, continuously. Empirical and theoretical consciousness have a dialectical relationship in which empirical consciousness and theoretical consciousness lead to and mutually develop one another. Consciousness also develops from passive and surface-level observation and understanding of the world, i.e., simply considering what, where, and when things happen, to more active pursuit of the underlying meaning of the world, i.e., trying to understand how and why things happen. Consciousness which passively observes the world, directly, in daily life is referred to as ordinary consciousness. Ordinary consciousness often develops into more active consciousness. This active pursuit of understanding through systematic observation and indirect experiences, i.e., experiences that do not occur in daily activity, such as scientific experimentation, is referred to as scientific consciousness. These concepts will be discussed in further detail below. Empirical consciousness is the stage of development of consciousness in which perceptions are formed via direct observations of things and phenomena in the natural world, or of society, or through scientific experimentation and systematic observation. Empirical consciousness results in empirical knowledge. Empirical knowledge has two types: ordinary empirical knowledge, knowledge obtained through direct observation and in productive labor, and scientific empirical knowledge, knowledge obtained by conducting scientific experiments. These two types of knowledge can be complementary, and can enrich one another. Theoretical consciousness is the indirect, abstract, systematic level of perception in which the nature and laws of things and phenomena are generalized and abstracted. Empirical consciousness and theoretical consciousness are two different cognitive stages, but they have a dialectical relationship with each other. In this dialectical relationship, empirical consciousness is the basis of theoretical consciousness. It provides theoretical consciousness with specific, rich material, i.e., knowledge. Empirical consciousness is linked closely to practical activities, since practical activity in the material world is the chief method of gathering knowledge through empirical consciousness, and forms the basis for checking, correcting, and supplementing existing theories and summarizing, and generalizing them into new theories. However, empirical consciousness is still limited in that empirical consciousness stops at the description and classification of data obtained from direct observation and experimentation. Therefore, empirical consciousness only brings understanding about the separate, superficial, discrete aspects of observed subjects, without yet reflecting the essence of those subjects nor the underlying principles or laws which regulate those subjects. Therefore, empirical consciousness, alone, is not sufficient for determining the scientific laws of nature and society. To determine such laws and abstractions, theoretical consciousness must be applied. So, theoretical consciousness does not form spontaneously, nor directly from experience, although it is formed from the summation of experiences. Annotation 217. The knowledge we gain from our daily activity often inspires scientific inquiry and more systematic observation, which can yield scientific knowledge which will enrich and improve our daily practice and allow us to experience daily life with a deeper understanding of what we're experiencing. Thus, the ordinary knowledge we gain through daily practice can enrich and yield scientific knowledge, and vice versa. Empirical consciousness and theoretical consciousness have a dialectical relationship with each other in which empirical consciousness provides the basis for theoretical consciousness. Theoretical consciousness attempts to derive general abstractions and governing principles from empirical knowledge which is gained through empirical consciousness. Once theoretical principles, generalities, and abstractions are determined, they are then tested against reality through empirical consciousness, i.e., practical observation and systematic experimentation, to determine if the theory is sound. Empirical consciousness and theoretical consciousness have a dialectical relationship with one another. Our observations of the material world lead to conscious activity which we then test in reality through conscious activity, and so on, in a never-ending cycle of dialectical development. For example, a farmer may notice that plants grow better in locations where manure has been discarded, an act of empirical consciousness. The farmer might then form the theory that adding manure to the soil will help plants grow, an act of theoretical consciousness. This theory could then be tested against reality by mixing manure into the soil and observing the results, which would be another act of empirical consciousness. The farmer may then theorize that more manure will help plants grow even more, another act of theoretical consciousness, continuing the cycle of testing and observing. This dialectical relationship between ordinary and theoretical consciousness is what allows human beings to develop and improve knowledge through practical experience, observation, and theoretical abstraction and generalization of knowledge. Theoretical consciousness is relatively independent from empirical consciousness. Therefore, theories can precede expectations and guide the formation of valuable empirical knowledge. Theoretical consciousness is what allows human beings to sort and filter knowledge so as to best serve practical activities and contribute to the transformation of human life. Through this process, knowledge is organized and therefore enhanced, and develops from the level of specific, individual, and solitary knowledge to a higher form of generalized and abstract knowledge, what we might call theoretical knowledge. Annotation 218. Knowledge which comes from empirical observations, empirical consciousness, is empirical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge is a product of theoretical consciousness. Over time, as repeated and varied observations are made through theoretical consciousness activities, knowledge becomes more generalized and abstract. This general and abstract knowledge is what we call theoretical knowledge. Note that empirical and theoretical knowledge can be ordinary or scientific in nature. If the knowledge arises passively from daily life activities, it will be ordinary knowledge, regardless of whether or not it is empirical or theoretical in nature. If, on the other hand, the knowledge arises from methodological measurement and or systematic observation, then it is scientific knowledge. Point 2. So far, we have discussed ways of understanding consciousness based on the criteria of directness versus abstractness. Next, we will discuss another way of looking at consciousness, based on the criteria of passiveness versus activeness. Ordinary consciousness refers to perception that is formed passively and directly from the daily activities of humans. Ordinary consciousness is a reflection of things, phenomena, and ideas, with all their observed characteristics, specific details, and nuances. Therefore, ordinary consciousness is rich, multifaceted, and associated with daily life. Therefore, ordinary consciousness has a regular and pervasive role in governing the activities of each person in society. Scientific consciousness refers to perception formed actively and indirectly from the reflection of the characteristics, nature, and inherent relationships of research subjects. This reflection takes place in the form of logical abstraction. These logical abstractions include scientific concepts, categories, and laws. Scientific consciousness is objective, abstract, general, and systematic, and must be grounded in evidence. Scientific consciousness utilizes systematic methodologies to profoundly describe the nature of studied subjects as well as the principles which govern them. Therefore, scientific consciousness plays an increasingly important role in practical activities, especially in the modern age of science and technology. Annotation 219. Logical abstraction refers to an understanding of the underlying rules which govern things, phenomena, and ideas which underlie objective processes, relationships, and characteristics. Logical abstraction is the result of scientific inquiry. Over time, our understanding of the rules which govern the things, phenomena, and ideas in our lives become more reliable and applicable in practical activities. This attainment of understanding and practical ability through scientific practice is scientific consciousness. Ordinary and scientific consciousness are two different qualitative steps of cognitive processes which, together, allow humans to discover truth about our world. Ordinary and scientific consciousness have a strong dialectical relationship with each other. In this relationship, ordinary consciousness precedes scientific consciousness, as ordinary consciousness is a source of material for the development of scientific consciousness. Although it contains the seeds of scientific knowledge, ordinary consciousness mainly stops at the reflection of superficial details, seemingly random events, and non-essential phenomena. See essence and phenomenon. Ordinary consciousness, therefore, cannot transform effortlessly into scientific consciousness. To develop ordinary consciousness into scientific consciousness, we must go through the process of accurate summarizing, abstracting, and generalization using scientific methods. Likewise, once scientific consciousness has been developed, it impacts and pervades ordinary consciousness, and therefore develops ordinary consciousness. Scientific consciousness therefore enhances our everyday passive perception of the world. Ordinary consciousness refers to the passive observation of reality which takes place in our daily lives. Scientific consciousness refers to the systematic application of consciousness to solve specific problems in a methodological manner. Annotation 220. For example, before developing scientific consciousness of farming, a farmer might go through daily life having no idea what makes plants grow to be larger and more healthy and might have no idea how to avoid common problems such as pests. After developing scientific consciousness of farming through scientific experimentation and other systematic methodologies, the farmer will look at things differently in daily life activities. They may see signs of pest infestation and immediately recognize it for what it is, and they may see other indications that plants are unhealthy and know exactly what to do to remedy the situation. In this way, scientific consciousness enhances ordinary consciousness. Meanwhile, ordinary consciousness, passive observation of the world during daily activities, will lead to scientific consciousness by inspiring us to actively seek understanding of the world through scientific consciousness. See the relationship between praxis and consciousness. Praxis serves as the basis, driving force, and purpose of consciousness. Praxis serves as the criterion of truth by testing the truthfulness of our thoughts. See Annotation 230. Praxis is able to serve these roles because reality is the direct starting point of consciousness. It sets out the requirements, tasks, and modes of consciousness, as well as the movement and development tendencies of consciousness. Humans have an objective and inherent need to explain the world and to transform it. Annotation 221. Remember that the material world defines consciousness while consciousness allows us to impact the material world through conscious activity. See the relationship between matter and consciousness. Consciousness itself arose from the physical needs of the material world. See the source of consciousness, and these physical needs continue to serve as the basis and driving force for all conscious activities, as we must act consciously to survive. Our inherent need to explain the world and to transform it arises from our material needs to eat, seek shelter, cure and prevent disease, and so on. These physical needs, which stem from the material world, drive conscious activity and lead to the development of consciousness and knowledge. Therefore, humans must necessarily impact things in the material world through our practical activities in order to survive. The impacts of our practical activities on the world cause things and phenomena to reveal their different properties, including their internal and external relationships. For example, hitting a rock will tell you properties about the rock, attempting to build something out of wood will provide data about the wood, etc. In this manner, praxis produces data for consciousness to process, and also helps consciousness to comprehend nature and the laws of movement and development which govern the world. Scientific theories are formed on the basis of the dialectical relationship between practical activity and consciousness. For example, mathematics developed to allow us to count and measure things for practical activities such as agriculture, navigation, and building structures. Marxism also arose in the 1840s from the practical activities of the struggles of the working class against the capitalist class at that time. Even recent scientific achievements arise from practical needs and activities. For example, the discovery and decoding of the human genome map was born from practical activities and needs, such as the need to develop treatments for incurable diseases. In the end, there is no field of knowledge that is not derived from reality. Ultimately, all knowledge arises from and serves practice. Therefore, if we were to break from reality or stop relying on reality, consciousness would break from the basis of reality that nurtures our growth, existence, and development. Also, the cognitive subject cannot have true and profound knowledge about the world if it does not follow reality. Practice also serves as the basis, driving force, and purpose of consciousness because, thanks to practical activities, our human ability to measure and observe reality improves increasingly over time, our logical thinking ability is constantly strengthened and developed, cognitive means become increasingly developed. All of these developments extend the human senses in perceiving the world. For example, by developing new tools to measure, perceive, and sense the world such as telescopes, radar, microscopes, etc. Reality is not only the basis, the driving force, and the purpose of discovering truth but also serves as the standard of truth. Reality also serves as the basis for examining the truthfulness of the cognitive process, i.e., we can test whether our thoughts match material reality through experimentation and practice in the real world. This means that practice is the measure of the value of the knowledge we gain through perception. At the same time, practice is constantly supplementing, adjusting, correcting, developing, and improving human consciousness. Marx said, "The question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory but is a practical question. Man must prove the truth, i.e. the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking in practice." 1. Thus, practice is not only the starting point of consciousness and a decisive factor for the formation and development of consciousness, it is also a target where consciousness must always aim to test the truth. To emphasize this role which practice plays, Lenin said, "The standpoint of life, of practice, should be first and fundamental in the theory of knowledge too. The role of practice in consciousness requires that we always grasp the practical point of view. This point of view requires that we derive our ideas from practice, our ideas must be based on practice, and our ideas must deeply explore practice. In our conscious activities, we must attach a lot of importance to the summarization of practice, i.e., developing theoretical knowledge through theoretical consciousness which reflects practical experience. Theoretical research must be related to practice, and learning must go hand in hand with practicing. If we diverge from practice, it will lead to mistakes of subjectivism, idealism, dogmatism, rigidity, and bureaucracy. Annotation 222. Subjectivism occurs when one centers one's own self and conscious activities in perspective and worldview, failing to test one's own perceptions against material and social reality. Subjectivists tend to believe that they can independently reason their way to truth in their own minds without practical experience and activity in the material world. Related to subjectivism is solipsism, a form of idealism in which one believes that the self is the only basis for truth. As Marxist ethicist Howard Selsom wrote in Ethics and Progress, New Values in a Revolutionary World, "If I believe that I alone exist and that you and all your arguments exist only in my mind and are my own creations, then all possible arguments will not shake me one iota. No logic can possibly convince the solipsist." Idealism has a strong connection with a failure to incorporate practical activity into theoretical consciousness, since idealism holds that conscious activity is the sole basis of discovering truth. Dogmatism occurs when one only accounts for commonalities and considers theory itself as the sole basis of truth rather than practice. See Annotation 239. Dogmatists ignore practical experience and considering pre-established theory, alone, as unalterable truth. This results in a breakdown of the dialectical relationship between theoretical consciousness and empirical consciousness, which arrests the development process of knowledge and consciousness. Rigidity is an unwillingness to alter one's thoughts, holding too stiffly to established consciousness and knowledge, and ignoring practical experience and observation, which leads to stagnation of both knowledge and consciousness. Bureaucracy arises when theory becomes overly codified and formalized, to the extent that practical considerations are ignored in favor of codified theory. Bureaucracy can be avoided by incorporating practical experience and observations continuously into the development of practical systems and methodologies so that theory and practice become increasingly aligned over time to continuously improve efficiency and effectiveness of practical activities in the material world. On the contrary, if the role of practice is absolutized to the exclusion of conscious activity, it will fall into pragmatism and empiricism. Annotation 223. In this context, pragmatism refers to a form of subjectivism. See Annotation 222, above, in which one centers one's own immediate material concerns over all other considerations. For example, workers may place their own immediate needs and desires above the concerns of their fellow workers as a whole. This may offer some temporary gains, but in the long run their lack of solidarity and class consciousness will be detrimental, as workers collectively suffer from division, making all workers more vulnerable to exploitation and ill-treatment by the capitalist class. Empiricism is a faulty form of materialism in which only sense experience and practical experience are considered sources of truth. This is opposed to the dialectical materialist position that the material determines consciousness, while consciousness impacts the material world through conscious labor activity. See the relationship between matter and consciousness. Thus, the principle of the unification of practice and theory must be the basic principle in practical and theoretical activities. Theory without practice as its basis and criterion for determining its truthfulness is useless. Vice versa, practice without scientific and revolutionary theory will inevitably turn into blind practice. As Ho Chi Minh once said, study and practice must always go together. Study without practice is useless. Practice without study leads to folly. 2. Dialectical path of consciousness to truth. A. Opinions of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin about the dialectical path of consciousness to truth. Annotation 224. The section below outlines and explains the universal law of consciousness, which holds that consciousness is a process of dialectical development in which practical activity leads to conscious activity, which then leads back to practical activity, in a continuous and never-ending cycle, with a tendency to develop both practical and conscious activity to increasingly higher levels. In his philosophical notebook, Lenin generalized the dialectical path towards the realization of truth as development from vivid visualization to abstract thinking, and then from abstraction back to practice. This process, according to Lenin, is the dialectical path towards the realization of truth, and the realization of objective reality. According to this generalization, the dialectical path towards the realization of truth, here, referring to a correct and accurate reflection of objective reality, is a process. It is a process that starts from vivid visualization, emotional consciousness, to abstract thinking, rational consciousness. Annotation 225. Given that consciousness has a material basis, and that practical activities are the driving force of consciousness, see Annotation 230, it follows that we must strive to align our conscious thoughts and ideas with the material world. The more accurately we can reflect reality in our consciousness, the more effectively and efficiently our practical activities can become. For example, through learning more about the mechanical, material, and physical processes which take place inside of an automobile engine, the more we can improve engines to make them more efficient and effective for practical applications. Lenin explained that consciousness develops from emotional consciousness to rational consciousness. Thought about a subject begins at a base level of consciousness that is rooted in emotional and sense-oriented conscious activity, i.e., vivid visualization, which then leads to rational, abstract reflection. By vivid visualization, Lenin is referring to the active, real-time experience of seeing, and hearing, smelling, and otherwise sensing, things and phenomena in the world. When a person experiences something through practical activity, the first conscious activity will tend to occur at the emotional and sensory level, in other words, the conscious activities which occur simultaneously along with practical activities. Only after this initial period of emotional consciousness will one be able to reflect on the experience on a more rational and abstract level. For example, if a zoologist in the field sees a species of bird they have never encountered before, their first conscious activity will be at the sensory emotional level. They will observe the shape, coloration, and motion of the bird. They may feel excitement, happiness, and other emotions. This is emotional conscious activity. This emotional conscious activity will then develop into rational conscious activity, as the zoologist may begin to consider things more abstractly, attempting to interpret and understand this experience through reason and rational reflection, asking such questions as, Where does this bird nest? What does it feed on? Is this a new discovery, and so on. Such abstractions are not the endpoint of a cognitive cycle, because consciousness must then continue to develop through practice. It is through practice that perception tests and proves its own correctness so that it can then continue on to repeat the cycle. This is also the general rule of the human perception of objective reality. Annotation 226. Thus there is a dialectical relationship between emotional consciousness, linked to practical activity, and rational consciousness, linked to purely conscious activity. This dialectical relationship is a cycle, in which one engages in practical activity, which leads to emotional consciousness, which leads to rational consciousness, which then leads back to practical activity to test the correctness of the conclusions of rational conscious activity. We call this cycle of development of consciousness the cognitive process. The cognitive process is a continuous cycle which describes the dialectical development of consciousness and practical activity. The cognitive process is explained in more detail below. Development from emotional consciousness to rational consciousness. Emotional consciousness is the lower stage of the cognitive process. In this stage of cognitive development, humans through practical activity, use our senses to reflect objective things and phenomena, with all their perceived specific characteristics and rich manifestations, in human consciousness. During this period, consciousness only reflects the phenomena i.e., phenomena, as opposed to essence, see essence and phenomenon, the external manifestations, of the perceived subject. At this stage, consciousness has not yet reflected the essence, the nature, or the regulating principles, of the subject. Therefore, this is the lowest stage of development of the cognitive process. In this stage, consciousness is carried out through three basic phases: sensation, conception, and symbolization. Human sensation of an objective thing or phenomenon is the simplest, most primitive phase of the emotional consciousness stage of the cognitive processes, but without it there would not be any perception of objective things or phenomena. Every human sensation of objective things and phenomena contains objective content, see content and form, even though it arises as subjective human conscious reflection. Sensation is the subjective imagining of the objective world. It is the basis from which the next phase of emotional consciousness, conception, is formed. Conception is a relatively complete reflection within human consciousness of objective things and phenomena. Conception is formed on the basis of linking and synthesizing sensational experiences of things and phenomena, i.e., sensation. Compared with sensation, conception is a higher, fuller, richer form of consciousness, but it is still a reflection of the outward manifestations of objects. Conception does not yet reflect the essence, nature, and regulating principles of the perceived subject. Symbolization is the representation of an objective thing or phenomenon that has been reflected by sensation and conception. It is the most advanced and most complex phase of the stage of emotional consciousness. At the same time, it also serves as the transitional step between emotional consciousness and rational consciousness. The defining characteristic of symbolism is the ability to reproduce symbolic ideas of objective things and phenomena within human consciousness. Symbolization describes the act of recreating the outward appearances of material things and phenomena within human consciousness, which is the first step of abstraction, and thus the first step towards rational consciousness. Annotation 227. Here is an example of the three phases of the emotional consciousness stage of the cognitive process. Sensation: Jessica senses a cake in the window of a bakery. She sees the frosting, the shape of the cake, and the decorations which adorn the cake. She smells the cake. During this phase, objective data about the cake is received into her consciousness, developing into an immediate and subjective sense perception of the cake. The beginnings of this cognitive activity will be purely sensory in nature. She may have been thinking of other things as she walked by the bakery, but the sight and smell of the cake, upon registering in her mind, will lead to the beginning of a new cognitive process cycle. Conception: Jessica begins to conceive of the cake in her mind more fully. She will associate the immediate sense experiences of seeing and smelling the cake with other experiences she has had with cake, and a complete mental image and concept of the cake will form in her mind. Symbolization: the word cake may now form in her mind, and she may begin thinking of the cake more abstractly, as food, as a temptation, and in other ways. This is the beginning of abstraction in Jessica's mind, which will then lead to rational conscious activities. Note that all of these phases of emotional consciousness activity may take place very quickly, perhaps in a fraction of a second, and may coincide with other conscious activity, i.e., Jessica may simultaneously be thinking of a meeting she's running late to and any number of other things. At this point, Jessica will transition to the rational consciousness stage of the cognitive process, which is explained in more detail below. By the end of the emotional stage of the cognitive process, consciousness has not yet reflected the essence, the nature, regulating principles, etc. of the perceived subject. Therefore, at the emotional stage, consciousness is not yet able to properly interpret the reflected subject. That is to say, emotional conscious activity does not meet the cognitive requirements to serve practical activities, including the need to creatively transform the objective world. To meet these requirements, emotional consciousness must develop into rational consciousness. Rational consciousness is the higher stage of the cognitive process. It includes the indirect, abstract, and generalized reflection of the essential properties and characteristics of things and phenomena. This stage of consciousness performs the most important function of comprehending and interpreting the essence of the perceived subject. Rational consciousness is implemented through three basic phases: definition, judgment, and reasoning. Definition is the first phase of rational consciousness. During this phase, the mind begins to interpret, organize, and process the basic properties of things and phenomena at a rational level into a conceptual whole. The formation of definition is the result of the summarization and synthesis of all the different characteristics and properties of the subject, and how the subject fits into the organized structure of knowledge which exists in the mind. Definition is the basis for forming judgments in the cognitive process. Judgment is the next phase of rational consciousness, which arises from the definition of the subject, the linking of concepts and properties together, which leads to affirmative or negative ideation of certain characteristics or attributes of the perceived subject. According to the level of development of consciousness, judgment may take one of three forms: unique judgment, general judgment, and universal judgment. See annotation 105. Universal judgment is the form of judgment that expresses the broadest conception of objective reality. Reasoning is the final phase of rational consciousness, formed on the basis of synthesizing judgments so as to extrapolate new knowledge about the perceived subject. Before reasoning can take place, judgments must be transformed into knowledge. A judgment can be transformed into knowledge through one of two logical mechanisms: deductive inference, which extrapolates the general from the specific, and inductive inference, which extrapolates the specific from the general. Annotation 228. Here is an example of the three phases of the rational consciousness stage of the cognitive process, continuing from our previous example of the emotional consciousness stage. See annotation 227. Definition: Jessica's conception of the cake will transition into the rational conscious activity of definition. Jessica will begin to define the concept of the cake more wholly and concretely, summarizing and synthesizing all of the features and characteristics of the cake into a cohesive mental reflection of the cake. The word cake may become more pronounced and defined in Jessica's consciousness, prompting her to think of the object which she defines as a cake more fully and rationally. Judgment: Jessica will begin to form basic judgments about the cake. That cake looks good, that cake smells good, and so on. Next, these judgments will begin to transform into knowledge through inductive or deductive inferences. An inductive inference might be: I generally enjoy eating cakes, therefore, I might enjoy eating this cake. An example of a deductive inference might be: this cake looks very delicious, therefore, there might be other delicious things in this bakery. Reasoning: processes of inductive and or deductive inference will begin to transform Jessica's judgments into the form of knowledge. For instance, she may now possess such knowledge as, this bakery has delicious looking cakes, this is a cake I would like to eat, and so on. With this newly acquired knowledge, Jessica can begin reasoning, that is to say, she can begin making rational conclusions and decisions. She might conclude, I will go into this bakery and buy that cake. Note that this is not the end of the cognitive process, because the final phase of the reasoning stage of the cognitive process, reasoning, will lead directly into a new cycle of the cognitive process. In this example, Jessica might engage in the practical activity of checking her watch to see the time, which will begin a new cycle of cognitive process, beginning with the sensation phase of the emotional stage as the visual sense data of her watch and carrying through to the final reasoning phase of the rational stage, and so on. It should also be noted that this is merely an abstraction of the cognitive process. In reality, the human mind is incredibly complex, capable of carrying out a variety of cognitive processes simultaneously. At any given moment, a person might be considering various different subjects, and each different subject might be at a different stage of the cognitive process. This abstract model of the cognitive process is presented to help us comprehend the component functions of consciousness more easily in the wider context of dialectical materialist philosophy. Specifically, this model of the cognitive process is intended to help us understand how human consciousness leads to truth. And truth, here, refers to the alignment of human consciousness with the material world, so that our perceptions and understanding of the world is accurate and representative of actual reality. The relationship between emotional consciousness, rational consciousness, and reality. Emotional consciousness and rational consciousness are stages that make up the cognitive cycle. In reality, they are often intertwined within the cognitive process, but they have different functions. If emotional consciousness is associated with reality, and with the impact of sense data received from observing the material world, and is the basis for cognitive reason, then rational consciousness, based on higher cognitive understanding and abstraction, allows us to understand the essence, nature, regulating principles, and development processes of things and phenomena. Rational consciousness helps direct emotional consciousness in a more efficient and effective direction and leads to more profound and accurate emotional consciousness. Annotation 229. In other words, considering a subject at the level of rational consciousness allows us to then view the same subject, at an emotional consciousness level, with more depth and awareness. For example, the more time we have spent rationally considering something like a bicycle, the more quickly and accurately we can examine a bicycle at the level of emotional consciousness. If someone is looking at a bicycle for the first time, they might not be able to distinguish its component parts or functions. On the other hand, if someone has spent more time considering bicycles at the level of rational consciousness, they may be able to immediately and rapidly understand and process a bicycle at the emotional conscious level, so that they can perceive and comprehend the different parts of a bicycle, as well as their functions, immediately and at the emotional sensory level. However, if we stop at rational consciousness, we will only have knowledge about the subjects we perceive, but we still won't really know if that knowledge is truly accurate or not. In order to be useful in practical activity, we must consciously determine whether knowledge is truth, i.e., whether the knowledge accurately reflects reality. In order to determine the truth of knowledge, consciousness must necessarily return to reality. Consciousness must use reality as a criterion, a measurement, of the authenticity of knowledge gained through purely cognitive processes. In other words, all consciousness is ultimately derived from practical needs, and must also return to serve practical activities. Annotation 230. The dialectical relationship between consciousness and practical activities means that conscious activities develop practical activities, and vice versa, in a continuous feedback loop. One of the fundamental principles of dialectical materialism is that the material determines the ideal, and the ideal impacts the material. See the relationship between matter and consciousness. The fact that the material determines consciousness is reflected in the fact that material needs led to the development of consciousness, and conscious activity stems from material needs. See social sources of consciousness. The fact that the ideal impacts the material is reflected in the fact that consciousness must always return to the service of practical activities. As our consciousness develops, along with knowledge, our ability to impact and transform the material world becomes more efficient and effective. The dialectical relationship between consciousness and practical activity is what drives the development of humanity. We imagine better ways of doing things, then test those ideas against reality through practical activity. This dialectical relationship between consciousness and practical activity is thus cyclical. Conscious activity arises from practical activity, and returns to practical activity, in an endless process of developing both conscious ability as well as practical ability. Therefore, it can be seen that the general, cyclical nature of the process of movement and development of consciousness develops from practice to consciousness, from consciousness to practice, from practical activity to the continued process of cognitive development, and so on. This process is repeated continuously, without end. The development level of consciousness and practice in the next cycle are often higher than in the previous cycle, and the cognitive process gradually develops more and more accuracy, as well as fuller and deeper knowledge about objective reality. The universal law of consciousness, see annotation 224, is also a concrete and vivid manifestation of the universal laws of materialist dialectics, including the law of negation, the law of transformation between quantity and quality, and the law of unity and contradiction between opposites. The process of cognitive motion and development, governed by these general laws, is the process of human progress towards absolute truth. See annotation 232. Annotation 231. The universal law of consciousness is governed by the three universal laws of materialist dialectics. The law of negation dictates that the new will arise from the old, but will carry forward characteristics from the old. This is reflected in the universal law of consciousness in that conscious activity arises from practical activity. This conscious activity then develops into improved practical activity, and so on, in a never-ending cycle of development. Throughout this development process, characteristics of previous cycles of cognitive and practical activities are carried forward and transferred onto newer cycles of cognitive and practical activities. The law of transformation between quantity and quality recognizes that quantity changes develop into changes in quality, and vice versa. This is reflected in the universal law of consciousness in the development of both conscious and practical activities. Conscious development also develops from quantitative changes to quality changes, and vice versa. For example, once a person accumulates a certain quantity of knowledge, the quality of their knowledge will change. For example, once a person has learned the function of every component part of a car engine, they will have a quality shift in their understanding of car engines. They will now have competency of the functioning of the engine as a whole. This is also true of practical activities. A quantity of practical experience will lead to quality shifts in practical ability. For example, once a person has practiced riding a bicycle enough that they can reliably ride the bicycle without falling, we would say that the person knows how to ride a bicycle, which represents a quality shift from the state of learning how to ride a bicycle. The law of unity and contradiction between opposites states that all things, phenomena, and ideas are defined by internal and external contradictions. This is reflected in the universal law of consciousness by the fact that practical needs serve as the basis for conscious activity, and that cognitive processes serve, in essence, to negate contradictions between consciousness and material reality through practical experience. In other words, the cognitive process is defined by a never-ending process of contradiction between the material and the ideal. As human beings seek to negate contradictions between our conscious understanding of the world and our practical experiences in search of truth, the accurate alignment of consciousness with the material world. b. Truth, and the relationship between truth and reality. Definition of truth. All cognitive processes lead to the creation of knowledge, which is what we call human understanding of objective reality. But not all knowledge has content consistent with objective reality, because consciousness exists as the subjective reflection of objective reality in the human mind. The collective cognitive practice of all of humanity throughout history, as well as the cognitive practice of each individual human being, has demonstrated that the knowledge which people have gained and are gaining is not always consistent with objective reality. On the contrary, there are many cases of misalignment between consciousness and reality, and even complete contradiction between human thought and objective reality. Within the theoretical scope of Marxism-Leninism, the concept of truth is used to refer to knowledge which is aligned with objective reality. This alignment is tested and proven through practice. In this sense, the concept of truth is not identical with the concept of knowledge, nor with the concept of hypothesis. According to Lenin, the coincidence of thought with the object is a process. Thought, equals man, must not imagine truth in the form of dead repose, in the form of a bare picture, image, pale, matte, without impulse, without motion. 3. Annotation 232. Here, Lenin is dispelling Hegel's conception of absolute truth, which is not to be confused with Lenin's concept of absolute truth as objective truth which aligns consciousness with objective reality. See annotation 58. For Hegel, absolute truth was the idea that there will eventually be some endpoint to the process of rational consciousness at which we will finally arrive at some final stage of knowledge and consciousness. This rational endpoint of consciousness, at which the dialectic ends and all contradictions are negated, is Hegel's absolute truth. Lenin is also pushing back against the metaphysical conception that all truths exist as static categories of information which do not change. Instead, Lenin points out that seeking truth, i.e., aligning consciousness with material reality, is a never-ending process, in particular because reality is constantly developing and changing. Thus, the alignment of consciousness with reality, the pursuit of truth, is a living and dynamic process which will never end, since the development of reality will never end. The properties of truth. All truths are objective, relative, absolute, and concrete. The objectivity of truth is the independence of its content from the subjective will of human beings. The content of knowledge must be aligned with objective reality, not vice versa. This means that the content of accurate knowledge is not a product of pure subjective reasoning. Truth is not an arbitrary human construct, nor is truth inherent in consciousness. On the contrary, truth belongs to the objective world, and is determined by the objective world. The affirmation of the objectivity of truth is one of the fundamental points that distinguishes the concept of absolute truth of dialectical materialism from the concept of absolute truth of idealism and skepticism, the doctrines that deny the objective existence of the physical world and deny the possibility that humans are able to perceive the world. Annotation 233. The dialectical materialist conception of objective truth stands in contrast to idealism, which states that conscious reasoning alone leads to truth, and that the subjective ideal determines material reality. See annotation 7. This objectivity of truth also refutes skepticism, which states that truth is essentially undiscoverable, because human consciousness is ultimately unreliable and incapable of accurately reflecting material reality. See annotation 32. Distinction must also be drawn between the concept of absolute truth as it is understood in dialectical materialist philosophy and the conception of absolute truth in Hegel's idealist dialectics. Dialectical materialism defines absolute truth as objective truth, that is to say, a complete alignment between objective reality and human consciousness, as compared to relative truth, which is a partial alignment between consciousness and objective reality. Hegel, on the other hand, views absolute truth as a final point at which human consciousness will have achieved absolute, complete, and final understanding of our universe. See annotation 232, with the ideal serving as the first basis and primary mechanism for bringing absolute truth to fruition. Truth is not only objective, but also absolute and relative. Absolute truth, see annotation 58, refers to truth which reflects a full and complete alignment of consciousness and reality. Theoretically, we can reach absolute truth. This is because, in the objective world, there exists no thing nor phenomenon which human beings are completely incapable of accurately perceiving. The possibility of acquiring absolute truth in the process of the development of conscious understanding is theoretically limitless. However, in reality, our conscious ability to reflect reality is limited by the specific material conditions of each generation of humanity, of practical limitations, and by the spatial and temporal conditions of reflected subjects. Therefore, truth is also relative. Annotation 234. Dialectical materialist philosophy recognizes that it must be theoretically possible to know everything there is to know about a given subject, since we are theoretically capable of accurately perceiving, sensing, and measuring all data which pertains to a subject. However, dialectical materialism also recognizes the practical limitations of human beings. As Engels writes in Annotated, if mankind ever reached the stage at which it should work only with eternal truths, with results of thought which possess sovereign validity and an unconditional claim to truth, it would then have reached the point where the infinity of the intellectual world both in its actuality and in its potentiality had been exhausted, and thus the famous miracle of the counted uncountable would have been performed. But are there any truths which are so securely based that any doubt of them seems to us to be tantamount to insanity? That twice 2 makes 4, that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, that Paris is in France, that a man who gets no food dies of hunger, and so forth? Are there then nevertheless eternal truths, final and ultimate truths? Certainly there are. We can divide the whole realm of knowledge in the traditional way into 3 great departments. The first includes all sciences that deal with inanimate nature and are to a greater or lesser degree susceptible of mathematical treatment: mathematics, astronomy, mechanics, physics, chemistry. If it gives anyone any pleasure to use mighty words for very simple things, it can be asserted that certain results obtained by these sciences are eternal truths, final and ultimate truths, for which reason these sciences are known as the exact sciences. But very far from all their results have this validity. With the introduction of variable magnitudes and the extension of their variability to the infinitely small and infinitely large, mathematics, usually so strictly ethical, fell from grace. It ate of the tree of knowledge, which opened up to it a career of most colossal achievements, but at the same time a path of error. The virgin state of absolute validity and irrefutable proof of everything mathematical was gone forever, the realm of controversy was inaugurated, and we have reached the point where most people differentiate and integrate not because they understand what they are doing but from pure faith, because up to now it has always come out right. Things are even worse with astronomy and mechanics, and in physics and chemistry we are swamped by hypotheses as if attacked by a swarm of bees. And it must of necessity be so. In physics we are dealing with the motion of molecules, in chemistry with the formation of molecules out of atoms, and if the interference of light waves is not a myth, we have absolutely no prospect of ever seeing these interesting objects with our own eyes. As time goes on, final and ultimate truths become remarkably rare in this field. Relative truth is truth which has developed alignment with reality without yet having reached complete alignment between human knowledge and the reality which it reflects. To put it another way, relative truth represents knowledge which incompletely reflects material subjects without complete accuracy. In relative truth, there is only partial alignment, in some, but not all, aspects, between consciousness and the material world. Annotation 235. False consciousness is consciousness which is incorrect and misaligned from reality. Discovering and rooting out false consciousness is one of the primary concerns of dialectical materialism, as false consciousness can be a serious impediment to human progress. The term false consciousness was first used by Friedrich Engels in a personal letter to Franz Mehring in 1893, a decade after the death of Karl Marx, and in this letter Engels uses the term interchangeably with the word ideology * to describe conscious thought processes which do not align with reality. Ideology is a process accomplished by the so-called thinker consciously, indeed, but with a false consciousness. The real motives impelling him remain unknown to him, otherwise it would not be an ideological process at all. Hence he imagines false or apparent motives. Because it is a process of thought, he derives both its form and its content from pure thought, either his own or that of his predecessors. He works with mere thought material which he accepts without examination as the product of thought. He does not investigate further for a more remote process independent of thought. Indeed, its origin seems obvious to him, because as all action is produced through the medium of thought, it also appears to him to be ultimately based upon thought. The ideologist who deals with history is here simply meant to comprise all the spheres, political, juridical, philosophical, theological, belonging to society and not only to nature. The ideologist dealing with history, then, possesses in every sphere of science material which has formed itself independently out of the thought of previous generations and has gone through an independent series of developments in the brains of these successive generations. True, external facts belonging to its own or other spheres may have exercised a co-determining influence on this development, but the tacit presupposition is that these facts themselves are also only the fruits of a process of thought, and so we still remain within that realm of pure thought which has successfully digested the hardest facts. Although the term false consciousness is not found in writing until after Marx's death, the concept underlying the term false consciousness is found often in the works of Marx and Engels. For instance, in The Holy Family, Marx and Engels explain how communist, class-conscious workers have been able to break free of false consciousness of capitalist society. They, the communist workers, are most painfully aware of the difference between being and thinking, between consciousness and life. They know that property, capital, money, wage labor and the like are no ideal figments of the brain but very practical, very objective products of their self-estrangement. This allusion to the difference between being and thinking recurs again and again in the works of Marx and Engels. Lenin also discussed the concept of false consciousness extensively, and argued that dialectical materialism was the key to negating the false consciousness of the working class, writing in What the Friends of the People Are, "It never has been the case, nor is it so now, that the members of society conceive the sum total of the social relations in which they live as something definite, integral, pervaded by some principle. On the contrary, the mass of people adapt themselves to these relations unconsciously, and have so little conception of them as specific historical social relations that, for instance, an explanation of the exchange relations under which people have lived for centuries was found only in very recent times." Materialism removed this contradiction by carrying the analysis deeper, to the origin of man's social ideas themselves, and its conclusion that the course of ideas depends on the course of things is the only one compatible with scientific psychology. Further, and from yet another aspect, this hypothesis was the first to elevate sociology to the level of a science. Note that this convention of using the word ideology to mean false consciousness has never been common, and Marx and Engels both used the word ideology more often in its more usual sense of a system of ideas, but it is still occasionally encountered in socialist literature. As Joseph McCartney explains in Marx Myths and Legends, Marx never calls ideology false consciousness. Indeed, he never calls anything false consciousness, a phrase that does not occur in his work. The noun is almost always accompanied by an epithet such as German, Republican, political or Hegelian, or by a qualifying phrase, as in the ideology of the bourgeoisie or the ideology of the political economist. More typical in any case is the adjectival usage in which such varied items as forms, expressions, phrases, conceptions, deception, and distortion are said to have an ideological character. Even more distinctive is the frequency, amounting to approximately half of all references in the relevant range, of invocations of the ideologists, the creators and purveyors of the ideological forms. Relative truth and absolute truth do not exist separately, but have dialectical unity with each other. On the one hand, absolute truth is the sum of all relative truths. On the other hand, in all relative truths there are always elements of absolute truth. Lenin wrote that absolute truth results from the sum total of relative truths in the course of their development, Relative truths represent relatively faithful reflections of an object existing independently of man. These reflections become more and more faithful. Every scientific truth, notwithstanding its relative nature, contains an element of absolute truth. For correct realization of the dialectical relationship between relative and absolute truth plays a very important role in criticizing and overcoming extremism and false consciousness in perception and in action. If we exaggerate the absoluteness of the truth of knowledge which we possess, or downplay its relativity, we will fall into the false consciousness of metaphysics, dogmatism, conservatism, and stagnation. Annotation 236. Intentional or unintentional exaggeration of the absoluteness of truth, i.e., considering our knowledge to be more complete and or aligned with reality than it actually is, leads to incorrect viewpoints and mindsets, including: metaphysics is a philosophical system which seeks truth through the systematic categorization of knowledge. See Annotation 8. This is a flawed method of seeking knowledge because it considers truth to be essentially static and unchanging, and upholds the erroneous notion that truth can be systematically broken down into discrete, isolated categories. In addition to being fundamentally incorrect about the nature of truth and knowledge, it leads to the incorrect presumption that such static categorization of knowledge can lead to truth at all. Metaphysics fails to see truth and consciousness as a process, and instead sees truth as a static assembly of categorized facts and data. Dogmatism occurs when one only accounts for commonalities and considers theory itself as the sole basis of truth. Dogmatism inherently overstates the absoluteness of knowledge, as dogmatic positions uphold certain theoretical principles as complete, inviolable, and completely developed. This explicitly denies the continuously developing process of advancing knowledge and consciousness. Conservatism includes any position that seeks to prevent change, or to undo change to return to an earlier state of development. Such positions deny the continuous development of consciousness, knowledge, and practice, and incorrectly assert incorrect positions, or mistake relative truth for absolute truth. Stagnation is an inability or unwillingness to change and adapt consciousness and practice in accordance with developing material conditions. Stagnation can stem from, or cause, overstatement of absolute truth in theory and forestall necessary development of both consciousness and practical ability. On the contrary, if we exaggerate the relativity of the truth of knowledge which we possess, or downplay its absoluteness, we will fall into relativism, thereby leading to subjectivism, revisionism, sophistry, and skepticism. Annotation 237. Relativism is the belief that human consciousness can only achieve relative understanding of the world, and that truth can therefore never be objectively discovered. Relativism is, thus, the overstatement of the relative nature of truth and the denial of the existence of absolute truth. Relativism leads to such incorrect viewpoints and mindsets as subjectivism, which occurs when one centers one's own self and one's own conscious activities in perspective and worldview, failing to test their own perceptions against material and social reality. See Annotation 211. This position denies that truth can be discovered in the external material world, falsely believing that absolute truth stems only from conscious activity. Revisionism, a failure to recognize and accept commonalities in conscious activity, focusing only on the private. See private and common. Revisionism leads to constant and unnecessary reassessment and re-evaluation of both knowledge and practice. Revisionism, thus, is a position which overstates the relativity of truth and ignores truths which are more fully developed towards absoluteness. Sophistry, the use of falsehoods and fallacious arguments to deceive. See Annotation 116. Sophistry is, thus, the intentional denial of truth and the intentional mischaracterization of truths as either overly relative or as not truths at all. Skepticism, the belief that truth is essentially undiscoverable, because human consciousness is ultimately unreliable and incapable of accurately reflecting material reality. See Annotation 200. By denying that truth is discoverable at all, skepticism explicitly rejects absolute truth and declares that all truth is relative and unreliable. In addition to objectivity, absoluteness, and relativity, Truth also has concreteness. The concreteness of truth refers to the degree to which a truth is attached to specific objects, in specific conditions, at a specific point in time. This means that all accurate knowledge always refers to a specific situation which involves specific subjects which exist in a specific place and time. The content of truth cannot be pure abstraction, disconnected from reality, but it is always associated with certain, specific objects and phenomena which exist in a specific space, time, and arrangement, with specific internal and external relationships. Therefore, truth is associated with specific historical conditions. This specificity to time, place, relations, etc., is what we call concreteness. Knowledge, if detached from specific historical conditions, will fall into pure abstraction. Therefore, it will not be accurate, it will not align with reality, and such knowledge cannot be considered truth. When emphasizing this property, Lenin wrote, "Truth is always concrete, never abstract." 5. Mastering the principle of the concreteness of truth has an important methodological significance in cognitive and practical activities. It is required that consideration and evaluation of all things and phenomena must be based on a historical viewpoint. See annotation 114. In developing and applying theory, we must be conscious of specific historical conditions. According to Lenin, Marxism's nature, its essence, lies in the concrete analysis of specific situations. Marx's method is, above all, to consider the objective content of the historical process in a specific time. Annotation 238. In other words, Marxism is rooted in seeking truth by examining reality from a historical and comprehensive viewpoint. For more information, see annotation 114. The role of truth in reality. In order to survive and develop, humans must conduct practical activities. These activities involve transforming the environment, nature, and human society. At the same time, through these activities, humans perform, knowingly or unknowingly, the process of perfecting and developing our conscious and practical abilities. It is this process that helps human cognitive activities develop. Practical activities can only be successful and effective once humans apply accurate knowledge of objective reality to our practical activities. Therefore, truth is one of the prerequisites that ensure success and efficiency in practical activities. The relationship between truth and practical activities is a dialectical relationship which serves as the basis for the movement and development of both truth and practical activity. Truth develops through practice, and practice develops through the correct application of truth which people have gained through practical activities. Annotation 239. Truth and practical activities have a dialectical relationship in which truth develops through practice, and practice develops through the correct application of truth. Practice only develops when truth about the universe is consciously applied to practical activities. For example, farm output increases as we learn more truth about the way crops grow and how land can be properly managed. Simultaneously, truth can only be developed through practical activity, as all ideas and knowledge must be tested through methodological observation, experimentation, and other forms of practical activity. A theory is an idea or system of ideas intended to explain an aspect, characteristic, or tendency of objective reality. Theories are not inherently truthful. Holding incorrect theories constitutes false consciousness. Practice, or praxis, is purposeful conscious activity which improves our understanding of the world. Theory and practice have a dialectical relationship with one another which, if understood, helps us to discover truth. Truth and practical activities mutually develop one another over time. This dialectical relationship between theory and practical activities means that we must never favor theory over practice, nor practice over theory, but that we must rather balance development of theoretical understanding as we engage in practical activities to test our knowledge against reality and to develop our practice with ever-advancing understanding of the world. As practice and theory develop one another, our understanding of objective reality comes closer and closer to truth. In Theses on Feuerbach, Marx summarizes the relationship between theory and practice. writing, "The problem of the external world is here put as the problem of its transformation, the problem of the cognition of the external world as an integral part of the problem of transformation, the problem of theory as a practical problem." Here, Marx explains that theory is concerned with solving the problem of transforming the external world through practice, and that cognition of the external world is required to solve the problem of transformation. In other words, we must improve our theory in order to improve our practical ability to transform our world, and we learn about the world, thus improving our theory, through those practical activities. Marx also writes in Theses on Feuerbach that, the question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory, but it is a practical question. In practice man must prove the truth, that is, the reality and power of his thinking. This point is key for understanding the dialectical relationship between practice and theory. In order to be useful, theory must be proven through practice. Thus, we must seek to develop our practice through theory, and our theory through practice. Engels summarizes these ideas a bit more colorfully in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. Before there was argument there was action. In the beginning was the deed. And human action had solved the difficulty long before human ingenuity invented it. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. Engels wrote in Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy of the uselessness of what might be called pure theory, divorced from practice, and the sort of radical skepticism which refutes that any practical knowledge can ever really be obtained by human beings. There is yet a set of different philosophers, those who question the possibility of any cognition, or at least of an exhaustive cognition of the world. The most telling refutation of this, scepticism and agnosticism, as of all other philosophical crotchets, is praxis, namely experiment and industry. It is practice, according to Engels, which proves the merit and utility of theory. Through experiment and industry, through practical activities in the material world, we can test our ideas and dialectically develop both theory and practice. Lenin built upon these ideas in his own work, writing in Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. The materialist theory, the theory of the reflection of objects by our mind, is here presented with absolute clarity. Things exist outside us. Our perceptions and ideas are their images. Verification of these images, differentiation between true and false images, is given by practice. Here, Lenin explains how only a proper understanding and application of the dialectical relationship between theory and practice can lead to the negation of false consciousness. See annotation 235, and the dialectical development of both practice and theory. Simply arguing and debating about ideas without relating them directly to practice will never lead to truth, nor will such pure theory argumentation develop theory or practice in any meaningful way. This brings to mind another line from Marx's Theses on Feuerbach: the dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking that is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. The philosophy of dialectical materialism and the system of materialist dialectics are designed specifically to produce action and to avoid such scholastic questions and pure theory argumentation. Ho Chi Minh summarized these ideas perhaps most clearly and precisely of all in the very title of his article, "Practice generates knowledge, understanding advances theory, theory leads to practice, knowledge comes from practice. And through practice, knowledge becomes theory. That theory, again, has to be put into practice. Knowledge advances not just from thought to theory, but, above all, from applying theory to revolutionary practice. Once the world's law is fully grasped as theory, it is critical to put that theory into practice by changing the world, by increasing production, and by practicing class struggle and struggling for national self-determination. This is a continuous process of obtaining knowledge. Afterward, if it seems that this book has come to an end somewhat abruptly, it's because this is really just the first of 4 major sections of the full volume from which this text is drawn. If you are reading this afterward after reading the entirety of the preceding contents, then congratulations, you have completed the equivalent to a full semester's coursework for a class on dialectical materialist philosophy which all Vietnamese college students are required to take. The next sections in this curriculum, each covered in the original full volume, include Part 2, Historical Materialism. This section covers the definition and basic principles of historical materialism, which is the field of work dedicated to applying dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics to human history and human society. In the West, historical materialism and dialectical materialism are often conflated, but this is in error. Historical materialism is an applied field of dialectical materialist philosophy and materialist dialectical methodology which is used in the pursuit of understanding and interpreting human history. Part 3, Political Economy. This section condenses the 3 cardinal volumes of Capital by Karl Marx and covers 3 primary doctrines. The doctrine of value. The doctrine of surplus value. The doctrines of monopolist capitalism and state monopolist capitalism. Political economy, in this course, can be considered the application of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics to the analysis and understanding of the capitalist mode of production from the perspective of the socialist revolutionary movement. Part 4, Scientific Socialism. This section relies on an established understanding of dialectical materialism, historical materialism, and political economy as a foundation for developing socialist revolution. The 3 chapters of this section on scientific socialism are the historical mission of the working class and the socialist revolution, the primary social political issues of the process of building a socialist revolution, realistic socialism and potential socialism moving forward. We are already working on the translation of Part 2 of this curriculum, and we hope to complete it as quickly as possible. In the meantime, we believe this book provides the reader with enough of a foundation to continue studying and to begin applying the principles of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics in political struggle. We highly discourage readers from self-study in isolation, just as we discourage individual political action. The best way to study socialism is alongside other socialists. Depending on where you live, you may be able to find political education resources provided by communist parties, socialist book clubs, or other organizations. If such resources aren't available, it should be fairly easy to find study groups, workshops, and affinity groups online where you can study with like-minded comrades. Of course, socialist revolution requires more than just study, as we hope this book has thoroughly explained. Theory must be coupled with practice. As Ho Chi Minh wrote, if you read 1,000 books, but you fail to apply theory into practice, you are nothing but a bookshelf. To avoid atrophying into the proverbial bookshelf, we encourage you to go out into the world and apply these ideas creatively and collectively with other socialists. Dialectical materialism is a philosophy that was developed from the ground up for application in the real world. Dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics provide a functional model of reality, a way of looking at highly complicated systems, with all their dynamic internal and external relations. Dialectical materialist philosophy demands that we see human systems as processes in motion. In order to fully comprehend such dynamic processes, we must engage with them, which is why Ho Chi Minh taught that we are not afraid to make mistakes, we would only be afraid of making mistakes if we were not determined to correct them. 1. As we mentioned in the foreword, many socialists in the West suffer from a lack of practical engagement. Far too many socialists fall into utopianism, idealism, and social chauvinism, and we believe this largely stems from failures to test ideas against reality through praxis. We hope that this book has impressed upon the reader that simply arguing about pure theory is a useless and futile pursuit. Indeed, sparring verbally over such scholastic questions, as Marx described them, is counterproductive. Marx and Engels defined such failure to engage in theory as critical criticism, that is to say, criticism for the sake of criticism. As Marx and Engels wrote in The Holy Family, such critical criticism is futile, as we will never think our way to revolution. According to critical criticism, the whole evil lies only in the workers' thinking. It is true that the English and French workers have formed associations in which they exchange opinions not only on their immediate needs as workers, but on their needs as human beings. In their associations, moreover, they show a very thorough and comprehensive consciousness of the enormous and immeasurable power which arises from their cooperation. But these mass-minded, communist workers, employed, for instance, in the Manchester or Lyons workshops, do not believe that by pure thinking they will be able to argue away their industrial masters and their own practical debasement. They are most painfully aware of the difference between being and thinking, between consciousness and life. They know that property, capital, money, wage labor and the like are no ideal figments of the brain but very practical, very objective products of their self-estrangement, and that therefore they must be abolished in a practical, objective way for man to become man not only in thinking, in consciousness, but in mass being, in life. Critical criticism, on the contrary, teaches them that they cease in reality to be wage workers if in thinking they abolish the thought of wage labor, if in thinking they cease to regard themselves as wage workers and, in accordance with that extravagant notion, no longer let themselves be paid for their person. As absolute idealists, as ethereal beings, they will then naturally be able to live on the ether of pure thought. Engels expressed his frustration with such endless, utopian, idealist debates in socialism, utopian and scientific. Hence, from this nothing could come but a kind of eclectic, average socialism, which, as a matter of fact, has up to the present time dominated the minds of most of the socialist workers in France and England. Hence, a mishmash allowing of the most manifold shades of opinion, a mishmash of such critical statements, economic theories, pictures of future society by the founders of different sects, as excite a minimum of opposition, a mishmash which is the more easily brewed the more definite sharp edges of the individual constituents are rubbed down in the stream of debate, like rounded pebbles in a brook. Engels concludes by punctuating why he and Marx had developed dialectical materialism as a praxis-oriented philosophical foundation for scientific socialism. To make a science of socialism, it had first to be placed upon a real basis too. We hope that the readers of this text will seek out real bases for your development in theory and praxis, and we trust that you will quickly discover that developing practice develops theory, and vice versa. Remember that Marx and Engels, themselves, were not just theorists who scribbled down their thoughts in an scholarly vacuum. They were revolutionists themselves, highly engaged in political struggle and, in so struggling, they risked their lives and freedom over the course of many decades. This struggle is what led to the change and development of their ideas over time. The same can be said for every other successful socialist revolutionary in history. Vion Wenjup, the great general who led Vietnam's military forces through resistance wars against fascist Japan, colonialist France, and the imperialist USA, describes how he applied such principles on the battlefield in his book People's War, People's Army. During the resistance war, owing to constant fighting, the training of our troops could not be carried out continuously for a lengthy period but only between battles or campaigns. We actively implemented the guiding principles to train and to learn while we fight. After the difficult years at the beginning of the resistance war, we succeeded in giving good training to our army. The practical viewpoint in this training deserves to be highlighted. The content of training became most practical and rich. Training was in touch with practical fighting, the troops were trained in accordance with the next day's fighting, and victory or defeat in the fighting was the best gauge for the control and assessment of the result of the training. On the basis of gradual unification of the organization and its equipment, the content of training in the various units of the regular army was also systematized step by step. Here, Vion Wenjup has provided a concrete example of the dialectical relationship between theory and practice, and their inseparability. This fundamental aspect of dialectical materialist philosophy demands that we think and act like scientists to change the world, rather than simply speculating and imagining ineffectually like armchair philosophers. As Marx wrote in Theses on Feuerbach, philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world in various ways, the point is to change it. We encourage you to apply what you learn in this and other books to change the world. Advice on further study. As you advance in your studies of socialist literature and theory, we offer the following advice. First, you must recognize that the specific language used by revolutionary leaders and thinkers may vary widely across time and around the world. Fashions in language develop over time, and many contributions, like the text you've just read, come to us through translation from countless languages. This is why we believe it critical to develop an understanding of the spirit of the ideas of any particular text, and not to get bogged down in semantics and terminology. Liberal ideologists have done much to distract and divert intellectual energy with endless metaphysical altercation over the proper usage of this or that word. We caution strongly against this attitude, which makes us susceptible to sophistry, opportunism, and the sowing of undue conflict and division amidst the working class. We have pointed out various instances where Marx, Engels, and Lenin used different language to describe the same concepts. We also offer the reminder that Marx, Engels, and Lenin were writing in different languages at different times, just as socialists around the world have different linguistic and cultural backgrounds. As socialism is an international movement, we must stress the importance of avoiding linguistic barriers by engaging with one another in good faith and testing conflicting ideas and interpretations of theory against one another through practice instead of getting bogged down with critical criticism. Next, we encourage students of socialist philosophy to always keep in mind that the doctrines and philosophies of revolutionary figures are products of the times and places in which they were conceived. It would be a mistake to view the works of any revolutionary figure as a road map or a set of instructions to follow by rote. Even Marx and Engels changed and developed their own ideas over the decades they were active, as they addressed in the 1872 preface to the Communist Manifesto. The practical application of the principles will depend, as the manifesto itself states, everywhere and at all times, on the historical conditions for the time being existing, and, for that reason, no special stress is laid on the revolutionary measures proposed at the end of Section 2. That passage would, in many respects, be very differently worded today. In view of the gigantic strides of modern industry since 1848, and of the accompanying improved and extended organization of the working class, in view of the practical experience gained, first in the February Revolution, and then, still more, in the Paris Commune, where the proletariat for the first time held political power for 2 whole months, this program has in some details been antiquated. One thing especially was proved by the Commune, viz., that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes. See the Civil War in France, Address of the General Council of the International Working Men's Association, 1871, where this point is further developed. Further, it is self-evident that the criticism of socialist literature is deficient in relation to the present time, because it comes down only to 1847, also that the remarks on the relation of the communists to the various opposition parties, Section 4, although, in principle still correct, yet in practice are antiquated, because the political situation has been entirely changed. And the progress of history has swept from off the earth the greater portion of the political parties there enumerated. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and Ho Chi Minh also frequently took pains to point out that their revolutionary theories were devised specifically to suit the particular objective conditions of their own respective times and places. For example, in What is to be Done, Lenin discusses the question of secrecy in revolutionary activity. Lenin recognizes that secrecy is not always necessary, such as in the more liberal social democracies which existed in Europe in his era. In Russia, however, with its autocratic monarchy, material conditions called for more covert activity. In countries where political liberty exists, the distinction between a trade union and a political organization is clear enough, as is the distinction between trade unions and social democracy. The relations between the latter and the former will naturally vary in each country according to historical, legal, and other conditions. They may be more or less close, complex, etc. In our opinion, they should be as close and as little complicated as possible, but there can be no question in free countries of the organization of trade unions coinciding with the organization of the Social Democratic Party. In Russia, however, the yoke of the autocracy appears at first glance to obliterate all distinctions between the social democratic organization and the workers' associations, since all workers' associations and all study circles are prohibited, and since the principal manifestation and weapon of the workers' economic struggle, the strike, is regarded as a criminal, and sometimes even as a political, offense. Ho Chi Minh was even more explicit about the requirement to tailor theory to current and local material conditions in a speech to the Communist Party of Vietnam in 1950. Studying Marxism-Leninism is not just a matter of repeating the slogan "Workers of the world, unite like a parrot." We must unify Marxism-Leninism with the reality of Vietnam's revolution. Talking about Marxism-Leninism in Vietnam is talking about the specific guidelines and policies of the Communist Party of Vietnam. For example, our priority now is great solidarity. In a 2001 document, the Communist Party of Vietnam explained how Ho Chi Minh tailored lessons learned from prior revolutionaries to the specific material conditions of revolutionary Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh's thought is the creative application and development of Marxism-Leninism to the specific conditions of our country. Ho Chi Minh learned profound lessons from Lenin and the Russian October Revolution, but he did not simply use those lessons as a template, nor did he just copy that foundation. Instead, he absorbed the spirit of Marxism-Leninism. Lenin's thesis allowed Ho Chi Minh to see what was necessary for the Vietnamese people, the path of national liberation. Ho Chi Minh had creative arguments that contributed to enriching Marxism-Leninism in the issue of national liberation revolution, building a new democratic regime and the transitional path to socialism in an eastern, semi-feudal colony which was still very backward, Vietnam. As you find your own revolutionary path, you must carefully examine the objective conditions of your own time and place, and work collectively and collaboratively with your fellow revolutionists to decide how theory and lessons gleaned from history apply to your own circumstances. And, of course, you must test the validity of your conclusions against reality through practice. Creative application of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics. Finally, we implore you to apply dialectical materialism creatively. Don't look at this, or any other, book as a set of static instructions. Dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics are living, breathing systems of thought which benefit from the ideas and imagination of comrades working and struggling together. Seek the spirit of these ideas, study revolutionary theory and history, then apply what you learn in your daily life. Combat dogmatism and avoid arguments over pure theory. Determine what works and what doesn't through activity in the real world, and apply what you learn from practical experience to your theoretical development. Over time, you will begin to see how practice and theory impact and develop one another. When you are struggling with a particular problem in revolutionary practice, you will find yourself reading theory in a new light, discovering information and ideas which might be applicable to your immediate circumstances. And as you study theory, you will find that it also impacts your practice, giving you tools and perspective and methodologies for action which you might never have imagined on your own. We have tried to make this book a useful companion for further study. We have also made the digital version available for free online. If you have found it useful, we hope you will share it freely and widely. In closing, one last time we would like to thank Dr. Vijay Prashad and Dr. Tamer Rahman for their wonderful insights on our translation, and to acknowledge the monumental work of the Vietnamese scholars who wrote and revised the original text from which this volume is drawn. We also want to recognize once more the donors and supporters who have given us the precious resource of time to translate and annotate this work. Finally, we want to thank the teams at the Iskra Books and the International Magazine, who have provided invaluable editing and peer review services, promotion, and guidance. You can find all their publications, respectively, at iskrabooks.org, internationalmagiz.com. If you would like to download the free digital version of this book, support future translation work, or if you would like to get in touch, you can visit our website, banyanhouse.org. We will leave you, now, with the immortal words of the manifesto. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. Lunan Wen, translator and annotations. Emmer Eichen Johnson, editor, illustrator, and annotations. Appendix A. This is a summary of the basic pairs of universal categories and their characteristics which are discussed in depth in Basic Pairs of Categories of Materialist Dialectics. Private is commonly referred to in literature as special/specific, while common is commonly called general. Note, when an aspect or characteristic is not held in common with anything else in existence, it is considered unique. The unique can become common, just as the common can become unique. Example, a unique design for an object may be replicated, making it common. A type of item that is common may gradually disappear until there is only one example left, making it unique. See annotation 129. Reason and result may be referred to as cause and effect, respectively, though this should lead to confusion with metaphysical conceptions of cause and effect. Note, reasons can be direct or indirect. See reason and result. Obvious may be referred to as necessary, while randomness may be referred to as accidental. See obviousness and randomness. Ways in which content and form are discussed and perceived can vary wildly depending on the subject being discussed and the viewpoint from which the subject is being considered. See content and form. See essence and phenomena. See possibility and reality. Appendix B. The two basic principles of dialectical materialism. The principle of general relationships. This principle states that materialist dialectics upholds the position that all things, phenomena, and ideas exist in mutual relationships with each other, regulate each other, transform into each other, and that nothing exists in complete isolation. From this principle, we find the characteristics of diversity in unity and unity in diversity. The basis of diversity in unity is the fact that everything, phenomenon, and idea contains many different relationships. The basis of unity in diversity is that many different relationships exist, unified, within each and every thing, phenomenon, and idea. The characteristic of diversity in unity is derived from the fact that there exist an infinite number of diverse relationships between things, phenomena, and ideas, but all of these relationships share the same foundation in the material world. The characteristic of unity in diversity is derived from the fact that when we examine the universal relationships that exist within and between all different things, phenomena, and ideas, we will find that each individual manifestation of any universal relationship will have its own different manifestations, aspects, features, etc. Thus even the universal relationships which unite all things, phenomena, and ideas exist in infinite diversity. The principle of development. This principle states that development is a process that comes from within the thing in itself, the process of solving the contradictions within things and phenomena. Therefore, development is inevitable, objective, and occurs without dependence on human will. The characteristic of objectiveness of development stems from the origin of motion. Since motion originates from mutual impacts which occur between external things, objects, and relationships, the motions themselves also occur externally, relative to all other things, phenomena, and objects. This gives motion itself objective characteristics. The characteristic of generality of development stems from the fact that development occurs in every process that exists in every field of nature, society, and human thought, in everything, every phenomenon, and every process and stage of these things and phenomena. The characteristic of diversity of development stems from the fact that everything, phenomenon, and idea has its own process of development that is not totally identical to the process of development of any other thing, phenomenon, or idea. Appendix C. The three universal laws of materialist dialectics. The law of transformation between quantity and quality. The law of transformation between quantity and quality is a universal law which concerns the universal mode of motion and development processes of nature, society, and human thought. The law was formulated by Friedrich Engels in Dialectics of Nature, and states that in nature, in a manner exactly fixed for each individual case, qualitative changes can only occur by the quantitative addition or subtraction of matter or motion. See law of transformation between quantity and quality. The law of unification and contradiction between opposites. The law of unification and contradiction between opposites is the essence of dialectics. It states, as formulated by V.I. Lenin in Summary of Dialectics, the fundamental, originating, and universal driving force of all motion and development processes is the inherent and objective contradiction which exists in all things, phenomena, and ideas. See law of unification and contradiction between opposites. The law of negation of negation. The law of negation describes the fundamental and universal tendency of movement and development to occur through a cyclical form of development through what is termed negation of negation. Formulated by Friedrich Engels in Anti-Düring, it states, the true, natural, historical, and dialectical negation is, formally, the moving source of all development, the division into opposites, their struggle and resolution, and what is more, on the basis of experience gained, the original point is achieved again, partly in history, fully in thought, but at a higher stage. See law of negation of negation. Appendix D. Forms of consciousness and knowledge. Consciousness refers to the self-aware, productive, and creative motion and activity of the human brain. Practical activity is the most direct basis, motive, and purpose of consciousness, and is the criterion for testing truth. C. The relationship between praxis and consciousness. Knowledge is the content of consciousness. Knowledge includes data about the world, such as ideas, memories, and other thoughts which are derived by direct observation and practical activities in the material world, through scientific experiments, or through abstract reflection of practical and scientific activities which occur within consciousness. Consciousness and knowledge have a dialectical relationship with one another. Knowledge is developed within consciousness, and consciousness develops to higher levels as knowledge is accumulated and tested against reality, which also develops knowledge itself. In this manner, consciousness and knowledge develop into higher forms over time in individual consciousness and human society. Thus, consciousness and knowledge can be considered as existing in various forms which represent stages of development in dialectical processes of development. Note that the development processes of knowledge and consciousness are dialectical in nature, not linear. For example, after empirical consciousness develops into theoretical consciousness will then impact empirical consciousness, developing empirical consciousness into a higher stage of development. This is true for all development processes related to empirical and theoretical consciousness. These development processes and forms of consciousness and knowledge are explained in more detail in Chapter 3, Cognitive Theory of Dialectical Materialism. Forms of consciousness. Consciousness is a process of the development of knowledge through a combination of human brain activity and human practical activity in the physical world, i.e., labor. The development of consciousness can be considered on the criteria of concrete/abstract and of passive/active. For more information, see annotation 216. The cognitive process. The cognitive process is a model developed by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin which represents the dialectical path of consciousness to truth. For more information, see Dialectical Path of Consciousness to Truth on page 219. Forms of knowledge. For more information see annotation 218. Appendix E. Properties of truth. Truth is the alignment of consciousness with objective reality. All truths are objective, relative, absolute, and concrete. Truths also have characteristics of concreteness and abstractness. Objectivity, the content of truth is external to the subjective will of human beings. The content of knowledge must be aligned with objective reality, not vice versa. This means that the content of accurate knowledge is not a product of pure subjective reasoning but is objective in nature. Absoluteness, absolute truth one is derived from the complete alignment between objective reality and human consciousness. The possibility of acquiring absolute truth in the process of the development of conscious understanding is theoretically limitless. However, In reality, our conscious ability to reflect reality is limited by the specific material conditions of each generation of humanity, of practical limitations, and by the spatial and temporal conditions of reflected subjects. Therefore, truth is also relative. Relativity, relative truth is truth which has developed alignment with reality without yet having reached complete alignment. To put it another way, relative truth represents knowledge which incompletely reflects material subjects without complete accuracy. In relative truth, there is only partial alignment, in some, but not all, aspects, between consciousness and the material world. Dialectical relationship between absolute and relative truth and absolute truth do not exist separately, but have dialectical unity with each other. On the one hand, absolute truth is the sum of all relative truths. On the other hand, in all relative truths there are always elements of absolute truth. Concreteness, the concreteness of truth refers to the degree to which a truth is attached to specific objects, in specific conditions, at a specific point in time. This means that all accurate knowledge always refers to a specific situation which involves specific subjects which exist in a specific place and time. The content of truth cannot be pure abstraction, disconnected from reality, but it is always associated with certain, specific objects and phenomena which exist in a specific space, time, and arrangement, with specific internal and external relationships. Therefore, truth is associated with specific historical conditions. This specificity to time, place, relations, etc., is concreteness. Abstractness, abstract knowledge is knowledge which is not attached, or less attached, to specific times, places, relations, etc. Some degree of abstraction is necessary to develop theoretical understanding of general laws and the nature of objective reality, but care should be taken knowledge does not become completely detached from specific historical conditions, as this will result in pure abstraction. Knowledge which is purely abstract will not align with reality, and such knowledge cannot be considered truth. 1. Note: absolute truth in dialectical materialist philosophy should not be confused with Hegel's conception of absolute truth as a final point at which human consciousness will have achieved absolute, complete, and final understanding of our universe. Appendix F. Common deviations from dialectical materialism. Throughout the history of the development of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics, there have been many philosophical and methodological deviations which have derived from incorrect analysis, interpretation, and a failure to properly link theory and practice. Below are descriptions of some of the more common deviations which the reader should be aware of. Bureaucracy, an expression of dogmatism which arises when theory becomes overly formalized, to the extent that practical considerations are ignored in favor of codified theory. Conservatism, a mindset which seeks to prevent and stifle development and to hold humanity in a static position. Not only is this detrimental to humanity, it is also ultimately a wasted effort, because development is inevitable in human society, as in all things, phenomena, and ideas. Dogmatism, a breakdown of the dialectical relationship between theoretical consciousness and empirical consciousness, which arrests the development process of knowledge and consciousness. Usually the result of failure to seek commonalities, considering theory itself as the sole basis of truth rather than practice, ignoring practical experience and considering pre-established theory, alone, as unalterable truth. Eclecticism, an approach to philosophical inquiry which attempts to draw from various different theories, frameworks, and ideas to attempt to understand a subject. The philosophical error of inconsistently applying different theories and principles in different situations. Empiricism, a broad philosophical position which holds that only experience, including internal experience, can be held as a source of knowledge or truth. Though nominally opposed to idealism, it is considered a faulty, or naive, form of materialism, since it sees the world as only unconnected, static appearances and ignores the reality of dialectical, changing, relationships between objects. Idealism, a philosophical position which holds that the only reliable experience of reality occurs within human consciousness. Idealists believe that relying on human reason exclusively or as a first basis is the best way to seek truth. Various forms of idealism exist, broadly broken down into subjective idealism, which denies the existence of an external objective world, and objective idealism, which accepts that an external objective world exists, but denies that knowledge can be reliably gained about it through sense perception. Opportunism, a system of political opinions with no direction, no clear path, no coherent viewpoint, leaning on whatever is beneficial for the opportunist in the short term. Revisionism, a failure to recognize and accept commonalities in conscious activity, focusing only on the private. Revisionism leads to constant and unnecessary reassessment and re-evaluation of both knowledge and practice. Revisionism, thus, is a position which overstates the relativity of truth and ignores truths which are more fully developed towards absoluteness. Rigidity, an unwillingness to alter one's thoughts, holding too stiffly to established consciousness and knowledge, and ignoring practical experience and observation, which leads to stagnation of both knowledge and consciousness. Skepticism, the belief truth is essentially undiscoverable, because human consciousness is ultimately unreliable and incapable of accurately reflecting material reality. By denying that truth is discoverable at all, skepticism explicitly rejects absolute truth and declares that all truth is relative and unreliable. Solipsism, a form of idealism in which one believes that the self is the only basis for truth. As Marxist ethicist Howard Selsom wrote in Ethics and Progress, New Values in a Revolutionary World, if I believe that I alone exist and that you and all your arguments exist only in my mind and are my own creations, then all possible arguments will not shake me one iota. No logic can possibly convince the solipsist. Sophistry, the use of falsehoods and misleading arguments, usually with the intention of deception, and with a tendency of presenting non-critical aspects of a subject matter as critical, to serve a particular agenda. The word comes from the Sophists, a group of professional teachers in ancient Greece, who were criticized by Socrates, in Plato's dialogues, for being shrewd and deceptive rhetoricians. This kind of bad faith argument has no place in materialist dialectics. Materialist dialectics must, instead, be rooted in a true and accurate understanding of the subject, material conditions, and reality in general. Subjectivism, the centering of one's own self and conscious activities in perspective and worldview, failing to test one's own perceptions against material and social reality. Subjectivists tend to believe that they can independently reason their way to truth in their own minds without practical experience and activity in the material world. Utilitarianism, an ethical philosophical theory founded by Jeremy Bentham which seeks to maximize utility, which is considered to be a metaphysical property embodying benefit, advantage, pleasure, good, or happiness. Karl Marx dismissed utilitarianism as overly abstract, in that it reduces all social relationships to the single characteristic of utility. He also viewed utilitarianism as metaphysically static and tied to the status quo of current society, since utilitarianism does not address class dynamics and views all relations in the current status quo of society, making utilitarianism an essentially conservative theory. Marx also pointed out that utilitarianism essentially views individuals as private individuals, not as social individuals, and seeks to work out solutions to the practical problems of human society through reasoning alone without examining material conditions and processes, and without taking into consideration practice and development. Writing, the whole criticism of the existing world by the utility theory was restricted within a narrow range. Remaining within the confines of bourgeois conditions, it could criticize only those relations which had been handed down from a past epoch and were an obstacle to the development of the bourgeoisie. The economic content gradually turned the utility theory into a mere apologia for the existing state of affairs, an attempt to prove that under existing conditions the mutual relations of people today are the most advantageous and generally useful. Glossary. Absolute truth. Absolute truth can refer to The recognition that objective and accurate truth can be drawn from sense perception of the material world along with labor and practice activities in the material world. The opposite of this position is relativism. Hegel's notion of absolute truth, that there will eventually be some endpoint to the process of rational consciousness at which point humanity will arrive at a final stage of knowledge and consciousness. See also, relative truth, relativism, stagnation, truth. Absolutization. To hold a belief or supposition as always true in all situations and without exception. Abstract labor. The abstract conception of expenditure of human energy in the form of labor, without taking into account the value of labor output. When the value of labor output is taken into consideration, it is referred to as concrete labor. Adam Smith. 1723 to 1790, British logic professor, moral philosophy professor, and economist. Along with David Ricardo, Adam Smith was one of the founders of political economy, which Marx both drew from and critiqued in his analysis and critique of capitalism. A historic perspective. A perspective which considers aspects of human society without due consideration of historical processes of development. For example, Adam Smith and David Ricardo viewed political economy ahistorically, viewing capitalism as a static, universal, and eternal product of natural law rather than seeing capitalism as a product of historical processes of development which would change and develop over time. Base. Also known as economic base, economic basis. The material processes which humans undertake to survive and transform our environment to support our ways of living. In the dialectical relationship between base and superstructure, the base refers to the relationship which humans have with the means of production, including the ownership of the means of production and the organization of labor. See also, superstructure. Biological motion. One of the 5 basic forms of motion described by Engels in Dialectics of Nature. Biological motion refers to changes and development within living objects and their genetic structure. Biological reflection. A complex form of reflection found within organic subjects in the natural world and expressed by excitation, induction, and reflexes. Bourgeoisie. The owners of the means of production and the ruling class under capitalism, also known as the capitalist class. See also, proletariat, petty bourgeoisie. Bureaucracy. An expression of dogmatism which arises when theory becomes overly formalized, to the extent that practical considerations are ignored in favor of codified theory. C rightward arrow M rightward arrow C. C equals a commodity. M equals the money commodity. The mode of circulation described by Marx as occurring under pre-capitalist economies of simple exchange, in which the producers and consumers of commodities have a direct relationship to the commodities which are being bought and sold. The sellers have produced the commodities with their own labor, and they directly consume the commodities which they purchase. See also, M rightward arrow C rightward arrow M. Marx called this mode of circulation simple commodity production. Capitalism. The current stage of human political economy, defined by private ownership of the means of production. Capitalist class. C. Bourgeoisie. Capitalist commodity production. The capitalist mode of production which utilizes the M rightward arrow C rightward arrow M mode of circulation, in which capitalists own the means of production and pay wages to workers in exchange for their labor, which is used to produce commodities. Capitalists then sell these commodities for profits which are not shared with the workers who provided the labor. Category. The most general grouping of aspects, attributes, and relations of things, phenomena, and ideas. Different specific fields of inquiry may categorize things, phenomena, and/or ideas differently from one another. Category pair. A pair of philosophical categories within materialist dialectics. Materialist dialectics tend to focus on universal category pairs which can be used to examine the characteristics, relations, and development of all things, phenomena, and ideas. Examples of category pairs include private and common, content and form, reason and result, essence and phenomena. Characteristics. The features and attributes that exist internally, within, a given thing, phenomena, or idea. Chemical motion. Changes of organic and inorganic substances in processes of combination and separation. Chemical reflection. The reflection of mechanical, physical, and chemical changes and reactions of inorganic matter, i.e., changes in structures, position, physical chemical properties, and the processes of combining and dissolving substances. Circulation. The way in which commodities and money are exchanged for one another. Commodity. In Marxist political economy, commodities include anything which can be bought and sold, with both a use value, i.e. it satisfies a need of any kind, and a value form, aka exchange value, and understood as the average socially necessary labor time needed to produce this object. Under capitalism, more and more human activity and production is commodified, mediated through market exchange. Common. C. Private and common. Common laws. Laws, of nature and/or human society, that are applicable to a broader range of subjects than private laws, and which impact many different subjects. For instance, the law of preservation of mass, the law of preservation of energy, etc. Comprehensive viewpoint. A viewpoint which seeks to consider the internal dialectical relationships between the component parts, factors, and aspects within a thing or phenomenon, and which considers external mutual interactions with other things, phenomena, and ideas. Dialectical materialist philosophy demands a comprehensive basis in order to fully and properly understand things and phenomena in order to effectively solve problems in real life and develop humanity towards communism. Conception. A relatively complete reflection within human consciousness of objective things and phenomena. Concrete labor. The production of a specific commodity with a specific value through labor. When labor is considered without the consideration of output value, it is referred to as abstract labor. Conditioned reflex. Conditioned reflexes are reactions which are learned by organisms. These responses are acquired as animals associate previously unrelated neural stimuli with a particular reaction. Consciousness. The dynamic and creative reflection of the objective world in human brains, the subjective image of the objective world which is produced by the human brain. Content. C. Content and form. Content and form, category pair. Content is the philosophical category which refers to the sum of all aspects, attributes, and processes that a thing, phenomenon, or idea is made from. The form category refers to the mode of existence and development of things, phenomena, and ideas. Form thus describes the system of relatively stable relationships which exist internally within things, phenomena, and ideas. Content and form have a dialectical relationship with one another, in which content determines form and form impacts back on content. Contradiction. A contradiction is a relationship in which two forces oppose one another, leading to mutual development. Consciousness. The self-aware, productive, creative motion and activity of the human brain. Conservatism. Also referred to as prejudice, a mindset which seeks to prevent and stifle development and to hold humanity in a static position. Not only is this detrimental to humanity, it is also ultimately a wasted effort, because development is inevitable in human society, as in all things, phenomena, and ideas. David Hume. 1711 to 1776, Scottish philosopher who developed radical skepticism as a philosophy of empiricist rejection of human knowledge. David Ricardo. 1772 to 1823, British economist who, along with Adam Smith, was one of the key figures in the development of political economy which was a basis for much of the work of Marx and Engels. Deductive inference. Logical inference which extrapolates from the general to the specific. Definition. The first phase of rational consciousness. During this phase, the mind begins to interpret, organize, and process the basic properties of things and phenomena at a rational level into a conceptual whole. Development. The change and motion of things, phenomena, and ideas with a forward tendency, from less advanced to more advanced, or from a less complete to a more complete level. Development viewpoint. A viewpoint which considers that, in order to perceive or solve any problem in real life, we must consider all things, phenomena, and ideas with their own forward tendency of development taken in mind. Dialectic, dialectical, dialectics. In Marxism-Leninism, the term dialectic, adjective, dialectical, refers to regular and mutual relationships, interactions, transformations, motions, and developments of things, phenomena, and processes in nature, society, and human thought. Dialectics refers to a dialectical system. Dialectical materialism. A universal philosophical and methodological system which forms the theoretical core of a scientific worldview. Dialectical materialism was first developed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels with the express goal of achieving communism. Dialectical materialism has since been defended and developed by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin as well as many others. Dialectical negation. A stage of development in which a new subject arises from a contradiction between two previous subjects. Dialectical negation is never an endpoint of development, as every dialectical negation creates conditions for further development and negation. Dialectical relationship. A relationship in which two things, phenomena, or ideas mutually impact one another, leading to development and negation. Characteristic of diversity. The characteristic which all things, phenomena, and ideas share, dictating that no two subjects, and no two relationships between any two subjects, are exactly the same, even if they exist between very similar things, phenomena, and ideas or in very similar situations. Diversity in unity. The universal principle which states that even though all relationships are diverse and different from one another, they also exist in unity, because all relationships share a foundation in the material world. Dogmatism. An inflexible adherence to ideals as incontrovertibly true while refusing to take any contradictory evidence into consideration. Dogmatism stands in direct opposition to materialist dialectics, which seeks to form opinions and conclusions only after careful consideration of all observable evidence. Duality of labor. The Marxist economic concept which recognizes labor as having two intrinsic and inseparable aspects, abstract labor and concrete labor. Dynamic and creative reflection. The most advanced form of reflection, which only occurs in matter that has the highest, known, level of structural complexity, such as the human brain. Eclecticism. An approach to philosophical inquiry which attempts to draw from various different theories, frameworks, and ideas to attempt to understand a subject, the philosophical error of inconsistently applying different theories and principles in different situations. Economic base. C. Base. Economism. Economism is a style of political activism, typified by the ideas of German political theorist Eduard Bernstein, which stresses directing the struggle towards short-term political/economic goals, such as higher wages for workers, at the expense of the larger socialist revolutionary project. Eduard Bernstein. 1850–1932, German political theorist who rejected many of Marx's theories. Emotional consciousness. The lower stage of the cognitive process. In this stage of cognitive development, humans, through practical activities, use our senses to reflect objective things and phenomena, with all their perceived specific characteristics and rich manifestations, in human consciousness. Empirical consciousness. Empirical consciousness is the stage of development of consciousness in which perceptions are formed via direct observations of things and phenomena in the natural world, or of society, or through scientific experimentation and systematic observation. Empirical consciousness results in empirical knowledge. Empirical knowledge. Knowledge which results from processes of empirical consciousness and which is characterized by rich and detailed, but still incomplete, understanding of phenomena. It can be utilized for practical ends, but still falls short of full theoretical analysis and comprehension. Empiricism. A broad philosophical position which holds that only experience, including internal experience, can be held as a source of knowledge or truth. Though nominally opposed to idealism, it is considered a faulty, or naive, form of materialism, since it sees the world as only unconnected, static appearances and ignores the reality of dialectical, changing, relationships between objects. Empirio-criticism. A more developed form of empiricism, proposed by Ernst Mach, which holds that sense data and experience are the sole sources of knowledge and that no concrete knowledge of the external material world can ever be obtained due to the limitations of human senses. Epistemology. The theoretical study of knowledge. It primarily deals with the philosophical question of, how do we know what we know? Ernst Mach. 1838–1916, Austrian physicist who attempted to build a philosophy of natural science based on the works of German philosopher Richard Avenarius' philosophical system of empirio-criticism. Equilibrium. A state of motion in which one or more subjects are not undergoing changes in position, form, and/or structure. Equilibrium is only ever a temporary stasis of development which will eventually yield to motion, development, and/or negation. Essence. C. Essence and phenomena. Essence and phenomena, category pair. The essence category refers to the synthesis of all the internal aspects as well as the obvious and stable relations that define the existence, motion, and development of things and ideas. The phenomena category refers to the external manifestation of those internal aspects and relations in specific conditions. Essence always determines which phenomena appear, but phenomena do not always accurately reflect essence in human perception. In other words, it is possible to misinterpret phenomena, leading to a misunderstanding of essence, or to mistake phenomena for essence. Exchange value. A quantity relationship which describes the ratios of exchangeability between different commodities, with Marx's famous example of 20 yards of linen being equivalent in exchange value to one coat. Through analysis, Marx shows that in reality the thing being compared is the amount of socially necessary labor required to make the commodities being compared. Excitation. Reactions of simple plant and animal life forms which occur when they change position or structure as a direct result of physical changes in their habitat. External contradictions. C. Internal and external contradictions. False consciousness. Forms of consciousness, ideas, thoughts, concepts, etc., which are incorrect and misaligned from reality. Equated with ideology by Engels, it refers to an idealistic, dogmatic perspective which will inevitably result in errors of analysis and therefore practice. First International, also known as the International Workingmen's Association, was founded in London and lasted from 1864 to 1876. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels were key figures in the foundation and operation of this organization, which sought better conditions and the establishment of rights for workers. Basic forms of motion. Engels broke motion down into 5 basic forms which are dialectically linked. The different forms of motion differ from one another, but they are also unified with each other into one continuous system of motion. Understanding this dialectical relationship between different forms of motion helped to overcome misunderstandings and confusion about motion and development. Form. C. Content and form. Form of existence of matter. The ways in which we perceive the existence of matter in our universe. Specifically, matter in our universe has the form of existing in space and time. Form of value. C. Value form. Forward tendency of motion. The tendency for things, phenomena, and ideas to move from less advanced to more advanced forms through processes of motion and development. Friedrich Engels, 1820–1895, a German theorist, politician, dialectical materialist philosopher, leader of the international working class, and co-founder of scientific socialism with Karl Marx. Fundamental and non-fundamental contradictions. A fundamental contradiction defines the essence of a relationship. Fundamental contradictions exist throughout the entire development process of a given thing, phenomenon, or idea. A non-fundamental contradiction exists in only one aspect or attribute of a thing, phenomenon, or idea. A non-fundamental contradiction can impact a subject, but it will not control or decide the essential development of the subject. Characteristic of generality. A universal characteristic which holds that all things, phenomena, and ideas interact and mutually transform one another. General relationship. Relationships which exist broadly across many things, phenomena, and ideas. General relationships can exist both internally, within things, phenomena, and ideas, and externally, between things, phenomena, and ideas. Generality. Of relationships, relationships can exist with across a spectrum of generality. This spectrum ranges from the least general relationships, unique relationships, which only occur between two specific things/phenomena/ideas, to the most general relationships, universal relationships, which occur between or within all things/phenomena/ideas. George Berkeley, 1685 to 1753, an Anglo-Irish philosopher whose main philosophical achievement was the formulation of a doctrine which he called immaterialism, and which later came to be known as subjective idealism. This doctrine was summed up by Berkeley's maxim, esse est percipi, to be is to be perceived. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770 to 1831, German philosophy professor and objective idealistic philosopher, developed the system of idealist dialectics which Marx and Engels used as a basis for developing materialist dialectics. Historical materialism. The application of materialist dialectics and dialectical materialism to the study of human history. Historical viewpoint. A viewpoint which demands that subjects be considered in their current stage of motion and development, while also taking into consideration the development and transformation of the subject over time. Idealism. A philosophical position which holds that the only reliable experience of reality occurs within human consciousness. Idealists believe that human reason exclusively or as a first basis is the best way to seek truth. Various forms of idealism exist, broadly broken down into subjective idealism, which denies the existence of an external objective world, and objective idealism, which accepts that an external objective world exists, but denies that knowledge can be reliably gained about it through sense perception. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, German philosopher who developed a system of idealist dialectics which were later completed by Hegel and whose metaphysical philosophies of epistemology and rationalism served as the basis for later empiricists such as Bacon and Hume. Induction. The reaction of animals with simple nervous systems which can sense or feel their environments. Induction occurs through unconditioned reflex mechanisms. Inductive inference. Logical inference which extrapolates from specific observations to general conclusions. Intelligibility. The human cognitive capacity to accurately perceive the external material world. Internal contradictions. See, internal and external contradictions. Internal and external contradictions. Internal contradictions are contradictions which exist within the internal relations of a subject, while external contradictions exist between two or more subjects as external relations. Judgment. The phase of rational consciousness which arises from the definition of the subject, the linking of concepts and properties together, which leads to affirmative or negative ideation of certain characteristics or attributes of the perceived subject. Karl Marx, 1818 to 1883, German theorist, politician, dialectical materialist philosopher, political economist, founder of scientific socialism, and leader of the international working class. Knowledge. The content of consciousness, data about the world, such as ideas, memories, and other thoughts which are derived through direct observation and practical activities in the material world, through scientific experiments, or through abstract reflection of practical and scientific activities which occur within consciousness. Labor value. The amount of value which workers produce through labor. Law of negation of negation. A universal law of materialist dialectics which states that the fundamental and universal tendency of motion and development occurs through a cycle of dialectical negation, wherein each and every negation is, in turn, negated once more. Law of transformation between quantity and quality. The universal law of dialectical materialism which concerns the universal mode of motion and development processes of nature, society, and human thought, which states that qualitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas arise from the inevitable basis of the quantitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas, and, vice versa, quantitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas arise from the inevitable basis of qualitative changes of things, phenomena, and ideas. Law of unification and contradiction between opposites. The universal law of dialectical materialism which states that the fundamental, originating, and universal driving force of all motion and development processes is the inherent and objective contradictions which exists in all things, phenomena, and ideas. Law of development of capitalism. Also known as theory of accumulation and theory of surplus value. The dynamic through which the capitalist class gains wealth by accumulating surplus value, i.e., profits, and then reinvesting it into more capital to gain even further wealth. Thus the goal of the capitalist class is to accumulate more and more surplus value, which leads to the development of capitalism. Laws. In dialectical materialism, laws are the regular, common, obvious, natural, objective relations between internal aspects, factors, and attributes of a thing or phenomenon, or between things and phenomena. Laws of nature. Laws that arise in the natural world, including within the human body, and are never products of human conscious activities. Such law includes the laws of physics, chemistry, and other natural phenomena which govern the material world. Laws of society. Laws of human activity in social relations. Such laws are unable to manifest beyond the conscious activities of humans, but they are still objective. Laws of human thought. Laws which govern the intrinsic relationships between concepts, categories, judgments, inference, and the development process of human rational awareness. Life process. Processes of motion and change which occur within organisms to sustain life. Ludwig Feuerbach. 1804–1872, German philosophy professor, materialist philosopher. Marx and Engels drew many of their ideas from the works of Feuerbach, whom they also criticized. M. rightward arrow C. rightward arrow M. The mode of circulation described by Marx as existing under capitalism, in which capitalists spend money to buy commodities, including the commodified labor of workers, with the intention of selling those commodities for more money than they began with. The capitalist has no direct relationship to the commodity being produced and sold, and the capitalist is solely interested in obtaining more money. See also, C. rightward arrow M. rightward arrow C. MARXism. C. Empirio-criticism. Manifestation. How a given thing, phenomenon, or idea is expressed externally in the material world. Marxism-Leninism. A system of scientific opinions and theories focused on liberating the working class from capitalism and achieving a stateless, classless, communist society. The core ideas of this system were first developed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, then defended and further developed by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Material conditions. The material external environment in which humans live, including the natural environment, the means of production and the economic base of human society, objective social relations, and other externalities and systems which affect human life and human society. Material production activity. Material production activity is the first and most basic form of praxis. In this form of praxis activity, humans use tools through labor processes to influence the natural world in order to create wealth and material resources and to develop the conditions necessary to maintain our existence and development. Materialism. A philosophical position that holds that the material world exists outside of the mind, and that human ideas and thoughts stem from observation and sense experience of this external world. Materialism rejects the idealist notion that truth can only be sought solely through reasoning and human consciousness. Materialist dialectics. A scientific system of philosophy concerned with motion, development, and common relationships, and with the most common rules of motion and development of nature, society, and human thought. Matter. A philosophical category denoting things and phenomena, existing in objective external reality, which human beings access through our sense perceptions. Means of production. Physical inputs and systems used in the production of goods and services, including machinery, factory buildings, tools, equipment, and anything else used in producing goods and services. Mechanical motion. Changes in positions of objects in space. Mechanical philosophy. A scientific and philosophical movement popular in the 17th century which explored mechanical machines and compared natural phenomena to mechanical devices, resulting in a belief that all things, including living organisms, were built as, and could theoretically be built by humans as, mechanical devices. Mental reflection. Reactions which occur in animals with central nervous systems. Mental reflections occur through conditioned reflex mechanisms through learning. Metaphysical materialism. Metaphysical materialism was strongly influenced by the metaphysical, mechanical thinking of mechanical philosophy, which was a scientific and philosophical movement which explored mechanical machines and compared natural phenomena to mechanical devices. Metaphysical materialists believed that all change can exist only as an increase or decrease in quantity, brought about by external causes. Metaphysics. A branch of philosophy that attempts to explain the fundamental nature of reality. Metaphysical philosophy has taken many forms through the centuries, but one common shortcoming of metaphysical thought is a tendency to view things and ideas in a static, abstract manner. Generally speaking, metaphysics presents nature as a collection of objects and phenomena which are isolated from one another and fundamentally unchanging. Methodology. A system of reasoning, the ideas and rules that guide humans to research, build, select, and apply the most suitable methods in both perception and practice. Methodologies can range from very specific to broadly general, with philosophical methodology being the most general scope of methodology. Mode. The way or manner in which something occurs or exists. Mode of existence of matter. Refers to how matter exists in our universe, specifically, matter exists in our motion in a mode of motion. Motion. Also known as change, motion/change occurs as a result of the mutual impacts which occur between two things, phenomena, or ideas in relation with one another. Motion in equilibrium. Motion in equilibrium is motion that has not changed the positions, forms, and/or structures of things. Motion in equilibrium is only ever temporary in nature. All motion will eventually lead to changes in position, form, and/or structure. Narodnik. Agrarian socialist movement of the 1860s and 70s in the Russian Empire, composed of peasants who rose up in a failed campaign against the Tsar. Natural law. C. Laws of nature. Natural science. Science which deals with the natural world, including chemistry, biology, physics, geology, etc. Negation. The development process through which two contradicting objects mutually develop one another until one is overtaken by the other. In dialectical materialism, negation takes the form of dialectical negation. New economic policy. Also known as the NEP, this early Soviet policy was devised as Vladimir Ilyich Lenin to be a temporary economic system that would allow a market economy and capitalism to exist within Russia, alongside state-owned business ventures, all firmly under the control of the working-class-dominated state. Objective dialectics. The dialectical processes which occur in the material world, including all of the motion, relationships, and dynamic changes which occur in space and time. Objective existence. Existence which manifests outside of and independently of human consciousness, whether humans can perceive it or not. Objective idealism. A form of idealism which asserts that the ideal and consciousness are the primary existence, while also positing that the ideal and consciousness are objective, and that they exist independently of nature and humans. Objectiveness. An abstract concept that refers to the relative externality of all things, phenomena, and ideas. Everything, phenomena, and idea exists externally to every other thing, phenomena, and idea. This means that to each individual subject, all other subjects exist as external objects. Obviousness. C. Obviousness and randomness. Obviousness and randomness, category pair. The philosophical category of obviousness refers to events that occur because of the essential internal aspects of a subject which become reasons for certain results in certain conditions. The obvious has to happen in a certain way, it can't happen any other way. The randomness category refers to things that happen because of external reasons, things that happen, essentially, by chance, due to impacts from many external relations. A random outcome may occur or it may not occur, and may occur in many different ways. Obviousness and randomness have a dialectical relationship with one another. Opportunism. A system of political opinions with no direction, no clear path, or no coherent viewpoint, focusing on whatever actions or decisions might be beneficial for the opportunist in the short term. Opposites. Such aspects, properties, and tendencies of motion which oppose one another, yet are, simultaneously, conditions and premises of the existence of one another. Ordinary consciousness. Perception that is formed passively, stemming from the daily activities of humans. Period of motion. Development which occurs between two quality shifts, including the quality shifts themselves. Perspective. C. Viewpoint. Petty bourgeoisie. Semi-autonomous merchants, farmers, and so on who are self-employed, own small and limited means of production, or otherwise fall in between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Also called the petite bourgeoisie. Petty commodity production. C. C rightward arrow M rightward arrow C. Phenomena. Anything that is observable by the human senses. See also, essence and phenomena. Physical motion. Motion of molecules, electrons, fundamental particles, thermal processes, electricity, etc., in time and space. Physical reflection. Reflection which occurs any time two material objects interact and the features of the objects are transferred to one other. Point of view. C. Viewpoint. Populism. The political philosophy of the Narodnik movement. This political philosophy was focused on bringing about an agrarian peasant revolution led by intellectuals with the ambition of going directly from a feudal society to a socialist society built from rural communes. Populism overtly opposed Marxism and dialectical materialism and was based on subjective idealist utopianism. Positivism. The belief that we can test scientific knowledge through scientific methods, and through logic, math, etc., positivism tends to overlap significantly with empiricism in theory and practice. Possibility. C. Possibility and reality. Possibility and reality, category pair. The philosophical category of possibility refers to things that have not happened nor existed in reality yet, but that would happen, or would exist given necessary conditions. The philosophical category of reality refers to things that exist or have existed in reality and in human thought. Practice. C. Praxis. Pragmatism. Pragmatism refers to a form of subjectivism in which one centers one's own immediate material concerns over all other considerations. Praxis. Conscious activity which improves our understanding, and which has purpose and historical social characteristics. Used interchangeably with the word practice in this text. Prejudice. C. Conservatism. Primary and secondary contradictions. In the development of things, phenomena, and ideas, there are many development stages. In each stage of development, there will be one contradiction which drives the development process. This is what we call the primary contradiction. Secondary contradictions include all the other contradictions which exist during that stage of development. Determining whether a contradiction is primary or secondary is relative, and it depends heavily upon the material conditions and the situation being analyzed. Primary existence. Existence which precedes and determines other existences. Materialists believe that the external material world is the primary existence which determines the ideal, while idealists believe that human consciousness, the ideal, is the primary existence from which truth is ultimately derived. Primitive materialism. An early form of materialism which recognizes that matter is the primary existence, and holds that the world is composed of certain elements, and that these were the first objects, the origin, of the world, and that these elements are the essence of reality. This was later developed into metaphysical materialism and, later, dialectical materialism. Principle of general relationships. A principle of dialectical materialism which states that all things, phenomena, and ideas are related to one another, and are defined by these internal and external relationships. Private. C. Private and common. Private and common, category pair. The private philosophical category encompasses specific things, phenomena, and ideas. The common philosophical category defines the common aspects, attributes, factors, and relations that exist in many things and phenomena. Private and common are relative in nature and have a dialectical relationship with one another. Private laws. Laws which apply only to a specific range of things and phenomena, i.e., laws of mechanical motion, laws of chemical motion, laws of biological motion, etc. Production force. The combination of the means of production and workers within human society. Proletariat. The people who provide labor under capitalism, the proletariat, do not own their own means of production, and must therefore sell their labor to those who do own means of production, also called the working class. See also, bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie. Quality. The unity of component parts, taken together, which defines a subject and distinguishes it from other subjects. Quality shift. A change in quality which takes place in the motion and development process of things, phenomena, and ideas, occurring when quantity change meets a certain perceived threshold. Quantity. The total amount of component parts that compose a subject. Quantity range. The range of quantity changes which can accumulate without leading to change in quality related to any given thing, phenomenon, or idea. Quintessence. Original Vietnamese word, Tin Hoa. Literally, it means the best, highest, most beautiful, defining characteristics of a concept, and, unlike the English word quintessence, it has an exclusively positive connotation. Randomness. See, obviousness and randomness. Rational consciousness. The higher stage of the cognitive process, which includes the indirect, abstract, and generalized reflection of the essential properties and characteristics of things and phenomena. This stage of consciousness performs the most important function of comprehending and interpreting the essence of the perceived subject. Reason. See, reason and result. Reality. See, possibility and reality. Reason and result, category pair. The reason philosophical category is used to define the mutual impacts between internal aspects of a thing, phenomenon, or idea, or between things, phenomena, or ideas, that bring about changes. The result philosophical category defines the changes that were caused by mutual impacts which occur between aspects and factors within a thing, phenomenon, or idea, or externally between different things, phenomena, or ideas. Not to be confused with the metaphysical concept of cause and effect, which attributes a single cause to any given effect. Reasoning. The final phase of rational consciousness, formed on the basis of synthesizing judgments so as to extrapolate new knowledge about the perceived subject. Reflection. The recreation of the features of one form of matter in a different form of matter which occurs when they mutually impact each other through interaction. Relative and absolute. Absolute and relative are philosophical classifications which refer to interdependence. That which is absolute exists independently and with permanence. That which is relative is temporary, and dependent on other conditions or circumstances in order to exist. See also, absolute truth, relativism, truth. Relative truth. Truth which has developed alignment with reality without yet having reached complete alignment between human knowledge and the reality which it reflects, knowledge which incompletely reflects material subjects without complete accuracy. See also, absolute truth, relative and absolute, relativism, truth. Relativism. A position that all truth is relative and that nothing can ever be absolutely, objectively known, that only relative truth can be found in our existence. See also, absolute truth, relative and absolute, relative truth, truth. René Descartes. 1596–1650, French metaphysical philosopher who developed early methods of scientific inquiry. Result. See, reason and result. Richard Avenarius. 1843–1896, German-Swiss philosopher who developed a system of subjective idealism known as empirio-criticism. Rigidity. An unwillingness to alter one's thoughts, holding too stiffly to established consciousness and knowledge, and ignoring practical experience and observation, which leads to stagnation of both knowledge and consciousness. Robert Owen. 1771–1858, wealthy Welsh textile manufacturer who tried to build a better society for workers in New Hampshire, Indiana, in the USA by purchasing the town of New Harmony in 1825. Owen's vision failed after 2 years, though many other wealthy capitalists in the early 19th century were inspired by Owen to try similar plans, which also failed. Scientific. An adjective which describes methodologies, approaches, and practices of gaining knowledge and insight which are methodological and/or systematic in nature. Scientific consciousness. Conscious activities which actively gather information from the methodological and/or systematic observations of the characteristics, nature, and inherent relationships of research subjects. Scientific consciousness is considered indirect because it takes place outside of the course of ordinary daily activities. Scientific experimental activity. Human activities that resemble or replicate states of nature and society in order to determine the laws of change and development of subjects of study. This form of activity plays an important role in the development of society, especially in the current historical period of modern science and technological revolution. Scientific materialist viewpoint. A perspective which begins analysis of the world in a manner that is both scientifically systematic in pursuit of understanding and firmly rooted in a materialist conception of the world. Scientific socialism. A body of theory and knowledge, which must be constantly tested against reality, focused on the practical pursuit of changing the world to bring about socialism through the leadership of the proletariat. Scientific worldview. A worldview that is expressed by a systematic pursuit of knowledge that generally and correctly reflects the relationships of things, phenomena, and processes in the objective material world, including relationships between humans, as well as relationships between humans and the world. Second International. Founded in Paris in 1889 to continue the work of the First International, it fell apart in 1916 because members from different nations could not maintain solidarity through the outbreak of World War I. Self-motion. In the original Vietnamese, the word tu van dong dot. Literally meaning, it moves itself. CP. Sensation. The subjective reflection of the objective world in human consciousness as perceived through human senses. Sensuous human activity, sensuous activity. A description of human activity developed by Marx which acknowledges that all human activity is simultaneously active in the sense that our conscious activity can transform the world, as well as passive in the sense in that all human thoughts fundamentally derive from observation and sense experience of the material world. Simple commodity production. What Marx called the C rightward arrow M rightward arrow C mode of circulation. Simple exchange. when individual producers trade the products they have made directly, themselves, for other commodities. Social being. The material existence of human society, as opposed to social consciousness. See also, base. Social consciousness. The collective experience of consciousness shared by members of a society, including ideological, cultural, spiritual, and legal beliefs and ideas which are shared within that society, as opposed to social being. See also, superstructure. Social motion. Changes in the economy, politics, culture, and social life of human beings. Socialization. The idea that human society transforms labor and production from a solitary, individual act into a collective, social act. In other words, as human society progresses, people socialize labor into increasingly complex networks of social relations, from individuals making their own tools, to agricultural societies engaged in collective farming, to modern industrial societies with factories, logistical networks, etc. Socialized production force. A production force which has been socialized, that is to say, a production force which has been organized into collective social activity. Socio-political activity. Praxis activity utilized by various communities and organizations in human society to transform political social relations in order to promote social development. Solipsism. A form of idealism in which one believes that the self is the only basis for truth. Sophistry. The use of misleading arguments, usually with the intention of deception, with a tendency of presenting non-critical aspects of a subject matter as critical, to serve a particular agenda. The word comes from the Sophists, a group of professional teachers in ancient Greece, who were criticized by Socrates, in Plato's dialogues, for being shrewd and deceptive rhetoricians. Stage of development. The current quantity and quality characteristics which a thing, phenomenon, or object possesses. Every time a quality change occurs, a new stage of development is entered into. Stagnation. An inability or unwillingness to change and adapt consciousness and practice in accordance with developing material conditions. Stagnation can stem from, or cause, overstatement of absolute truth in theory and forestall necessary development of both consciousness and practical ability. See also, rigidity. Struggle of opposites. The tendency of opposites to eliminate and negate each other. Subjective factors. Factors which, from the perspective of a given subject, that same subject is capable of impacting. Subjective dialectics, dialectical thought. A system of analysis and organized thinking which aims to reflect the objective dialectics of the material world within human consciousness. Dialectical thinking has two component forms, dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics. Subjective idealism. Subjective idealism asserts that consciousness is the primary existence and that truth can be obtained only or primarily through conscious activity and reasoning. Subjective idealism asserts that all things and phenomena can only be experienced as subjective sensory perceptions, with some forms of subjective idealism even explicitly denying the objective existence of material reality altogether. See also, empirio-criticism, objective idealism. Subjectivism. A philosophical position in which one centers one's own self and conscious activities in perspective and worldview, failing to test their own perceptions against material and social reality. Suitability. The applicability of a subject for a specific application or role. Superstructure. The ideal, non-material, components of human society, including, media institutions, music and art, as well as other cultural elements like religion, customs, moral standards, and everything else which manifests primarily through conscious activity and social relations. See also, base. Surplus value. The extra amount of value a capitalist is able to secure by exploiting wage laborers, by paying workers less than the full value of their labor. Workers will spend part of their workday reproducing their own labor power, through earning enough to eat, secure shelter and other cultural needs, and the rest of the time will be spent producing surplus value which is then appropriated by the capitalist as profit. Symbolization. The representation of an objective thing or phenomenon in human consciousness which has been reflected by sensation and conception. Systematic structure. A structure which includes within itself a system of component parts and relationships. Theoretical consciousness. The indirect, abstract, systematic level of perception in which the nature and laws of things and phenomena are generalized and abstracted. Theoretical knowledge. Knowledge which is abstract and generalized, resulting from theoretical conscious activities which include repeated and varied observations. Theory. An idea or system of ideas intended to explain an aspect, characteristic, or tendency of objective reality. Theory of accumulation/surplus value. C. Law of development of capitalism. Thing in itself. The actual material object which exists outside of our consciousness, as it exists outside of our consciousness. Third International. Also known as the Communist International, or the Comintern for short, founded in Moscow in 1919, its goals were to overthrow capitalism, build socialism, and establish a dictatorship of the proletariat. It was dissolved in 1943 in the midst of the German invasion of Russia in World War II. Three component parts of Marxism-Leninism. The three essential elements of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, first identified by Lenin in the three sources and three component parts of Marxism. 1. The philosophy of Marxism. 2. The political economy of Marxism. 3. Scientific socialism. Threshold. The amount, or degree, of quantity change at which quality change occurs. Truth is primarily discovered through labor and practice in the physical world. Truth. A correct and accurate conscious reflection of objective reality. See also, labor, practice. Unconditioned reflex. Reactions which are not learned, but simply occur automatically based on physiological mechanisms occurring within an organism, characterized by permanent connections between sensory perceptions and reactions. Unilateral consideration. The consideration of a subject from one side only. Unintelligibility. A philosophical position which denies the human cognitive capacity to accurately perceive the external material world. Unique relationship. The least general form of relationship, which only occur between two specific things/phenomena/ideas. Unity in diversity. A concept in materialist dialectics which holds that within universal relationships exist within and between all different things, phenomena, and ideas, we will find that each individual manifestation of any universal relationship will have its own different manifestations, aspects, features, etc. Thus even the universal relationships which unite all things, phenomena, and ideas exist in infinite diversity. Universal law of consciousness. A universal law which holds that consciousness is a process of dialectical development in which practical activity leads to conscious activity, which then leads back to practical activity, in a continuous and never-ending cycle, with a tendency to develop both practical and conscious activity to increasingly higher levels. Universal laws. Laws that impact every aspect of nature, society, and human thought. Materialist dialectics is the study of these universal laws. Universal relationship. The most general kind of relationship, relationships that exist between and within everything and all phenomena, along with development. Universal relationships are one of the two primary subjects of study of materialist dialectics. Use value. A concept in classical political economy and Marxist economics which refers to tangible features of a commodity, a tradable object, that can fulfill some human requirement or desire, or which serve a useful purpose. Utopianism. A political and philosophical movement which held the belief that a new moral world of happiness, enlightenment, and prosperity could be created through education, science, technology, and communal living. 2. The idealist philosophical concept which mistakenly asserts that the ideal can determine the material, and that ideal forms of society can be brought about without regard for material conditions and development processes. Value form. Also known as form of value, the social form of a commodity. Under capitalism, through the exchange of qualitatively different commodities, the money form of value is established as the general equivalent which can functionally be exchanged for all other values. Money is therefore the most universal value form under capitalism. Viewpoint. Also known as point of view or perspective, the starting point of analysis which determines the direction of thinking from which phenomena and problems are considered. See also, comprehensive viewpoint, historical viewpoint. Viewpoint crisis. A situation in which a specific viewpoint can't be settled on, found, or agreed upon. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. 1870–1924, a Russian theorist, politician, dialectical materialist philosopher, defender and developer of Marxism in the era of imperialism, founder of the Bolsheviks, the Communist Party and the government of the Soviet Union, leader of Russia and the international working class. Working class. C. Proletariat. Worldview. The whole of an individual's or society's opinions and conceptions about the world, about humans ourselves, and about life and the position of human beings in the world. See also, scientific worldview. For centuries, the banyan tree has been the symbol of communal life in Vietnam. Traditionally, the entrance to a village is graced by a large and ancient banyan tree. It is in the shade of these trees that villagers gather to socialize, draw water from wells, and make collective decisions together. The drooping accessory trunks represent the longevity of villagers, and of the village itself, while the arching canopy represents the safety and protection of the village. The shape of the banyan tree is seen in the full moon, which casts peaceful light across the earth to guide travelers in the dark of night. Vietnam's revolution against Japanese fascism and French colonialism began in 1945 beneath the cover of the Tan Trao banyan tree, which still stands in the city of Tu Yen Quang. It is in this deep-rooted, humanistic spirit of collective action that we founded Banyan House Publishing. We hope to deliver volumes which will inspire action and change throughout the village that is our world. Visit us at banyanhouse.org.